The girl with a surprised face asks her interlocutor something again. The chubby guy in turn tells her that he likes her. His face turned red, and he added that his feelings had appeared from the moment he saw her for the first time. As they grew closer, his feelings grew stronger. In response to his confession, Dae-jung merely looked away. The guy realized the situation and began to get nervous. He lowered his head and asked her forgiveness for his words. However, the girl tried to calm him down immediately because he thought that she didn't like him. She looked down and said that he was very kind. The girl saw him in full height. A plump guy with brown hair stood in front of her. Dae-jung added that he was cheerful and funny, but she was clearly leaving something out. There was a certain, but because of which she apparently rejected his confession. It was already evening outside. Some school children were playing football. One of the students stood near the basketball hoop and waited for something. Suddenly, he raised his head and was about to ask the guy approaching him how everything went. Sivu approached him, and the guy realized that it was probably better not to even ask here. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had been preparing for this outcome. The plump man said with tears in his eyes that the girl said she wanted to focus on her studies. The tall guy said she could come up with something better. Sivu did not understand why he was worthy of only such a fate. Suddenly, a soccer ball flew towards them. However, he was stopped by Sivu's hand, which he raised sharply and caught the ball without looking. The footballer ran towards them and began to apologize for this misunderstanding. With tears on his face, the fat man only quietly said that he did not understand why he looked like that. His friend said that even for him it was a mystery. The fat man plays sports, and even very well. He counts the calories he consumes per day. If only everyone who was on a diet tried at least half as hard as he did. If that were the case, there would be no obese people left in the world. The tall guy asked Siwa if he had been to the hospital, and he said he had done so many times. He explained that there they told him that if, despite all his efforts, his weight remains the same, then it's all due to genetics. After some time, he reached his house and entered the apartment. Sivu looked at the photo of his parents and thought that if it were just genetics, then everything would be fine, because his parents were thin. Even if it were unfair, he would then be able to simply come to terms with the state of affairs. Both in his youth and now, his mother is accustomed to compliments. He never saw his father in person. However, he had heard a lot about him. His father was a successful Syrian fighter. His records and strength are still known today. Sivu also thought that it wasn't even about being overweight, since his mother had said that he had the type of body that he should be able to build muscle just by breathing. All this made the guy very angry because he had been fighting with himself all his life. He didn't understand what the point of a diet was if it didn't work. Many years of wasted effort that he had put into this matter had already passed. After this, he decides to finally eat properly instead of worrying. But his plan didn't go as planned because the bag in his hands didn't want to break. He restrained his urge to faint and began to eat healthy food. His next day began with a jog early in the morning. He had a phone strapped to his shoulder, which alerted him that he had already run 4 kilometers. However, the guy did not stop, and his pace was faster than usual. At that moment, he thought about Dae-jung and how he would never give up. At the 5.5 kilometer mark, he stopped and broke his personal record. It was quite a difficult test because he had run too much. The guy was very surprised that he didn't recognize the place he had run to. Taking the phone off his shoulder, he decided to look at the map to see where he was. Suddenly, some figure on the bridge said that the fat man was as nimble as 10,000 pigs. The gray-haired old man also added that you can't hide blood. Then the man jumped off the bridge and flew towards the guy. He landed on his feet and braced himself against the ground with his stick. Sivu asked him if he was okay since he had jumped from a height of about 6 meters. The old man said that the boy shouldn't be afraid because he wasn't hunting him. He called himself Grandpa Babai and he serves as a judge. The judge is responsible for monitoring the monsters on this peninsula. Sivu asked him what he was talking about, and the old man recited that the plump man knew nothing. Then the gray-haired man suggested ending the conversation and getting down to business. He threw a sack over Siva and ordered him to go with him. The fabric completely enveloped the fat man's body, but he couldn't get out. The guy was completely constrained and thought about what was happening. After some time, he woke up at the moment he was thrown out of the bag. He leaned his hand on the ground and tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, he saw in front of him a place that looked like another world. The old man told him, "Welcome to the world of monsters." He also added that the guy can look around and understand everything himself. Monsters of different sizes and types began to crowd around them. The old man said that all the inhabitants of this world are monsters. He explained that people once feared monsters and worshipped them as gods, but now these creatures are spoken of only as superstitions and ghosts. Once every 666 years, a festival is held to determine the king of the monsters. Among all the members of monster families around the world, including the Korean peninsula, a talented monster is selected and presented as a candidate. 666 years ago, a monster ascended as king. Exactly the same number of years have passed since then. The guy suddenly interrupted him and asked why he was there at all. The old man said that each tribe of monsters puts forward a candidate. Fatso is the only one who inherited the goblin blood. Basically, he's a 4th or 5th generation goblin. Siva was shocked and said he thought the old man was wrong. Suddenly, he noticed a figure above his head. She landed right in front of the guy, and her weight destroyed a small section of the stonework. The old man explained that in order to see how useful the guy was, he needed to at least give him a test. A huge eyeless goblin stood in front of Sivu. The gray-haired man told the monster that if he won, he could eat the guy. The monster agreed with his proposal out loud because he doesn't want to miss the chance to eat a person. A second later, the goblin's hand flew at full speed into Sivu's chest. He flew away several tens of meters. After this, Sivu fell onto the brickwork and loudly crushed it with his head. The old man, in turn, said that if he had inherited the blood of the goblins, then the right to participate in the festival could not be given to a commoner. He will have to prove his worth if he wants to live. The monster took the guy's hand and began to swing it to throw him hard. He slammed the guy's body into the floor again, and he didn't even resist. Blood spurted from Sivu's mouth and his eyes rolled back in his head. The monster said out loud that the guy was stronger than he seemed. Then he raised his hand and said that it was time to end this. A huge paw fell with force on Siva. The goblin kept hitting the guy, trying to make a cutlet out of him. Suddenly, he noticed that his hand had hit something hard. The guy stood underneath her and held her with his whole body. Since ancient times, goblins have had limitless possibilities. But in the end, their greatest strength and weapon was their sense of the game. If you are a goblin, then the talent is already in your body. It is an instinct that no one taught you. Sivu lost weight dramatically, his muscles allowing him to hold off the monster's attack. Using all his strength, he began to resist. A second later, the guy was able to take the monster's hand and slam his body into the ground. He got out from under his pressure and moved away from the defeated goblin. This drastic change was due to Siwoo's body taking on its true form, as he is a half-goblin. His awakening was complete, and all the fat from his body was gone. That same morning, he stood with his friend in the store and talked about his dream. He said that this dream was some kind of delusional, and Sivu said that there was nothing funny about it, because he was beaten all the time, and all he could do was one throw. A friend said it was strange because usually people in their dreams do something familiar. He also added that this is even stranger because Siwu did not learn to wrestle, but took up boxing to lose weight. The fat man thought that the dream was too realistic, and it was as if he knew what he needed to do from the very beginning, as if he could do it even now if he wanted to repeat it. His friend said with a smirk that he was getting too involved in this. Be that as it may, the guy thinks it's all because of stress. He reflected on how obsessed he was with losing weight. Even in sleep, the body became so muscular. The action returned to the moment after the battle with the monster. He was very surprised by his transformation, and the old man turned to him. The gray-haired man said that he thought he would wake up soon, since he fell asleep standing up. The guy realized that this was not a dream and he was in the real world. Some entities began to fly around them and say that they did not expect such an outcome. The hubbub continued. Because the guy still had goblin blood in him, Sivu stood in place and tried to come to his senses. Suddenly, the old man struck his stick against the stonework and said that he found the candidate promising. He was about to make a statement in front of hundreds of monsters around him. The boy was still breathing heavily, and the old man said that he declared Choi Siwa not a man but a monster. If anyone is against it, they should say so now and spread the news throughout Busan. Now that Siwu has become a monster, his name will be added to the list, and no one will be able to capture him or harm him without a special reason. The guy managed to catch his breath and asked when he could go home. The girl who was standing next to the old man called the guy stupid and explained that he was now a monster. If a monster does not prove its ability to completely hide its essence among people, then it will not be allowed to show itself in the human realm for up to 500 years. The guy nervously explained that he wouldn't cause any problems and that he had never hit anyone and had always lived peacefully. The old man suddenly became enraged and said that since Sivu did not understand the whole situation, he would have to be killed. The guy felt quite a bit of tension from the gray-haired man's strength. After that, he jumped back 10 meters from his place. He landed on his haunches far from the old man, who had already stopped using his power. He rubbed his beard with a grin and said that now Siwa should understand what was going on. Whoever he thought he was, he had the body of a monster, and the guy thought that for a moment it seemed to him that his body shuddered. The old man said that among monsters, Goblin's abilities are considered the best, because even a newly awakened child's strength is tens of times greater than that of a human. He can cripple an ordinary person just by touching him. Sivu said that he understood this, but waiting for 500 years to pass was nonsense. The gray-haired man explained that he only needed to wait 6 months, since the king of monsters would soon be re-elected, and the current king had imposed this 500-year ban. The action moved back 666 years. Previously, all monsters were allowed to freely enter and leave the human realm. People had no choice but to run away, or they relied on the strongest monsters that lived among people. Fear and worship, that's how people treated them before. But at the end of the festival, 666 years ago, a new king appeared who was not happy about this fact. He wrote a new law with the blood of monsters, and now monsters are not allowed to show themselves among people. But this won't last long, because in 6 months, a new king will appear and he will change everything. The law will be rewritten. And on that day, the sun will set in the kingdom of people, and the moment all the monsters have been waiting for will come. All the monsters will rush towards people and awaken forgotten fear and horror in humanity. Sivu was not happy with this information, and shock was visible on his face. During these 6 months, he needs to either wait out everything that is happening or learn to manage his strength. The guy asked how strong he had to become for the monsters to accept him as their king. The old man suddenly asked him what Sivu was planning. He also said that he wants to make sure that monsters don't touch people. It's hard for a 17-year-old to communicate, but one thing is clear. The world will become a much more dangerous place, and he must at least protect those who are dear to him. The gray-haired man said that perhaps not all was lost because the goblin blood in the boy's body was very strong. If he can win the festival and become the king of the monsters, then he can extend the law. The girl behind him said that although the guy wasn't the worst monster, he had no chance of winning. The old man noted that he still hadn't introduced this girl. Her name is Seolva, and just like Siwu, she will take part in the festival for the sake of her people. She said with a haughty expression that she would be angry if the guy went back on his word. The gray-haired man said that the girl is in the same situation as the main character, because despite her young age, she wants to get among people. The girl, in turn, does not understand why she has to undergo any tests. Grandfather understands her strength, but that is precisely why it is difficult for him to understand how ready she is. The white-haired woman said that she understood what he was saying, but hoped that it wasn't just an excuse to avoid dealing with her. The gray-haired man said that this was not the issue, because right now he was simply busy because the festival was just around the corner. He also added that she was lucky because there would be no better opportunity to see how she gets along with people. Choi Siwoo is a man and there is no better judge than him. This statement shocked the girl, and she was about to ask him about something again. Grandfather said that he was giving her until the end of the month. She would need to help the guy deal with the monster's powers. If the black-haired one progresses enough, then they will both be given the right to live in the human kingdom. The girl shouted with displeasure that she wouldn't be able to teach the guy anything in a month. In her opinion, it would have been better if her grandfather had said right away that he would not give her permission. He, in turn, said that she could just wait 6 months, and then he would let her go. So it all depends on her whether she wants to escape from here sooner or later. The old man threw some kind of cloak over himself, and it expanded, intending to swallow the man. The cloak snapped shut, and the gray-haired man vanished into nothingness. The girl suddenly said that she had a question, albeit a stupid one, but she still wanted to ask it. She asked the guy if he knew what monster power was, and he said he didn't know. Her face fell, but she said that she had no choice, so she would have to train the black-haired man. Suddenly, the guy's face was distorted by a terrible grimace because he saw something behind the girl. The recently defeated monster suddenly stood up and stuck out its tongue. Suddenly, he began to ask them where the old man had gone, since the fight was not over yet. The girl gave him an angry look and said that because of people like him, people forgot about monsters. The monster cursed and in a fit of anger tried to hit the white-haired girl. Unlike people where race doesn't matter much. With monsters, things are far from the same. They can vary completely in strength and size. The difference between monsters is determined by the average potential and skills of each type, which is why classes appeared in the world of monsters. Now that the pure-blooded goblins have disappeared, there is debate about which class is considered the strongest on the Korean peninsula. But if you put pride aside, many monsters will reluctantly agree on one thing. Nine-tailed foxes are considered the strongest monsters on the Korean peninsula. A series of surreal scenes flash before his eyes, but he no longer groans in pain. Simply standing there, frozen in surprise, is no longer an option for him. The situation he is faced with requires him to accept it and adapt to it. The girl explained that it was magic, or the ability to absorb and use energy and power. There are two types of magic, unique and acquired. Unique magic, for example, is Goblin Sirium, an ability unique to the Goblin race that is remembered by its blood. To use it, one does not need to learn anything. However, acquired magic is not the same. Anyone can use it if they master it, but it requires technique and training. As an example, she pointed to the monster behind her and said that he had not paid enough attention to training, and she had humiliated him with a simple binding spell. He is a clear example of creatures that are far below her level. Be that as it may, since it has come to this, now she will teach the guy. She immediately explained that she did not like difficulties, and if his results were unsatisfactory, she would not hold back her anger. For someone who was human just a few minutes ago, this will be very difficult, and if he disappoints her, he may die. However, the guy was firm in his intentions. He needs to learn at all costs, and now he cannot afford to worry about the future. The girl smirked and said that he most likely wouldn't be able to cope, but it was better this way than not trying at all. But before training, she offered him something to eat. As she said earlier, magic absorbs energy and power. The power of all the inhabitants of the monster world, but now much will not be available to him. It usually builds up when he breathes air and eats food in the monster world, but he just arrived in their world. With the normal human world diet, he won't be able to gain anything, so all he has now is his innate strength. She looked at the guy sarcastically and asked if he wanted to eat. He looked down and said that he wasn't that hungry. However, immediately after this, he felt a very unpleasant sensation in his body. The blood in his veins and arteries began to turn a bright purple color and glow through his skin. Looking at his hands, he could not understand what was happening to his body. The girl explained that he had very little strength left, especially after that skirmish with the monster. This is usually the case with power, but the solution to this problem is simple. She hugged him from behind and whispered like, "Does he see that guy?" Among monsters, there are rules, and if the judge declares the winner of the duel, then the rights to death and life of the loser are in the hands of the winner. She said that the black-haired man would have to eat the monster to gain its power. With such dimensions, he will quickly get full, and his hunger will go away immediately. The guy's eyes showed oblivion, and he meekly walked towards the huge monster. He went instinctively, and it was at that moment that he first felt the demonic hunger. The nine-tailed fox's whispers fueled this hunger even more. All that was on the guy's mind was the power of a predator over his prey. But there was something that Solva hadn't thought of, that the greedy goblin nature always aims to catch a larger and tastier victim. Immediately after this, Sivu made a swift dash towards the fox. Solva was surprised by this and prepared for battle. With just one flick of her finger, she sent a wall of purple fire towards him. She shackled him and told him that no matter how hungry he was, he shouldn't be so impudent. The girl asked in surprise if he really thought that such an unfinished monster like him could eat her. Apparently, the girl seemed like easy prey to him. In response to this, the white-haired girl decided to teach him a lesson and good manners. However, at that very moment, the guy was able to break the purple chains with sheer force. Solwa was very surprised by this because with the strength of just one hand, he was able to break the binding chains. The guy fell at full speed onto the spot where the girl had been standing. The white-haired girl assumed that he wanted to show off his goblin nature, but she suddenly began to pull out her nail. A playful spark lit up her eyes and she decided to take this fight seriously. Her bloody finger drew a couple of circles in the air. Using her power, she summoned a huge demonic fist, which pushed the guy back with sheer physical force. Besides the usual blow, the guy noticed something else. The hand suddenly straightened in order to then release energy from the palm. The blow was of such unprecedented force that Sivu was forced to go on the defensive. A huge hole appeared in the nearby hillock, and the girl was surprised that the guy was still alive. However, he did not move, and she had already managed to think that she had not expected much from him. But her gaze caught on something, and the flow of thought stopped and surprise came into her mind. A small red crystalline growth similar to a horn appeared on the boy's forehead. Even among the powerful goblins, only a few were gifted with unique magic, as rare as it is powerful. The girl suddenly realized that the guy had the potential to become a symbol of the goblin race. The guy, in turn, at that moment broke off part of his horn and turned it into a black sword. The white-haired one said that he was quite good for an unfinished goblin. Using pure instinct, Sivu was able to summon a unique magic, namely the Goblin Club. Seolhwa was a remarkable monster, a genius who obtained 9 tails before she even reached the age of 100. And that's why she felt this feeling so clearly. She understood how dangerous this thing was, even though she saw it for the first time. If we talk about the pure power of the monsters, the girl would not lose. But this anxiety did not give her peace. Just being in the vicinity of that club made her feel incredible pressure. Suddenly, the guy broke into a rapid dash. He was preparing to attack, and the girl took a defensive stance and waited for his blow. Sivu used a thunderous strike that was available through his unique skill. However, the fox was able, not without effort, to catch this clot of energy with her summoned demonic hand and recognize it as a goblin club. Now the white-haired one has also decided to show what she is capable of. The demonic hand gripped the guy's weapon tighter. After that, she began to rise sharply into the air, dragging the guy along with her. Due to the strong inertia, Sivu's body flew somewhere into the air because he was not going to let go of his weapon. Immediately after this, the demonic hand descended with terrible speed and dragged the guy along with it. His body flew straight into the solid ground at a terrifying speed. The girl allowed herself to breathe out a little and then began to watch what Siwa would do next. The dust began to clear, and the white-haired girl realized that, apparently, this was not enough. She thought that because of his incredible endurance, she would have to hit him 5 or 6 more times before he came to his senses. Immediately after this, the hand began to move and stretched upward. However, the pressure diminished, and after that, the hand could no longer go further than it should. The guy held the weapon with his own strength and did not allow the demonic hand to go higher. She couldn't believe it, because even though it was only against one hand, he was fighting against the hand of the Demon King. Suddenly, he tensed up and pulled the baton towards himself. The hand could not hold the weapon, and it flew towards Siwa, a weapon that freely changes shape according to the will and desire of its owner. That's why, in the past, when goblins were alive and well, monsters called the Goblin Club a weapon that could be anything. Suddenly, his club turned into a huge club, and he hit Seolhwa's demonic hand with it. The form and method of attack changed, and this was done so that the girl could no longer counterattack. This club, if you put aside its strength, the ratio of its magical cost to combat power is simply laughable. Instead of giving him space to use brute force, she uses the Demon King's deception. A multitude of demonic hands, like those before, flew towards the guy. However, all her attacks were in vain, because the guy was able to reflect everything that flew at him. She nervously noticed that the guy was still holding on, and this surprised her greatly because even those who lived 100 or 200 years would not be his equal. Now it's clear why the goblins were so good, because the half-breed, who opened his eyes a couple of minutes ago, is already at that level. However, no matter how favorable the price-to-power ratio is, it seems his magic has reached its limit. If they continue fighting like this, his body will simply tear itself apart. The girl resigned herself to the fact that she would have to use her power and decided to summon her 5 tails. Without wasting a second, Sivu decides to attack. Seolhwa looks at him with a sly smile and thinks that he is a worthy opponent. She uses her skill called Great Demon King Deception. The guy, in turn, had already begun to attack. However, he is interrupted by a sudden blow from the demon summoned by the girl. An incredible amount of energy surrounds him. A second later, he is already lying unconscious in a huge crater. His consciousness has cleared a little, and he vaguely hears Seolhwa's speech. She told him that he would soon die of magical exhaustion. However, it is on his conscience because it was he who decided not to stop. Suddenly, the girl heard the guy saying something. Lying on the ground and crying, he called for his mother. Sölva heard these words and her gaze changed. This confused her so much that she still decides to save him. Siwoo's body rose into the air. Enveloping him in her energy, Seolwa brought him to his feet. And suddenly, right after that, she kissed him on the lips. It became noticeable that their mouths began to glow, as if she had transferred some of her energy to him. Immediately after that, she roughly threw him back to the ground. The boy lost consciousness, but now there was a blush on his face. The girl transferred part of her power to him and said out loud that if he did not live up to her expectations, he would be in very, very bad shape. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and tried to come to his senses. He stood up abruptly as if he had a nightmare. Something caught his eye and surprise appeared on his face. A soft purple light was streaming from a nearby door. A second later, the door opened, and Sölva came to him with a cup of some kind of liquid. She looked at him with disdain, because she had to give him part of her power. However, the guy still didn't understand what was happening. They talked for a while, and after a while he sat down on his knees and apologized heartily because he remembered what he had done. He doesn't know how it happened that he couldn't control his body. Whatever the case, he is very sorry because he put the girl in danger. Sölva only responded by saying, "Drink." This reaction stunned the guy. The girl again simply told him to drink before it got cold. Siwoo humbly agreed, but in his mind he was wondering what kind of strange drink this was. After listening to the girl, he decides to try. However, his gag reflex immediately kicks in, and Seolwa threatens to kill him if he spits out the drink. The guy was about to ask what this tea was made of, but the girl decided not to reveal the secret. While he was trying to swallow this unknown concoction, Sölva began to tell something. First, he forgets something important. That big-mouthed goblin must have run away while they were fighting. By right, he now belongs to Siwoo, but he still clings to life. It was a perfect snack for such a half-breed, but he missed the prey. Suddenly, he asked in a serious tone if there was another way. The girl smiled slyly at his attempts to maintain his humanity. Siwoo explained that he still hadn't realized his goblin nature and he didn't want to eat other monsters. However, they still remain dangerous monsters that threaten people. He wants to protect humanity and therefore intends to do whatever it takes. He asked if there was another way simply because he was exploring other options. The girl explained that the most effective way to increase one's strength is to eat other monsters. However, this is only possible in the case of a duel. Besides, he won't have any more easy prey. Even if he is a half-breed, many monsters have seen that the guy owns a Sirium. Now those whom he can easily defeat will not fight him. From now on, only strong creatures will come for him. However, the girl urges him not to be upset. She called him outside, saying that she had a gift for him. Outside, a chained monster was waiting for him. Siwoo asked if it was really a monster. The girl said that technically, he had lost his right to be called a monster. There are different reasons, but many of them lose their minds and give in completely to instincts. However, not everyone is as lucky as Siwoo, and they do something irreparable. They call them beasts, not monsters. The girl asked him why he was staring like that and reminded him that this beast had lost his mind. The chains were removed, and the beast attacked the guy from behind. Siwoo had to quickly jump back. The girl watched the black-haired man in surprise. But in reality, the guy was just stalling for time. His enemy comes from a family of fire dogs and has earned a name for himself. However, he was too proud and was able to surpass his limit, but he could not cope with the power of the monsters he ate and went crazy. At that moment, the beast continued to attack the guy. He, in turn, did not give in and dodged the monster's sharp claws. Sölva thought with disappointment that the guy couldn't consciously use the club. In fact, she didn't think he could win, because even though he was facing a madman, this beast was still a level higher in strength. The guy's syrup won't work either, so the black-haired guy will have to outdo himself. Suddenly, Siwoo assumed a certain stance. The white-haired girl was very surprised by the changes in the guy. He, in turn, delivered a sharp right hook to the monster's face. Suddenly, the action was transferred to Siwoo's past. His trainer said with surprise that the black-haired man was much more resilient than he looked. He suggested that Siwa take up boxing seriously. The guy, in turn, said that he would think about it when he lost weight. However, the coach stood his ground, saying that he would lose weight if he boxed regularly. The man wanted Siwa to continue practicing this sport, but he only looked sadly at the floor. At the present time, the black-haired man was pressing his opponent with his stinging blows. Previously, the guy's goal was not physical strength or skills, but just a simple desire to lose weight. But despite his constant efforts, it never came true. In any case, the guy did not give up. Since elementary school, he has been involved in 16 sports. 7 of them were combat vehicles. He didn't train for long and his weight didn't go away. However, his efforts and the Goblin's natural talent made him perfectly absorb all the skills from those 7 sports. The maddened beast began to fall on its back after another blow. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible. A second later, the battle was over, and the guy was thinking about how to eat the monster. Solva sat on the roof and looked thoughtfully at the black-haired man. She hoped that this was not an innate power after all. This technique was invented by people, and it is not suitable against the bodies and strength of monsters. He received the body of a monster recently, but was already able to use his skills. The girl had to realize that his potential was greater than she thought. Sivu began to ask how he could eat this beast, but he was suddenly interrupted. Seolhwa said that he should think about it after he finally wins. Suddenly, the beast stood up and sharply bit the guy's left shoulder. Without giving its prey a chance to come to its senses, the monster threw the guy away with its muzzle. Sivu fell to the ground, bleeding. This only caused his opponent to smirk as he continued to chew on his flesh. The wound was truly terrible, so much so that it frightened the hero. However, they did not give him time to come to his senses, and so Siva was hit a second time. Solwa drooped a little, but continued to watch the fight. The main reason why people are afraid of injury is not pain. They are afraid of loss, or the fear that a body part will be lost. This is one of the innate fears of any creature, and that's enough to give a 17-year-old boy a panic attack. However, panic didn't have time to set in, and now his shoulder has healed. At that moment, the beast's hand began to descend rapidly on Siva. He was wounded again, but not as badly as before. It didn't take more than a couple of seconds for the cuts to begin to heal. There are many differences between people and monsters. But if we point out the main ones, they will be endurance and body recovery, and also the difference in thinking that follows from all this. Unless you're dead or mortally wounded, injuries mean nothing. When you accept this, the subconscious limitations aimed at protecting the body disappear, and the limits of physical abilities are greatly increased. The guy gathered all his strength and sent the beast flying with one blow. His body was still shaking, and his arm hurt as if it would break. It was worth it because his punches were now much stronger. The boy was preparing to continue the fight, but suddenly Seolwa said that he had had enough. She praised him for his technique and said that although the animal would not die, it would no longer be able to rise quickly. The girl asked him what it was like when he consciously used magic for the first time in his life. He didn't understand what she was talking about, and she said that magic wasn't such a big deal. His body was restored precisely because of the use of magic, albeit unconsciously. And also his last blow was the result of magic added to his physical strength. During the impact, in addition to the recoil from the blow, he felt something similar to static current. The girl said that if he wasn't lying, then it was most likely magic. She forced him to fight to gain experience because in the process he subconsciously used magic. And yet she is a little surprised because she thought that the guy would mark time in one place for 10 days until he began to figure out what was what. Seolwa praised him for his talent, and the black-haired man became a little embarrassed. Now she suggested that he finish what he started. She wondered if he had killed before. Sivu's face darkened, and he said he had never done anything like that before. The white-haired woman said that it would be better for both of them if the boy finished off the beast with one blow so that it would not suffer. Above the navel is his weak spot, like any humanoid, because this is the place where they store energy. Everything is hard the first time, and this too, because when you strive to become stronger, killing and devouring everyone in your path, nothing will stop you. The boy instinctively gathered magic in his fist again. He remembered his old life and his family. Immediately after this, he broke into a rapid dash. His fist passed through the flesh and hit something in the monster's stomach. The girl said he should have grabbed something in his fist. This is the inner cinnabar, where the magic is stored. It is also called the magic pearl. The guy swallowed it without thinking. He tried to understand what was about to happen. The pearl was swallowed, but nothing happened to him. Suddenly, a bird landed on his shoulder and said that it usually goes bam, bam, boom, you can barely swallow. Sivu realized the absurdity of the situation and became very frightened of the unknown bird. She took off and a second later turned into a girl who landed next to the guy. Solva asked what she was doing here. She didn't like the presence of this bird girl, and she said that friends need to see each other more often. However, she still came because she had business to do. A blush appeared on her cheeks and she cheerfully asked if this was the half-goblin everyone was talking about. She said that her name was Sol-Mi and that she was Selyokhva's childhood friend, and the guy introduced himself in response. The girl said that she works part-time for Grandfather Solva. While Siwoo was surprised by Sol-Mi's style of speech, she said that she came in place of her grandfather to give out a reward for the two defeated monsters. The fox said that this award should be given to the guy because it was he who defeated them. Sol-Mi looked at the guy with interest and said that she saw all this with her own eyes, and she was surprised that he was recently human. They started talking about the festival and the guy's participation in it, but Seolhwa said that if he got there, he would be finished. Her friend disagreed as she believed Siwoo had potential. After that, she decided to move on to talking about the award. She gave him a choice: go home right now or the chance to become a stronger monster. Suddenly, the action moved to the human world. His friend was walking along the road and talking to Siwoo, saying that he had not shown up at school for a long time and had not answered his calls. The guy said he would like to say that nothing happened, but that would be a lie. He turned to Yushin, saying that he had one crazy request, and if he did not agree, then he would not judge. His friend asked him not to keep him in suspense. He listened to Siva, and his face suddenly became irritated. The boy angrily expressed his indignation to the black-haired man, but he only said that he would have to disappear for a month, and his mother would go crazy if he disappeared without saying anything. Siwoo asked his friend to tell his mother that he was going to the Yushin family's training center for a month. He understood that this request was quite difficult to fulfill. However, there was no other choice, and Yushin still agreed. But he also said that if Siwoo was afraid that he wouldn't believe the real reason, then the black-haired man had better cast aside his doubts. This impulse greatly surprised Siva. He wanted to speak, but the girl next to him gestured for him to be silent. She said he could lie, but revealing their existence was against the rules. Sivu had to lie to his friend, and Yushin said that he would help if needed. After hanging up the phone, he realized that the black-haired man had lied to him. The action moved to the moment when Sivu was offered a reward. He said that he heard that you can only be transported home if you pass a test. Sol-Mi agreed with his words, but she could still arrange for him to return home. She was curious what he would choose. The guy said that he wants to leave here in a month after he passes the test. If he doesn't learn, something worse will happen than not being able to return home. This fight with the beast only convinced him more of his intentions. He needs strength to cope with such situations, so he decided it would be better to strengthen his monster abilities. The girl just chuckled and said that it sounded really cool, like he was the main character of some manhwa. Silva told her not to tease the guy and to give him the reward already. She explained that this is Sol-Mi's bad habit. She leads others by the nose and judges them. She also justified herself by saying that this was a test to understand the personality and mood of the creature. The guy finally realized that this girl was different from other monsters in her speech and atmosphere, as if he already knew her. Sol-Mi asked if Seolhwa had read the book she had given her, and she said that she hadn't even gotten through a couple of pages. They decide to stop their idle talk, and Sol-Mi says that she needs to take her boyfriend somewhere. Solva agreed, but the boy wondered what would happen to him. Having received consent, Sol-Mi used her power. She was rapidly transforming, and the guy watched, mesmerized. Suddenly, in front of him was no longer a girl, but a giant crow. She explained that she has the right to move between worlds once every 6 months. Without asking the guy his opinion, she took him into her paws, and Selva only watched this. Sol-Mi had already begun to gain altitude and said that she would return soon. The action shifted back to the human world, and the boy thanked Sol-Mi for lending him her phone. She suggested that he see his family while he still had time. The guy said that he only has his mother, but she is on a business trip and it is even easier for him that way. Besides, he wants to treat the girl to dinner as a thank you. She immediately agreed, saying that there was something she had wanted to try for a long time. It was difficult for her to get hold of it, so she hadn't had the opportunity to try it until that day. After some time, there were already many different dishes on their table. He set the table with everything he had at home, but he wasn't sure she would like it. The girl said that she had long wanted home-cooked food, since she had previously bought all the human food herself or eaten it at school. To the guy's surprise, she replied that she went to Hojun School, which turned out to be next to the guy's school. However, she has no close friends who could treat her at home. A little later, she thanked him for the food. Suddenly, she remembered that he needed to be given the reward she had spoken of. This scroll is called the Monster Inventory. He will be able to summon him freely, and the scroll can show whatever he wants. You just need to swipe your finger, like on a phone. And inside the scroll, there is something else. Here, he can store things and take them whenever he wants without thinking about the size. There are other uses that he will learn about once he starts using it. She handed him a box containing several things. In the middle is the inventory he will use, a pile of coins. These are goblin face coins. This currency is highly valued in the monster world, and the 40 coins he received is a large sum. And finally, on the right is the goblin treasure, which passes from hand to hand. Treasures are items that gain abilities when infused with the power of monsters. It's like in old people's fairy tales where there are magical objects. Usually, defeating a Dreadracker only rewards coins, but Solva's grandfather personally packed everything for Sivu. He has plans for the black-haired man and wants him to win the festival. Monsters also have a concept of homeland, and if a monster from the Korean peninsula becomes king, then it will be something to brag about. This is related to the past because last time a monster from the Korean peninsula almost defeated the current king. Also, that monster was the same goblin, just like Siwoo. The black-haired man admitted that he still doesn't fully believe what's happening. Every minute he is ready to wake up from everything, as if from a bad dream. The girl said that he gave a different first impression because there was a firm intention in his words, and therefore he should aim higher. She explained that he was afraid of the threat to people from the new king. Therefore, he should become the new demon king and extend the law for 600 years. This idea shocked him. Suddenly, he said that he wanted to ask a question, and the girl was not at all against it. He pointed somewhere to the side, saying that something was happening to her inventory. The scroll next to her began to flash red. She said it was an urgent call. It was reaching all the monsters in the area. If the call is transmitted to the human world, it means that the monster broke the rules and injured the person. However, this hasn't happened for decades, so it can't be that the call is urgent. But suddenly she realized that this was exactly what was on the scroll. She grabbed her head, not understanding what to do. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. Sivu sat on the bed and tried to understand how his inventory worked. He realized that he just needed to insert his hand into the scroll. However, he hasn't figured out the armor yet. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The clock already showed almost 10 o'clock in the evening. A little while earlier, Solmi was trying to calculate how much time they had left in the human world. She said it wouldn't take long and he just needed to sit and wait for her to fix the problem. Also, at parting, she asked him to call her by her name because they were friends. However, it was already past 10 and the guy was worried. If he had known that this would happen, he would have at least taken her number. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a photograph of his family. He realized that goblin blood was running through his veins, so it was probably from his father. Sova's grandfather said that Sivu was 4th or 5th generation and had only a little human blood in him. The boy wondered if his father knew that he was a goblin. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by something. He felt some energy and thought it was Solmi. At that moment, in some alleyway, a dark hand was strangling a black-haired guy. It was the hand of a monster that had entered the human world. Suddenly, the monster's body began to be riddled with some kind of magical bullets. Solmi arrived just in time. She said that she had been trying to catch this monster for a long time, but she couldn't do it. At this rate, she'll run out of feathers, which she uses as bullets. Suddenly, she asked him what he was worried about. After all, the girl already understood that he didn't feel pain. Suddenly, the monster made a swift dash towards her. Solmi managed to bend over to make a counterattack. A loud bang was heard in the gateway. After that, only the mutilated body of the monster lay on the ground. The guy who had recently been strangled looked at the black mess in panic. The girl said that his friend would be fine because his wounds were not deep, and she had already applied ointment. However, his eyes noticed something that made the boy's heart skip a beat. Right above the girl's head sat the same monster, but 10 times larger. At that moment, she only had time to turn around. The dark monster rushed forward in a swift dash straight at the girl. However, the attack did not reach her. Someone walked up to her, telling her to hold her head up, because if it turned out that Sul-Mi was beaten by such a wretched creature, then the shame would cover her entire family. However, the girl said that her family's reputation was already not very good and she hoped for help from her brother. The guy next to her only contemptuously asked who she called brother, and she said that he was a little older than her and close to her, which means that he is her brother. Solmi and Goyu continued to argue about the addresses, and he in turn pointed his fingers towards the seated man. He subdued him with his magic and told the man to think of today as a bad day. A car appeared in the alley and hit him and his friend. The driver fled the scene, and until the ambulance arrives, he just needs to rest. Solmi noted that the magic of hypnosis is quite complex. Goyu ignored her and asked how many monsters the girl had caught. She also said that together they caught 24 monsters, but there was not a single normal one among them. They were all on leashes. Someone controls the evil spirits. From what she saw, they had killed 7 people and wounded about 50. The girl could not understand why they were committing a massacre, given that wounding a person is a very serious crime. Goyu said that she was wrong, because these monsters kill people for profit. Since ancient times, monsters have eaten people, but not because they were starving or sadistic. They consumed human blood and flesh, and all because people themselves are incredibly useful food for monsters. Goyu said that this was previously known to everyone, but this information did not reach their generation. One can easily become strong by eating human flesh, so if this were known now, the human world would not be so peaceful. She should understand this perfectly well because Sol-Mi passed a very difficult qualification test. Only strange people like Goya and she can do this, because the human world is a boring place until the law changes. But now the time of the festival is approaching and some monsters know about the secret of human flesh. She must know that many people have been going crazy lately because she works for Silva's grandfather. Goyu said he would never have made such a mess. Instead of attracting the attention of evil spirits, he would do everything himself, secretly kidnapping people. The girl thought that some coward was doing this, and the guy said that their enemy might have the ability to summon these spirits. She was about to suggest something, but suddenly she realized something. Her expression changed dramatically. Having asked Goya to deal with their enemy for now, she suddenly fluttered off into the distance. The guy looked out onto the balcony, surprised and saying out loud that everything was closed here. While he was staring into the distance, someone was sneaking up behind him. A bald man in a suit was moving slowly and silently towards him. He thought that it was too easy because if he had known that the guy would be so defenseless, he would not have tried so hard. His hand formed a palm and he attacked the guy in the back. Using only reflexes, Sivu was able to dodge this unexpected blow. He grabbed the man's hand, and at the same time he pressed his feet into the floor using magic. The man only had time to realize that Sivu had figured everything out, but he had already flown down. The guy was very scared by such an unexpected attack, although it is silly to call this one of the abilities of goblins. But it is difficult to defeat him using the same tactics. The balcony railings, unfortunately, were shattered into pieces. The guy just exhaled, trying to calm down. The moment before the attack, he felt the same sensation as before the beast bit him in the back. Anyway, he just threw it away without thinking much. The dust from below began to develop. The guy suddenly realized that there was no one in the recently made hole. His instincts screamed shrilly. The man was already behind him and said that he had already put all the people in the area to sleep. After all, if they had all screamed at once, he would hardly have been able to clean everything up properly. The man said he expected more from the guy. Immediately after that, he twisted his tail, holding the guy by the neck with it. The tail loosened, and the guy's body, by inertia, flew straight into the ground, breaking through the asphalt. He found himself in an underground parking lot. The man said he didn't mean to throw it that far, but apparently the floor weakened after he fell. He continued to talk nonsense about the architecture of the parking lot and the buildings. And the guy at that moment was trying to come to his senses. He understood that the disappearance of Sol-Mi and the human casualties were all the work of this man. And the guy also felt something else. His body realized that he was now facing incredible danger. The man smiled slyly and said that he would give the guy a chance if he allowed himself to be eaten. Sivu looked at him like he was crazy. The man said that there was a big difference in their classes, and the guy would only die in more pain if he fought. The snake also offered a deal that made the guy's heart skip a beat. He said that if Siwu surrendered, he would not eat his mother. However, this was perhaps the last straw for the black-haired man's patience. His fist whistled into the man's face. But that wasn't enough, so Sivu immediately grabbed him by the jacket. However, his body stopped, and the man asked him for forgiveness for such a banal threat. He said he probably even went too far. However, this allowed him to inflict poison on the guy. His power isn't that bad, but he needs to be touched for it to work. At the moment of impact, he managed to touch Sivu's chest with his fingers. He also added that he cannot use it against those who are stronger than him. He heard that those with good bloodlines could pin others down with just a glance. As the boy felt like he was being paralyzed, the man added that life was so damn unfair. If Siwu had known how to use the thing on his hand, everything might have been different. Troubles don't wait for you to prepare for them. The man turned into a huge snake and began to say goodbye to the guy. However, the guy was not going to give up so quickly. He realized that he could make one more move. His enemy, in turn, had already sharpened his fangs, but it was too early to celebrate victory. The snake's grimace became less malicious because its prey was still resisting. And that's putting it mildly, because a second later, a huge beam of energy shot out of the guy's hand. Even though his veins were filled with poison, he was able to resist it. However, this did not help him, because the snake was able to dodge the attack. For his own safety, he hit the guy with his tail again. The force of the blow sent Sivu's body flying several dozen meters away. The man was very surprised by the boy's resilience. But suddenly something caught his attention. Suddenly a sword appeared in the joint of his scales. There were several of them, and the snake tried to figure out what they were. A man in a mask appeared not far from them, reading a spell. A second later, this caused the swords in the snake's body to send a powerful bolt of lightning through its body. The masked man held a sword in his hand and walked towards the snake, saying that he would now deal with these runts. The villain recognized him as an exorcist. Even though he gained time, he was still caught. The man realized that the exorcist was on a completely different level. He was faced with a difficult choice, to run away or to stay until the end. That crow is also strong, but this guy with the sword is so strong that the snake won't defeat him even if he resurrects. The bleeding villain declared that everything was out of control. Suddenly, the exorcist noticed something unusual. Blood from the snake's wound poured onto the ground. With this sacrifice, he was able to summon a shadow monster. In this way, he wanted to buy himself time to escape. Apparently wanting to impress the exorcist, the snake said that this monster was previously famous in the West and had the body of a divine-class monster. He grinned wickedly as he urged them to have fun, anticipating his victory. After that, he briefly considered whether he should have a last bite of the guy, and his subordinate demon had already gone on the attack. The exorcist and the winged monster clashed in battle. Just before the attack, the masked man decided to grip the sword more comfortably. His body was enveloped in an attacking energy that emanated from the monster's mouth, taking the form of a beam. However, the man was able to defend himself from this. The snake had not yet managed to escape, and therefore was very surprised by this. The exorcist was able to destroy the demon with one blow and reach the snake a second later. Half a second later, a sword was already sticking out of the villain's head. In less than a heartbeat, the battle was over. The exorcist told Siv that he didn't look like a minion of this serpent, and therefore he should answer the questions honestly if he wanted to survive. He was about to ask a question, but the black-haired man said that he couldn't believe it, even though he could hear his voice. The boy wanted to ask if the exorcist recognized his voice. He in turn began to take off his mask. The guy's face was surprised because he didn't expect to see Siva here, just like he didn't expect to see him. The mask fell to the floor, and the black-haired man's friend couldn't understand what he was doing there. His face looked stunned, and Siwu couldn't come to his senses. The veins were bulging, and the guy began to choke. Siwu's friend realized that this was not a simple poison, and that his medicine would not cure it. However, the black-haired man's veins began to deflate. Less than a second passed before the poison was practically absorbed. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed that the snake he had killed had survived and had run away somewhere. All that was left behind was a trail of blood that ran along the entire length of the parking lot. He declared that this was complete nonsense. Sometime later, Siwu asked if his friend was feeling better. And he said that he couldn't get better because the man he had known for 3 years turned out to be half goblin. It simply didn't fit in his head. Suddenly, Siwu realized that his friend had never told him what martial arts his family studied. He sighed and said that it was his family's duty to train and destroy supernatural creatures. Suddenly, he said that there were only 6 months left. This made Siwa flinch, as Yusin also knew about the festival. When asked if such attacks happen often, the guy said that it happens very rarely. But recently everything changed. For monsters, people are a source of strength, and those who want to become kings absorb not only other monsters, but also people. A month ago, the number of missing people began to rise in densely populated cities. However, this is the first time that monsters show themselves so clearly. Suddenly, Yusin noticed something and already took his sword in his hands. Right in front of them, energy lit up and someone fell to the ground. This someone immediately shouted out Sivu's name. Solmi finally made it to the guy's house and asked with shame on her face if he was okay. However, she was interrupted by Yusin, who pointed his sword at her. He told her not to come near him. The guy said that if she took even one step towards them, he would kill her. Sivu tried to explain something to him, but he stood his ground. He also added that he thought the monsters understood what the rules were, which is why he warned her first. In his opinion, it is useless to talk to them, and therefore he is going to protect Siva. Yusin said that if the black-haired man was offered to pass the exam and be allowed to live in the human world, then he was a fool. After all, these are monsters. Even if they look like people on the outside, their very nature remains the same. This is Sivu's home. He doesn't need the monster's permission to be here. Yusin shuddered at the thought that his friend had been kidnapped and then forced to become a monster, and that was why he had no intention of letting him go back. Solmi could understand him, because from Siwoo's point of view, all of this was some kind of nightmare. But Sivu is already on the list of monsters. No matter how he feels about it, he is part of the kingdom of monsters. Breaking the rules will have consequences for both Sivu and his shaman friend. She decided that this issue needed to be resolved quickly before it got any worse. But she didn't understand how to do this, because judging by Yusin's aura, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, standing and doing nothing was not an option either, so she said that as a guardian, she would have to take Sina with her. Yusin was about to attack her, but he was interrupted. His body began to shift sharply somewhere to the side. And all this didn't happen just like that, because Sivu kicked him with all his strength. The guy extended his hand forward. Yusin's sword suddenly slipped from his hand. The black-haired man became curious about what the engraving on the sword meant. This left his friend dumbfounded, and he began to think that Sivu was under hypnosis. The main character suddenly said that he is a crazy monster who devours his own kind, Yusin. But the same can be said about Sivu, because he absorbed the demon. Even though the beast was crazy, the guy still ended his life. He is not going to stop because his plans are to protect the earth. However, Yusin said that the guy should not go too far. The exorcist's family has enough power to protect Siwa and his mother in 2 months. However, the black-haired man suddenly interrupted his friend. With some sadness on his face, he said that he would become the king of the monsters. This undoubtedly left his friend in shock. Solmi also looked at him with undisguised surprise. Yusin suddenly came to his senses and began to panic and dissuade his friend from this idea. However, he stood his ground because thanks to his efforts, the monster's breakthrough into the human world could be delayed. Yusin wanted to object to something, but the black-haired man immediately shut him up. According to the protagonist, it is better to try to do something than to do nothing at all. His friend accepted Siwoo's aspirations with difficulty. He took his sword and said that if the black-haired man's thoughts were pure, then everything was fine. However, if he crosses the line, he will destroy him without delay. Sivu understood what he was talking about and agreed. Suddenly, Yusin turned to the girl and asked her name. He said that if Siva was killed or wounded unjustly, then he, as the chief shaman of the Star Hall, would destroy everyone involved. He also added that the hero should not worry about his mother. On such a sad note, he decides to leave. Solmi finally came to her senses because she thought she was going to die, and then asked if all exorcists were this scary. Suddenly, a voice was heard nearby saying that Yusin was special even among them. The girl recognized Goya's voice. He said he had been watching them all this time. Immediately after that, he scolded Solmi for asking for trouble. Suddenly, Goya greeted the main character. Those monsters that originate from animals are called demon beasts. In most cases, they are related to their form and instincts. As their power grows, both their human and beast forms begin to change. Moreover, there are those who outgrow their primary form. In the past, such creatures were called divine beasts. Goyu introduced himself and said he was glad to meet him. He said with an arrogant look that Sivu would have to defeat him to become the king of the monsters. The guy extended his hand to him in surprise. Suddenly, Sol Mi shouted at Siwa not to shake his hand. The guy began to look a little stunned. The girl was angered by the fact that Goya appeared at such a moment. However, the Turtle Clan representative only smiled. He was amused by the fact that some half-goblin declared that he would become the king of the monsters. He shook Sivu's hand harshly and tore out a fingernail from his other hand. Suddenly, purple flames flared up around them. The two figures in the circle suddenly disappeared. The action moved to the shore of the lake, where a purple flash now appeared. The guy's legs began to shake and he landed on the ground. It was difficult for him to stand on his feet after such a reception. This surprised Goya greatly, since after his reception, few people remained standing on their feet. Siva was interested in why that guy had transported him through space. According to Goyu, it is better not to postpone their duel for later. Suddenly, he asked the black-haired man if he liked to play video games. Sivu said that he used to be interested, and Goyu asked about the genre of his favorite games. He just said that it was probably an action RPG. Immediately after this, a predatory grin appeared on the monster's face. He said that they had a lot in common, and Siwu suddenly noticed something behind him. Something caused nearby rocks to fly at him, and he dodged the attack. Suddenly, he noticed a block of ice appearing in the lake. But it didn't end there, and he began to run away from the next attacks. A multitude of similar boulders appeared above the lake and turned towards the guy. Goya was pleasantly surprised that the hero was very fast. Also, instead of running away, Sivu decided to first focus on his opponent. Goyu decides to take the next step, his hands becoming enveloped in a purple glow. When it comes to combat, Siwu's senses and talents are superior, but what matters most now is his ability to learn. Enemies who try to attack him in the same ways he has already experienced have taught the guy to be more careful. His decision is the lesson he learned today. The guy attacked his opponent with a beam of magic on the fly. His bracers helped him with this, because it is armor that releases the life force and energy of the wearer. However, he learned one more lesson. Even if it seems like the attack has hit the target, you should never relax prematurely. The created haze made it difficult for the guy to navigate the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, he realized that he was beginning to understand his own strength. Static electricity that runs through the body starts in the stomach. Intuitively, it seems that there is about 60% left. When he attacked strongly, about 10% was spent. Each small attack took about 3. The only catch is that if the mana runs out, magical exhaustion will occur. Suddenly, Goya praised his rival. He didn't think he'd have to use his spells so early. Sivu asked him if he really wanted to eat him. He doesn't know how to say it correctly, but he believes that Goyu has no desire to harm him. Longhair confirmed this guess because he was simply interested in what the main character had said earlier. A dialogue about the king of the monsters began between them. Goyu asked the boy if the rules for choosing a king seemed strange. What's especially strange is that this is just a tradition. Monsters are true to their instincts and don't care about the rules. Therefore, to prevent their violation, the ancient monsters created a precautionary measure, the king of monsters. The very nature of monsters leads them to disaster. That is why the ancients came up with principles, so that everyone would worship one person. Luckily, everything has been smooth sailing for the last 10,000 years. But the king of this generation was different. It would be like human leaders passing a law that no one in the world could eat meat anymore. Sivu said that in that case everyone would have protested. However, the demon world remained standing, and this proves loyalty to the king. And yet 600 years have passed and everyone's patience is running out. If the new king makes the same law, not everyone will be as obedient as before. Goyu agreed with this. Even if the king of monsters is the strongest, if the majority of monsters do not want to obey, then nothing can be done. In that case, the very concept of the king of the monsters will disappear into oblivion. This was his way of getting the point across to Sivu. Goyu understands what the guy wants to achieve, but he doesn't understand how the world of monsters works. The hero asked if he wanted the guy to take his words back, and Goya agreed. Longhair wants Sivu to come under his command. In this case, the hero will gain control over the Korean peninsula. Suddenly, the black-haired man asked if Goyu was really so confident in his abilities, and he said that he was probably the strongest of the current representatives. Suddenly, Sivu extended his hand to him and said that he accepted the offer. They shook hands. However, the hero unexpectedly said that he would not feel guilty. He passed magic through himself and struck Goya with a charge into his hand. Sivu did this because the long-haired man himself began their acquaintance in this way, with deception and mistrust. It wasn't hero-like at all. It was a different kind of goblin fighting. He used up all his energy and had very little left. But he did it not reflexively, but with cold calculation. The guy used a goblin siren, namely a mountain coup. He did it without delay, only with confidence and readiness. A loud impact sound resounded across the surface of the water. The blow was so debilitating that the hero could not stay on his feet. He noticed that his body kept shaking. His body cannot begin to recover from such an attack. Now that he has run out of resources, he cannot continue the fight. Goyu was able to defend himself from this attack using his water manipulation and freezing abilities. The long-haired man recognized the boy's talents. However, there was rage in his eyes, and he decided not to abandon the attempt to kill him just like that, asking the hero his last words. Sivu said that even if he had them, he would not have read them. Besides, he's not finished yet. If Goya thought that he would beg for his life, he was wrong. Hope still did not leave the guy's gaze. The long-haired man just chuckled and said that nothing would come of it since Siwu didn't even have the strength to stand. He extended his hand to the black-haired man. He thought it was an attack, but Goyu patted him on the shoulder and said that he had passed. Siva began to be praised for his resilience. In fact, Goyu just wanted to see whether he was worth rooting for or not. However, the main character was very puzzled by this reaction. Longhair explained that everyone wants to see the new king, but not everyone is eager for the night of the monsters. He has disliked the noise of the monster world since childhood. Compared to that world, the human world is very calm and quiet. They can also do a lot of things to keep themselves busy when bored, which they really enjoy. If people die out, then no one will produce all these things, and that is very sad. Sivu noted that he was speaking in the plural, which meant there were others. The black-haired man didn't understand why Goyu didn't want to be the new king, and he said with a smile that it was too much trouble. The Korean peninsula has every chance of winning, but whether Siwu will become king or not is a problem. Including Goya, all candidates are from prominent families. They all inherited unique skills from their ancestors, as well as special development techniques due to which the gap in strength only grows. It's like the difference between a poor person and a rich person in the world of people. Sivu asked how much pressure parents put on their children in their families. Goyu said that they are not being crushed, but rather pressed into the ground until they die. If someone has talent, the whole family clings to him and does everything possible to promote him as high as possible. And if the child is against it, then they are sent to the very bottom or killed. Sivu thought this was too cruel, but Goyu suddenly continued. He said with a smile that the black-haired one was a completely different matter. His talent is inherited from a famous bloodline, but he is not tied to a family or clan. Goyu has complete faith in the guy. Sivu was shocked by such zeal and said that he needed time to think. The long-haired man wanted to say something, but suddenly someone's paw was right next to his head. Without any pity for her adopted brother, Solmi slammed him into the ground. You could see on her face how angry she was. Sivu was stunned by such abundance of love in their family. The half-bird shot its brother off to the side as if from a gun. After flying a couple of 100 meters, he finally crashed into a tree. Solmi appeared before Siwu in all her beauty, using another technique. The black-haired man wanted to stop her, but it was too late. A whole volley of razor-sharp feathers flew towards Goya. After that, the only sound in the air was the soothing sound of waves passing along the lake. Sivu approached Solmi. She said that everything was fine and there wouldn't be a scratch on him. Goyu apparently dove somewhere into the forest to avoid being caught. And the girl explained that the one Siwa met was not really her brother because he had a split personality. The black turtle, according to legend, was born from a snake and a turtle and became one. However, if you trace their origin, it is generally accepted that she was a simple turtle. But they say that in the distant past there was a genius who understood why yin and yang are needed. He separated the yin and yang from his monster power and divided the yin monster power. As a result, he overcame all his limitations and awakened as a divine beast, and the first black tortoise appeared. After this, his heirs were born. But to become a full-fledged black turtle, one must go through very painful training. And the side effect is precisely the person with whom Sivu communicated. There is no malice in him, but he is very impulsive. The personality of the snake is very calm and cold-blooded. She is completely subordinate to the turtle, the person responsible for strategy and analysis. For some reason, her brother's snake was crazy from the start. Therefore, even when he was chosen as the family representative, many were against it. Finally, Solmi said that they had to go back. She saw his sadness and asked him not to worry about being late, but he said that was not what he was worried about. The veranda of his house was broken and his mother would worry about it. Suddenly, they both turned around in surprise at the voice that unexpectedly sounded behind them. There was a grandfather who said that everything here would be restored tomorrow. He looked at Solmi and said that she should go. The girl suddenly began to justify Siva, but the grandfather said that he already knew everything. She just needs to go so the three of them can talk. He apologized for such a sudden visit, but said that he needed to say hello to someone else. Solva stood in the hallway and said that he had a rather cozy house. Siva was very worried about whether she had received permission to go out. She said she was just dragged here. The old man said he wanted to share what happened that night. When it got dark, about 50 demons appeared in Siocho's soul. They were obeying someone and traces were left behind, so the old man thought it was a trick to lure Siwa out through Sol Mi. The girl had not yet left, and so she asked if this was really not their goal. Grandfather said that there may have been several targets. The reason was that at least 200 people disappeared from the streets and subways of Seoul. This is only formal, but in reality more than 500 people have disappeared. Solmi noted that perhaps a whole group of monsters was behind this. The old man agreed, but the problem was that the trail led to an unpleasant conclusion. It is impossible to calculate how many monsters have arrived here from other regions. And if they are not found within the shortest possible time, then people will start hunting 6 months before the festival. That's why he needs a monster willing to protect the land in exchange for an offer. If Siwu and Siolwa are ready, he will change the format of the festival. Their task is to find and kill those who invaded the peninsula as quickly as possible. This will be their test. A new day has arrived. The sun has already risen above the horizon. Yusin, who hadn't slept all night, was thinking that he shouldn't have let Siwa go like that. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't hear someone say that his phone was turned off. Siwu stood in front of him, nervously rubbing his head. He asked if Yusin had a minute to talk. Sometime later, they were sitting in a cafe where Siva was already being shouted at. The black-haired man told about his situation. Yusin looked dejected, and then asked if Siwa even knew what class he belonged to. He only said a few words, Shin Ryun Ki Go Su. This made the guy laugh because the name was so long, and Yusin said that each of these 5 words symbolized the status of a monster. The lowest is Su, that is the beast. Although they are dangerous, they are pitiful creatures, not much different from ordinary wild animals. Their main advantage is weapons and numbers. The problems start with classes above Su. The Go class has the strength of at least 100 people. Sivu asked what happened to the other 3. Yusin said that they possess catastrophic power and that he has not yet encountered such people. But key-class monsters should be 10 times stronger than Go. Go can turn a small town into a branch of hell, and it's better not to meet the rest at all. Yusin said that Siwa shouldn't be involved in this hunt and that he needed to somehow escape or stay at home. The guy was confident that he and his family could protect the city. Sivu asked what class the snake was. His friend explained that they were small fry and that their class was most likely an average Go, while the corpse he summoned was clearly stronger. If he could control even half of his strength, they wouldn't be sitting here now. And if Yusin understood the situation correctly, that bastard almost swallowed Siwa. Therefore, in Yusin's opinion, the black-haired man has an even lower status. This is the cause for concern because with such powers, it is better for Sivu to stay at home. In the midst of this heartfelt speech, the black-haired man suddenly wanted to say something. He said that if he met this snake again, it would not have a chance. A lot has changed during this time. In his opinion, he began to understand the power of monsters, and Yusin looked at him like he was an idiot. He suddenly stood up and said that Sivu needed to go with him. Today, he won't go to school because the black-haired man needs to get his limits hammered into his head. The action moved to the Olympic gymnastics arena. It was built to host the Seoul Olympic Games and is now known as a large concert dome. However, it has another purpose. Sivu was very surprised to find that there was a special underground area under the arena. This place was created by the government because there are other shamans and masters, not only Yusin's family. He said that since ancient times, those in power have kept powerful shamans at their disposal. It is possible that the first shamans created the very concept of the state. 666 years ago, the threat of monsters disappeared, but the Joseon family still established the Constellation Hall to train shamans. Monsters, festivals, and other such nonsense, all of this is recognized at the national level. But this is a secret, and many do not even take it seriously. Finally, it came down to practice, and Yusen called on Siwa to attack. He said that there were no restrictions or rules, and if the black-haired man could defeat Yusen, then he wouldn't worry about the hero fighting monsters. Sivu asked whether he would use a sword or a dagger. The guy replied that they could only fight under the current conditions. Shamans come in different forms, and the strong ones can often only demonstrate half of their skills without weapons. But Yusen can fight the Go class without weapons. In other words, if Siwu can defeat him, then he is a monster of a higher class. The prospect of fighting his friend made him very sad. His body began to tremble, and cold sweat began to flow from his forehead. However, all this suddenly turned into a rapid leap. His palm came dangerously close to Yusen, but the guy was able to reflect it without any problems. Due to the short distance between them, Yusen launched a counterattack. Each of his blows landed right on target. However, they did not have enough strength. So Yusen finished his combo with a strong kick. Sivu absorbed everything and flew back 10 meters. Yusen didn't even ask his friend if he was okay, because he understood everything the second he hit. He had already seen Sivu's regeneration, and since he wanted to save his friend by forcing him to pull himself together, he did not hold back. A moment later, Siwu was already standing on his feet, and there were no wounds on his body. The damage they inflicted was practically zero. However, Yusen himself could not boast of this, because it felt like he was hitting a brick wall. Sivu realized that his friend would not be hurt even if he did not control his power. And his friend Yusen realized that Siwu was a much more dangerous monster than he thought. The atmosphere in the room changed. The black-haired man moved first. He launched into a swift dash, wanting to grab hold of his opponent. Yusen noticed that Siwu had become much faster than before, but his attacks had not changed. As if in spite, the hero took an unexpected action, grabbing the guy by the hand. In response to this, Yusen hit him in the face with all his strength with his knee. However, this had no effect, and now he was flying upwards by inertia. Sivu noticed with surprise that his friend began to recite the mantra. The exorcist's body glowed blue, and he continued reading. Giving in to his reflexes, the hero let go of the hand and began to dodge. But it was already too late, and so Yusen was able to reach his friend with his incredible blow. He landed not far from the haze created by his blow. And when the fog began to develop, the guy was extremely surprised that he was now holding Siva in his hands. The stressful situation allowed the hero to summon the Goblin's club on his own. In fact, Siwu's overall condition was quite sad now. If we talk about physical endurance, then everything is not so bad, but the problem lies in spiritual energy. During the battle last night, he used up approximately 93% of his spiritual energy. Typically, this amount can be restored in a full day of rest. Moreover, in the earthly world, the process can take longer. Ironically, however, his current state greatly aided him in pulling out his Goblin Club. Although he lacks control over his body, his consciousness and senses are heightened, which allows him to remember that moment well. Yusen said he had read about batons in old documents and thought the strength described seemed exaggerated. Because from what he saw and felt, Sivu didn't really impress him, and he said that the documents weren't wrong. In response to the provocation, the hero decides to attack immediately. He also added that he doesn't think he's outperforming himself compared to last time. His club increased in size several dozen times and hit Yusen. He was able to defend himself using his enhanced state. He was already thinking that after such a blow, Sivu was exhausted, but suddenly something caught his attention. For some reason, Sivu grabbed the ceiling with his club and said that it might work. Yusen, looking dumbfounded, asked what he was going to do. The hero said that it would be difficult for him to fight up close, and therefore he had another option. If there's one thing Sivu knows for sure, it's that he won't be able to replicate the power of his last club. The size and strength are just nothing, not even half as much as last time. But there is something else, the ability to change shape, and he has enough cunning to use it. He spun his club, causing it to tighten into a knot like a ball, which was already flying straight towards Yusen's face. And it was a very strong blow since he had to defend himself using all his strength. The blow was so strong that Yusen's teeth began to crack from the strain, but he still managed to block the blow. Be that as it may, it was a normal blow from a club, and so Sivu prepared for a second one. The previous attack forced Yusin to reconsider his views. He quickly retreated back, dodging the attack. The club landed with a thud right where he had been. There is no noticeable difference in the aura compared to what it was before, but changing the form and manipulating it has increased Siwoo's strength. Suddenly, he turned to the black-haired man, asking if he really wanted to continue playing so dirty. He also said that he was not the most honest, but everything was within the rules. Besides, in a fight to the death, it is better to be mean than dead. Although the situation is a little strange, at the end of the day, they are just two teenage friends. A smirk appeared on Siwoo's face, and he said that Yusin should acknowledge his strength and apologize. His friend may be right, but his abilities are not enough for a fair fight. What can you do? Such phrases only provoked Yusin even more. He put on a scary grin and said that he had had enough of Siwoo's nonsense. Suddenly, right in front of him, the sound of a club hitting him was heard again. Their fight turned into a friendly brawl, and both were too carried away by it. The blows were heard more and more often in the hall, and Yusin tried to dodge them. He thought that Siwoo's attacks were getting faster and faster, but they were becoming more and more difficult to avoid. He manages to adapt to his martial art and speed. However, fatigue makes itself felt, and therefore some blows hit the target. Unfortunately for Yusin, their strength is a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, Sivu became worried that he might have hurt his friend. But it was in vain, because he managed to read the mantra and, in his strengthened state, grab Siva's club. And straight in the direction of the line of the club, he sent his magic arrow. The black-haired man clearly didn't expect such a counterattack. The arrow, with its furious force, tore off the club on which the hero was hanging. As a result, this attack put him at a disadvantage, since he could not maneuver in the air. He was forced to resort to desperate measures, attacking above the surface. But the attack wasn't quite so simple, as he threw the club at an angle so that the ball would bounce off the surface straight into his opponent's back. This move was quickly calculated, and Yusin managed to dodge. Currently, Yusin does not use any rituals to aid his fighting skills. As a result, he is unable to use most of his techniques. But even if he could, he would have a hard time controlling his power. By adding his own energy, he creates a weapon of divine power. Even if it's done hastily, the power it takes to defeat a yokai is astounding. He was able to simply cut through Sivu's club. The moment before the end, the reason why Yusin hesitated was because there was a friend standing in front of him. But the reason he followed through was the same. Having lost his weapon, Siwu attacked Yusin with his fists. However, he didn't have time to do anything, because the exorcist's sword passed straight through the hero's body. But a moment later, he realized that his weapon had literally passed right through him without causing any harm. That was why Siwu's fist didn't stop and hit Yusin's face with all its force. He fell and sprawled on the ground. Siwu's horn quickly retracted, and he asked why Yusin spared him. The lying guy explained that he had no intention of sparing anyone, as he had used all his powers of exorcism. If the enemy was a yokai, he wouldn't be able to withstand even the chai level, no matter how strong he was, just like how Siwu's club shattered. The problem is that the technology simply does not recognize creatures like heroes, like yokai. Tears appeared on Yusin's face, and he said sadly that Siwu was a fucking bastard. Some time passed. The two friends had already managed to leave the training ground. Yusin angrily said that Siwa should at least say something, because it was annoying that he was just silently getting nervous. The black-haired man asked him if his nose hurt, but he was interrupted. Yusin explained that he might not be a monster, but he had worked hard on his body and his broken bone would heal within a day. He also noted that Siwa held on to his final blow because if he hadn't, he would have been left without a nose altogether. The guy admitted that the hero had potential, and therefore he was no longer worried. But he still doesn't understand something, because he's only acting this way because of a promise. Suddenly, he took something out of his bag and asked Siva to take it. He handed him something that looked like flasks. It's a consumable item, something like a one-time bomb. It is enough to throw it or hold it in your hands, and then it will be activated. This made Siva worry, as he was grateful to his friend. He intuitively understood that the bombs were imbued with Yusin's energy. The other guy was surprised at how easily Sivu understood this. The black-haired man said he could feel the energy just by holding the devices in his hands. He explained that this energy was the same one that Yusin used in battle. The observation was correct. The accumulation-type Dharma weapon is mainly used by the Yusin family. When the shaman has time, he pours his energy into the treated pumpkin, so that in a critical situation he could use this magic. Yusin was extremely unnerved by the fact that Siwoo was able to look inside and determine the amount of energy in the gourd. He asked the black-haired man to extend his hand, and he obeyed. Although they say that you can tell a lot about a person's fate by looking at their hands, for the most part this is not true, but some things can be understood. And judging by what Yusin saw, Siwoo has a natural talent and one of unimaginable proportions. Although the guy wasn't sure of his conclusions, what he saw during the fight speaks for itself. If he weren't a monster, Yusin would have immediately told his father about it. But suddenly he thought that perhaps it was not too late, because Siwoo was both a man and a monster. However, his family may misunderstand him. A goblin with the talent of a shaman, that would be something. Finally, Yusin came to some conclusions in his head and said that Siwoo's life was too complicated. The black-haired man was very surprised by this statement, and Yusin changed the subject and asked if the main character was going to go to school again. He said that he needed to find a uniform. According to him, it seemed like even his feet had shrunk a size. Yusin reminded him of how his classmates would react to Siwoo's weight loss. The guy chuckled at this, but the hero did not share his mood. The exorcist said he was hungry. Siwoo suggested going to a restaurant, but Yusin didn't understand this because they could have eaten at that house. The black-haired one said that there would be problems with this. After all, there was a guest there at that moment. Besides, Siwoo will have to go somewhere after lunch. Suddenly, Yusin turned to his friend in a cold manner. He said outright that Siwoo shouldn't squeeze out things he didn't want to say. He also added that if the hero has things to do, then it's better for him to do them. Siwoo shouldn't think that he's some kind of criminal just because he's a monster. Sometime later, the main character was already walking somewhere between the houses. Having reached the right place, he was surprised by its appearance. The entrance to the building looked more like an abandoned building. Above the door was written the House of the Rising Dark Moon, which greatly puzzled the guy. And before he could knock, some tall man had already opened the door. Siwoo recognized a powerful monster in him. However, the man simply walked past. A figure appeared in the passage and joyfully greeted the new guest. It was a woman who introduced herself as the head of this house. The guy introduced himself to her and started to tell her something, but he was interrupted. The woman said that she had been waiting for him and therefore invited him to go ahead. There was some kind of dark fog inside. Siwoo moved slowly down the corridor and came out into the light. The fog cleared and something caught his attention. Suddenly, he found himself in a terribly beautiful and bright place. Some time later, he was already sitting with the woman at the table, and she was pouring tea. Finally, they started talking, and Siwoo thanked her for her hospitality. He was interested in where they were because it clearly didn't look like Seoul. The woman explained that the House of the Rising Dark Moon is separated from the human world. This house is a store that helps monsters get used to the human world. In fact, it was the old man who advised Siv to come here. Suddenly, the guy raised his finger and summoned his storage scroll. Opening the box, he asked if he could use the monster's money here, and the woman agreed and said that she would help with the purchase and exchange. By exchange, she meant that he could exchange coins for human money. At the current national exchange rate, 1 coin is equal to 3 million won. Siwoo was stunned by this information. After all, at that moment he had 40 such coins. The woman suddenly invited him to look at the goods. Calling her worker over, she ordered him to show Siwoo the demonic spirit pill. 3 types of pills were visible in the opened chest. The woman said that this was the most popular product in their store. The pill accelerates the recovery of the monster's strength. There is almost no monster mana in the human world, so there are problems with recovery. That is why these pills are of particular value. Siwoo became nervous and asked if there was a difference between them. The saleswoman said that the color of the container determines the class of the pill, with silver being the most expensive and black being the cheapest. The higher the class, the faster the recovery speed. Siwoo decided to buy a black one and eat it right away, but the woman warned that the effect would appear by nightfall. Monsters often argue about strength, but the main criteria are size and the speed of absorption of Naden. The size of the Naden is also called the total amount of the monster's strength. It increases with age and the number of creatures eaten. The speed of absorption depends on talent. High-ranking monsters take 3 hours to absorb the black pill, but with a half monster's body, not even half of it will be absorbed. But she didn't lie. If he absorbed her, then part of his Niden would be restored. According to Hongrion's assessment, the black pill is too big for Siwoo. However, after he ate it, the room suddenly became filled with light. The reaction was so violent that everything around the guy exploded. It was surprising because it only took a couple of seconds. The guy stood in the middle of a destroyed house and tried to cough. It was his third day of life as a monster. The effect of the low-level pill was much stronger than he thought. The action was moved forward a few minutes earlier. Some guy asked a man if he liked the drink. Dongwoo, the leader of the House of the Rising Dark Moon, described the composition of the drink to his guest. The guest behaved naturally and asked reproachfully when Hongriyun would arrive. The house leader became nervous and said that she was late because she had things to do. She is now with the guest the judge was talking about. He doesn't know the details, but they say he's a half-monster with goblin blood. The black-haired man was annoyed that grandfather Yuman was fussing so much with this half-breed. After all, that boy can't even be called a monster. Suddenly, he noticed that the leader of the house had become quiet, which angered him. He reminded the boy that he, too, was a half-breed loser. He also added that the House of the Rising Dark Moon is just a gathering of half-breeds. In his words, they are strange degenerates, neither human nor monsters, and this place exists simply so that they don't feel useless. The guy laughed at them and said a few more kind words. It was clear from the bespectacled man that he was angry, but he was able to contain this impulse. He took out the alcohol and politely asked if the gentleman needed another drink. The provocation failed, which somewhat upset the guest. He was wondering when he could go out, and the guy with glasses said that all the procedures and preparations would be completed today. All documents and housing in the human world were prepared for the black-haired man. The house leader also thanked him for risking his life for the people. However, the guest interrupted him and said that he did this out of disgust, because strangers had appeared who were taking too many liberties. Moreover, if he invests in the reputation of his species, his father will let him into the festival. Although he was born 100 years later than his brother and sister, he is not inferior to them in talent. He wants to catch up with his relatives in strength within the next 6 months. In response to the question of where Hongriyun was, the bespectacled man was about to follow her, but the black-haired man stopped him. He said that while he was in the human world, he wanted her to serve him. He needs it for some things, but the leader of the house was about to refuse. However, the master released his power and said that they were merchants and therefore had to fulfill their client's wish. The guy swallowed nervously, and the gentleman's phrase was interrupted by a loud bang. It was the sound of Siwoo's power exploding. Both boys were surprised by this and quickly turned their heads. That same explosion could be seen even from their window. Their dialogue was interrupted, and the black-haired man became curious about what was going on there. Like water, chi flows through everything that exists. And for living beings, similar water is a puddle that accumulates over time. The composition of this water and its uses are different, although the laws for different creatures are the same. Even if you take a larger plate, you will not fill it with more than it can hold. But that doesn't explain the explosion that happened to Siwoo. While the guy was rejoicing, the woman was wondering. She didn't understand how this boy had broken the simple laws of the universe. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice. The same gentleman who was indignant at the guy for releasing his power here approached Siwoo. Hongriyun wanted to stop him, but Yusung already wanted to teach the hero a lesson. She asked him not to be angry, but he simply shut her up. Without listening to the woman, he continued to be rude to her because she tried to stand in his way. Yusun had already passed his judgment because he thought that Siwoo had intentionally released his power here. The main character listened to this in silence. Hongriyun was about to fall to her knees, but Siwoo suddenly apologized. He said that he was not yet used to controlling his strength. Although Siwoo has a very modest and kind character, this time his Naden was filled to the brim for the first time. His body and mind were elevated, and for a moment, his character became more like that of a monster than a human. Siwoo told the guy in the blindfold that he was being too rude. With a smile on his face, the hero added that he was sorry that this had happened, but he would not tolerate insults. Suddenly, Yusun jumped into action. With one swing, he sent Siva flying. The blow was so strong that the guy landed on the floor with a loud bang. Suddenly, Yusun told Siwoo to listen to him. He said that it would not be a fight, but an education. According to him, this is a process of teaching the mud-blooded rabble proper manners. The young gentleman raised his palm sharply. And then Siwoo received a strong blow to the chin. Hongriyun wanted to stop their fight because violence is prohibited here. However, in response to her words, Yusun only launched 3 quick attacks towards her. The blows made the girl cough. The guy was so arrogant that he broke the rules without thinking. He said he thought she was the smartest dog around, but now she was a disappointment to him. Hongrian was very surprised that he didn't even touch her, but his attacks were of terrifying power. She recognized in them Heta's unique ability. As Yusun continued to rant, Siwoo rudely shut him up. He didn't like the fact that this pompous turkey was talking about manners, even though he had attacked the guy first. And instead of words, Siwoo suggested resolving their conflict by force. Yusun agreed with his proposal. However, not even a moment had passed before he suddenly tensed up. Siwoo suddenly went on a furious attack, repelling all of the enemy's attacks with his own hands. Yusun, like Hongrian, couldn't believe their eyes. After all, Siwoo had figured out his techniques. The young master was throwing small drops of water at him at great speed. The idea came to him when Yusun hit him with tea, and droplets the size of a fingernail suddenly appear out of nowhere. Siwoo realized that the boy was using moisture from the air or dew on the grass. He also added that he had already had a similar experience, and compared to what he's been through, Yusun is just an arrogant runt. Grinning in his enemy's face, he went on the offensive. His speed was so great that only streaks of purple mana remained in the air. While Yusun was digesting the words spoken, Siwoo was already next to him. There was pure rage in his eyes, and purple lightning was wrapped around his hand. However, the young master analyzed the situation and thought that Siwoo's fighting style was too primitive. Attacking the place where the guy was, he missed, and the hero moved down. This simple trick allowed Siv to hit the arrogant bastard right in the solar plexus. Hongrian couldn't believe her eyes. The educational measures unexpectedly turned against Yusun. The woman was shocked for a number of reasons. This was Siwoo's first encounter with Yusun, but he casually repelled his attacks. He also immediately realized that the enemy was reading his energy, and in an instant he strengthened it, hiding the direction of the attack, to immediately redirect it in the other direction, and then deliver just one but crushing blow. Of course, this is possible for strong types of monsters. However, this descendant of goblins appeared only 3 days ago. She couldn't understand how it could happen that a 3-day-old monster could become so strong. Siwoo had already managed to relax. He told Yusun to apologize and leave. Moreover, he hit Hongrian, who tried to stop the fight. No matter how you look at it, Yusun needs to get on his knees and beg for forgiveness. He wanted to add something else, but stopped abruptly. Using pure reflexes, he stopped an icicle flying towards his head with his hand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yusun straightened up and attacked his opponent. But Siwoo didn't fall for the trick, and so he calmly moved aside. Drawing his leg back, he prepared to counterattack. And after that, he suddenly kicked the guy so hard that he flew back 10 meters. Bouncing off the ground, his body hit the ground hard. Unique magic of the High Tai clan, pure autumn water, control over nearby water. This principle of magic is similar to the northern martial arts of High Tai, but they are different. With its help, you can increase water pressure to the maximum and use water as a weapon, because it works even with a grain of water. In the enemy's body, it can be used as a poison that destroys organs. Siwoo fell to his knees, and Yusun said that there was something interesting about monster regeneration. Losing an arm or a leg is a small thing, but in the case of poisons, recovery takes longer than you might think. Blood began to flow from Siwoo's eyes. Yusun said that he recognizes the guy's strength. But all this is only thanks to the hero's pedigree, and so he wants to show the difference between them. Yusun suddenly drooped when Siwoo spoke. A horn emerged from his forehead, and he angrily said that this runt was getting on his nerves. The young gentleman's face no longer radiated such confidence. He bit his lip in anger, and immediately after that he sent an attack at the enemy. His technique, a reservoir, extracts large streams of water from sources such as rivers. It is called advanced because water can be compressed so much that it violates even the laws of physics. Therefore, the real weight is hundreds of times greater than it appears. In addition, the speed and power exceed those of a fast-moving truck. At that moment, Siwoo released his club. He needs to focus on the future, not the immediate threat. If he chooses the right form, his strength will increase several times. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately realized what he needed. And after that, he raised his weapon to strike. And although there is no skilled swordsman here to imitate, he puts everything into pure wit. Moreover, his naden is filled more than to the brim, and so Sivu released so much energy that he could not have used normally. The water that was directed at the black-haired man splashed back towards Yusung. He reflected it calmly, but his face looked nervous. He parted the water to see the effects of his attack. However, what he saw greatly surprised him. Yusung couldn't understand where his opponent had gone, and immediately after that, someone fell into the water behind him. The guy wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Sivu mockingly suddenly recalled Yusung's words about the lost limb. And immediately after that, he quickly cut off the brat's 2 hands. Thus, he decided to teach him a lesson. Unbearable pain gripped Yusung's body. Besides this, he couldn't stand the sight of his hands lying on the floor. He dropped to his knees and began to scream hysterically. This reaction surprised Siwa, because Yusung himself said that he was a real monster, and therefore should be accustomed to pain. But he didn't answer him, looking into his eyes with horror. In response to this, Sivu kicked him again. The reason Yusung is shaking isn't because of pain. Haitai, a clan of divine beasts. One of them, the youngest, was always loved and adored, and so he was not used to the feeling that someone was so superior to him. Sivu extended his hand to him, and expecting another blow, Yusung could not stand it and began to apologize in tears. But the hero said that he was not the one who suffered the most here, because Yusung should apologize to Hongryun, who he inconvenienced. Sivu said that he should bow his head before her and ask for forgiveness, and the guy in the blindfold looked away. This made the hero extremely angry. He said that otherwise everything would turn out badly. Yusung immediately stood up and walked towards the girl. Approaching her, he knelt down and tearfully apologized. The action moved to the human world. The voice of the girl in Sivu's apartment commanded him to bring her food. Yawning, she suddenly realized that he was not at home. She was a little angry that he went off somewhere, leaving the guest alone. After this, the actions are transferred back. Murion, the head of the House of Cultivating Humility, came to the ruined house. The store manager apologized to the man, but he stopped him. The man understood that it was not his workers' fault, because the youngest of the Haichi clan had indeed gone too far. He was worried about Hongryun, but the bespectacled man reassured him. He also added that she was more shocked by the guilt of the situation itself. According to him, she didn't know that their client could have such an absorption rate. In response to this, the man asked where the guest was now. At that moment, the guy was sitting in the room and gradually cooling down. Unlike 3 days ago, this time he did not lose control of his body. He was rather enraged by his new power. Having released his mana, his emotions cooled down, and the so-called time of reflection quickly captured him. However, he thought that the fight was justified in any case. Cutting off Yusung's arm was necessary to nullify the effect of his magic. But what worried him was that at that moment he literally felt euphoria. Someone's voice tore him away from his thoughts, and in response to this, he allowed Hongryun to enter. There was a look of confusion on her face. Sivu, in turn, asked with concern if everything was okay with her after her injuries. The girl said that she was fine because the wound was not serious. The guy tried to find out if she was lying, but he was interrupted. Hongryun bowed to the floor in front of him and asked for forgiveness. However, Sivu could not accept this, as he rather blamed himself. The girl did not back down and said that she should not have offered the black spiritual pearl. The effect he needed could be achieved from others. Sivu suddenly realized that they were trying to deceive him, and the black one was probably the most expensive. Suddenly, Hongryun said that she was a half-breed. Such hybrids are not uncommon. Those born from such unions receive the qualities of both parents. They are neither human nor demons. In the case of most half-breeds, they can sense the energy of monsters, but cannot absorb it. Therefore, their situation is very pitiful. They feel an eternal thirst that they cannot quench. Even if they swallow medicine like the bright lotus pill, it will only wet their lips. That's why she envied Sivu. Among half-breeds, he is a real miracle. The dark elixir was not for her personal gain. She just saw that he had what she wanted so badly, and she decided to play a joke. She committed an act of fraud and incompetence as a salesperson, and therefore should be punished. Suddenly, she was interrupted. The man behind said that it didn't matter what the punishment was, because it would shift the blame onto the decision-maker. The girl was very frightened by the man's presence. He, in turn, said that he should apologize himself. After that, he invited Hongryun to go and entertain the guests. Interrupting their conversation, Sivu said that an apology was enough for him, and if possible, he would like to return the money for the black pearl. The man thought it was fair, and Hongryun stood up and bowed again. He also added that it was more of an excuse than an apology, but it was good that Siwoo took the pill. The guy agreed with this. After this, Donwoo suggested that the hero hold a reconciliation meeting later. He explained that Siwoo fought with Yusun, the youngest son of the Haitai tribe. Their tribe cannot disgrace its authority, and although this will not be a big problem, some misunderstandings may occur. So before things get any worse, they need to hold a meeting. Interrupting the man's monologue, the boy said that he understood. He also said that he did not have to go there or take responsibility for resolving the conflict. Although Donwoo wanted to object, the hero said that if they came to him, he would tell them what happened in his own words. It was Yusun who escalated the situation, and so Siwoo did what he had to. Basically, Hongryun and Yusung just need to apologize and the conflict will be resolved. However, Dongwoo said that Haitai should not be underestimated. In response, the guy said that he had already fought monsters stronger than Yusun. Besides, this will happen often because he wants to become the Demon King. Donwoo was surprised by this attitude. He wanted to warn the guy that it was better not to say such things out loud, but Siwoo only laughed it off. The man looked at the guy with some sadness. Siwoo said that he was afraid that people like Yusun would walk the earth. Donwoo realized that the hero did not want the monsters to break through, and so his face became serious and he said that he was very interested. This is the first time since the previous owner's time that his premonition has played out like this. Suddenly, he put something on the table. This is a gift that is usually given as an apology. However, he presents it as an investment. The action moves to the human world. Siwoo finally came home. The fox was very unhappy with his absence, for which he apologized. For some reason, she was wearing a tracksuit, and while the guy was gone, she got some information. While Siwoo was listening to her, he also greeted the bird, thinking it was Sol Mi. However, this bird suddenly pounced on him, pricking his eyes. Seolwa called him an idiot because he wasn't Sol Mi. After that, she scolded him because such a statement could offend her. Siwoo realized his mistake, and the fox said that this bird was sent by Sol Mi, who flew around at night collecting information. Over the past month, many people have gone missing in the city, especially in certain areas. And today they will hunt monsters in these same spots. And before that, Siwoo must prepare something. He was about to ask what she was talking about, but the girl suddenly hit him. The fox said she understood that the conditions here were not great. But does he really want her to walk around in his sweat-soaked clothes? Without listening to excuses, she ordered him to run and buy her clothes. Finally, they reached the department store. The girl was very surprised that people built all this without any magic. Siwoo was nervous because it was his first time buying clothes. It's not that he wasn't interested. However, there was always a problem. He couldn't afford to buy it until he lost weight. So it became a dream that lasted for years. His eyes lit up and he became greatly encouraged. Once again, this is the first time he buys clothes for himself. That's why he didn't even understand what he had gotten himself into, because I had no idea about clothing prices. As the saleswoman praised him for buying his girlfriend so many clothes, his face fell. At this time, Silva was trying on outfits. One of the outfits seemed pretty good to her, and she asked Siva's opinion. The sadness was evident on his face, but he was a little glad that he had managed to change the money. They bought clothes worth 2 million won, which couldn't help but upset Siwa. He was able to reassure himself that he would still have a chance to earn money, but the girl suddenly called him to buy something else. The hero had already gotten scared, but she said that he needed to buy something other than just one outfit. There was sadness in his eyes because he had already spent a lot of money. But suddenly, the girl told him to hold out 2 palms to her. In response to this, she put something in his hands. Having examined this something, Siwoo saw 10 gold coins in his hands. The girl did not understand his reaction and thought that this was not enough. She added that if he needed more, he could say so right away and keep the change. Even though it was a simple gesture of gratitude, Siwoo looked at her as if she were a goddess. Solva enjoyed this reaction and called him to go further, and the hero tried to come to his senses after what he had seen. Then they started trying on outfits. For every image of the girl, Siwoo happily said that it suited her very well. A little later, they were already leaving the store, and the guy said that he was a little surprised. This is Solva's first day in the human world, but she chose her clothes as if she already had a formed taste in clothing. The girl explained that it was all because of Sol Mi. She thinks it's interesting, so she carries it all around as a gift. However, the hero noted that Seolva had nevertheless read all of these magazines. Suddenly, someone nudged Siva with their shoulder. The man immediately apologized to him. It was clear from his face that he didn't do it on purpose, and that he regretted it. Solva said that this is why she came to Earth. People have degraded. That guy pushed Siva by mistake, and everything was settled after one look. In the world of monsters, everything is different. For something like that, the guy should have been crippled at the very least. However, the hero did not understand why he should do this. The girl explained that if the monster behaved pathetically, he would be called a weakling. And if they look at him like that, then he will become harmless. She suggested that he let Haitai go too easily, and she was spot on. She found out about this because of the dog smell that came from Siwoo. She also guessed that it was the youngest of their family, and the hero asked if she knew him. The girl explained that she had once fought with his relative. It was about 20 years ago. There were rumors circulating around Seolva, which were taken advantage of by the woman who was 100 years older than her, and who started the duel. This was surprising to Sivu, but the white-haired girl pretended as if it meant nothing. She tore that woman to shreds, and she hasn't seen that guy since then. In any case, the point is that if you are going to win, you need to do it with confidence. It's harder for Siva to understand this, but the more violence you inflict, the less you receive. He bowed deeply and thanked her. But Seolwa added that he needed to be prepared to kill everyone he met here. At this time, the couple was running down the street. The girl hurried her boyfriend to catch the train. However, suddenly she stopped feeling the stranger's hand in her hand. This puzzled her, and she turned around. But surprisingly, she didn't see her boyfriend nearby. He simply disappeared. This scared the girl extremely, and she began to ask him not to joke about her. At that moment, some girl with a piercing was sitting at the bar. What infuriated her was that this was already the 20th guy she had eaten, and they all tasted disgusting. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She noticed that some child turned to look at her and looked strangely, and she noticed his gaze. For a moment, the child's face was distorted in horror. The girl decided to tease him by taking the bloody glasses out of her mouth. The child could not contain his emotions and screamed loudly. The girl turned away to drink her coffee, and the child's mother tried to calm him down. Suddenly, someone addressed the monster, addressing him as if he were a puppeteer. It was the guy with glasses who said they needed to talk. The girl explained that he takes too seriously the rule that the upper world is his territory and the subway is hers. She didn't understand why they, relatives, had to separate, and the guy explained that the underground monsters of these territories had tracked them down. The girl said that the broker's conditions were not to fight with the local monsters. However, the guy said that they just need to not create problems. In other words, anything is possible as long as they don't make a fuss. A month has passed since the beginning of their hunt, and those monsters have only now become active. The monsters in this region are no good. However, this gives them the opportunity to freely devour people. The boy asked his sister for help in fighting 2 local monsters. The action shifted to Sivu, who realized that Seolwa had come here for more than just clothes. This is the department store where people disappear most often. These monsters won't escape because this is their hunting ground. But she was irritated by the fact that they weren't running, but just sitting here. Her thoughts were parallel to that guy's thoughts, because they both wanted to show that their rivals were not the masters here. The large number of people in this department store does not depend on popularity. There is an intersection of 3 metro lines here. There is also a bus terminal that connects Seoul with other regions. These 3 elements create the center of Seoul. If several people go missing here, no one will notice. And yet the monsters don't even need to avoid the cameras. If someone disappears in such a crowd, many will simply think they imagined it. Solva isn't sure, but judging by the tracks, there are 4 hunters here. And it seems to her that they divided the city into 3 sections for hunting. Sivu thought, wouldn't it be better to tell the judge about this? Because there really are a lot of monsters here. The girl said that the option was not bad, but in this case there would be no fight. The monsters provoke them, which means they have an escape plan. If someone else interferes, they will simply disappear. Also, unlike them, Siwoo and Solhwa must obey the law. It will be more difficult for them to chase without harming people, and most likely the monsters will use this advantage immediately. Siva was annoyed that the place was full of people almost 24/7. However, Seolwa said that this would not be a problem. The action moved to the roof of the Brendan department store. A girl asked where Madeira was. The guy with glasses said that she left because she didn't want to get involved in it. Madeira said she wasn't interested in fighting and liked to relax. Her brother tried to convince her that the 4 of them would definitely be enough. To her, it sounds like he's asking her to play 50-50 roulette. She understands that he is unhappy, but she does not trust those he has found in their company. This mistrust really infuriated the guy, but the girl decided that she wanted to leave their system and find a new place to hunt. It was easier for her to run away than to fight. She wished Ray good luck and went on her way. 2 girls who were allies of Ray expressed dissatisfaction with Madara. However, he said that nothing had changed because she was not very strong. Little One said that the 3 of them could handle it, but she didn't think Madara would refuse, given her love for devouring people. The other girl was wondering what they would do with these 2 new monsters. Ray said he had prepared a hideout from which they would hunt in the same area. They will do the same thing and kill the monsters that are chasing them. They have a geographical advantage, because if they get lost among people, they won't be killed. However, the Little One noted that it would be more profitable for those monsters to kill a couple of people, but get to them. Ray said that's why they need to absorb as many people as possible. He urged Bai-Ran and Wei-Ran to think about the humiliation their family had suffered. They will be able to return home when they become strong enough. Together, they will be able to control the monsters of all the Central Plains, or even rule the next era and become the kings of the monsters. But after this heartfelt speech, they heard the words of the spell. Under the influence of Solva's magic, they all felt an unprecedented pressure. They were surprised by the sudden appearance of the monster force that engulfed the entire building. And then a voice was heard. All the people were under hypnosis, and Solva ordered them to go home. Her innate magic, Violet Whisper, allows her to subtly persuade the creatures around her. The effect is stronger the greater the difference between the monster's strengths. This ability is difficult to use from a distance, and only the exceptional genius of monsters could cover the entire department store. Ray just felt her from the floors below, which means that Seolwa jumped up to them in an instant. The girl said she could smell them even from outside. She quipped that she found it hard to even breathe around them. However, Ray stopped Bai-Ran's angry outburst, saying that she was provoking them. He sent Wei-Ran down. They need to catch them both, so she has to deal with the boy. The girl was happy that the main character would be hers, and she immediately disappeared from their sight. Seolwa said that it was a bad decision, because if Wei-Ran had run away, she would have saved her own life. Bai-Ran thanked her for her concern with a smile. Ray understood that Seolwa was incredibly strong, but they hadn't stood still this month either. They have eaten about 1,000 people in the last month. The guys already thought that they could handle it, but suddenly they were bound by an unknown force. Seolwa was amused by how naive they were. Taking their impulse into account, she decided to see what they were capable of. The action moved to a department store. A woman stood under hypnosis and banged her head against the wall. Suddenly, a hand fell on her shoulder. It was Sivu. He asked if she was okay, and she woke up from hypnosis. He explained that there was an alarm and that she should leave, but she was worried whether he had seen a child here just above her. The guy explained that her grandson was on the first floor looking for her. The grandmother calmed down and went to look for her grandson. Sivu remembered that Seolwa said that her magic wasn't perfect, and therefore there might be someone left in the department store. He needs to walk around the building and look for the remaining people. He met about 7 people, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. It was Wei-Ran who walked towards him and said that his aura was quite weak, since she had to look for him for a long time. Sivu immediately got into a fighting stance. The girl smiled at him and suggested that they pretend they didn't see each other and go their separate ways. She said she came to consume it, but it didn't seem to be very nourishing for her. Besides, she likes guys like him. She found more and more excuses not to eat it. The girl said that in 6 months they would not be hungry, and therefore she wanted to become friends. This proposal shocked the guy. Suddenly, he asked if she had come from below. She understood what they were talking about and remembered that old woman. Bai-Ran saw both the grandmother and her grandson, and therefore ate them. She smiled and was about to say something, but she was not allowed to finish. A strong, sharp blow hit her right in the face. From the impact of such force, her head turned almost 180 degrees. The guy's emotions were understandable, since he had only recently helped these people. The girl flew several dozen meters from this blow and crashed into a wall. Sivu thought he had it all figured out, but that was not the case at all. Monsters eat people. The last 3 days have been pitch black. But now he understood who the monsters were and how dangerous they were. and so it was only at that moment that he finally realized it. For ordinary people, monsters represent a disaster. The girl came to her senses and said that he could have been more gentle. She was also surprised by how strong this guy was, and by the looks of it, it's quite tasty. Suddenly, the guy said he felt relieved. He suddenly went on the offensive and made a dash. His blow passed his opponent's defense, and he hit the girl hard in the side with his knee. And then he explained that instead of thinking that he liked it, he would think that he just wanted to eat. It wouldn't be so disgusting. Beitan had a hard time fighting against him, so Siwoo took advantage of his advantage. Her body simply flew between the floors of the department store, breaking through the ceilings. Having sent her down to the floor below, he found a little time to catch his breath. Then he went down to her and she sat and laughed. She smiled and said that he made a laughingstock of her. Suddenly her gaze caught on something. She couldn't understand what she saw in front of her, and there stood Siwoo, who had released his club. Beitan was surprised, as she had never seen anything like this before, and asked if this was unique magic. Siwoo gave her a short yes and drew his weapon back. He struck forward and his club lengthened, heading straight for Beitang's face. His weapon flew faster and faster. However, after a moment, Siwoo's face distorted. Beitan recovered completely in a second and stopped the club with her ugly hand. She pulled it toward herself. Her power was so great that the guy could not resist. That's why he couldn't hold on to the club and it simply flew away. He realized that it wasn't just power because the girl instantly recovered and also blocked the baton. He was distracted from his thoughts and he prepared to defend himself. He placed both hands in front of him and a stream of purple power flew into them. His hands simply flew back and the girl was already going on the full offensive. She slashed her clawed hand straight ahead. But suddenly surprise appeared in his eyes. The guy was able to dodge and grab her hand, and immediately after that, counterattack with your knee. Then he put his foot back and tensed. Turning around 180 degrees, he threw his hand over his shoulder and sharply stretched downwards. The girl flew over him with her whole body and flew straight into the wall. However, this did not affect her much, and she suddenly said that if he saw her in her real form, he would run away without even starting a fight. It's her unique magic. Her legs and arms look like that, but her face and torso are just disgusting. However, the hero noted that the problem is not how it looks. The girl understood him and agreed that it smelled like a decomposing corpse. Her species is called Yakuija. They are created to devour humans. Even the naturally strong Yovid of her kind mostly survived by scavenging corpses in war, but now their species is on the brink of extinction. Humans are tasty and nutritious for other monsters, but for her, they are the only food. Because of this, most of their species starved to death. Her parents were also killed in the human world because they broke the law. She doesn't really remember them, so she's not sad. But it breaks her heart when she sees her older brother and sister. The three of them lived in the shadow of the human world. Due to their powerlessness, they could not maintain their human shell and therefore lived in the sewers. But now everything is different. Now she is cute and beautiful. Besides, in her opinion, eating people is not such a mistake because they did it before the law and will do it after. Now she has no intention of stopping. She liked Siwoo, and so she once again suggested that he pretend that they hadn't seen each other. However, the hero explained that he is not a monster and hopes that this law will work forever. So instead of this nonsense, he suggested just fighting. The girl became a little sad and said that she understood. Her sadness immediately disappeared and now she was attacking the guy. He was caught by a right hook that he was unable to dodge. Now Weiran has become even stronger and faster. Siwoo has the qualities of a monster, but he is special. With his bloodline and talents, he has become much stronger in a short period of time. However, in this situation, his enemy is several times faster than Siwoo's learning speed. The difference in strength between their species is very noticeable. However, there is a factor that erases any difference in strength. The girl was enveloped in power and she said that she had almost mastered her new power. For monsters, human flesh is like an elixir, but with many pleasant bonuses and no side effects. Over the past month, the constant consumption of flesh had made Weiran's growth so significant that she herself didn't realize it. The girl asked Siva to use that spell and he suddenly opened his inventory. She said that among all the attacks, she was the strongest. The guy said he wasn't sure about that. Gathering his mana in his hand, he sent it towards the girl. She simply dodged and thought that this was his limit. and that means all that's left for her to do is kill and devour him. Sivu was defeated and all his clothes were covered in blood. Weiran said she wanted to know his name before he died, but did not wait for an answer. Depending on the fighting style, there was a good chance of winning. However, even so, his failure to draw his club was a gamble with his life at stake. Suddenly, the guy grabbed her hand and he won this game. The action moved back a couple of hours. Siwu told Seolwa how he fought with the black turtle. Even though he put all his strength into it, there was no particular effect because he tried, but he was constantly relaxed. His blood is thicker than water, and his strength and skill in controlling it are exceptional, and in a fight he is impeccable, which is what makes him the best of the best. Even if you look at monsters 500 years old, there are few on the Korean peninsula that can compare to him in strength. Siwoo asked if Seolwa could defeat him, since she was also 500 years old. But he immediately realized his mistake. She smiled and said that she would win because she was the strongest. She asked what he was doing in the fight with him. He explained that he tried to use the tools he received from Sol Mi. However, he did not see any shock or anything like that in him, and the girl asked if he was standing still. She explained that when Siwoo used his technique, he either stood still or the guy played on the surprise. The protagonist agreed with this, and Seolwa said that he was unable to harm his opponent not because of the difference in skills. After all, magic doesn't make everyone equally invulnerable. The action has moved to the present day. Solva said she understood what was going on. Her opponent looked very bad and he asked what she meant. She explained that she knew it would be like this and so she left something just in case. Although these monsters have managed to become stronger, at this level they only slightly resemble him. In the fight with Sivu, she had to get 4 tails, but here she only has 3. She wondered how many of them there were on the Korean peninsula. She didn't understand how so many monsters came from outside and who was behind it. However, Ray didn't understand why he should tell her this. But she said they had broken the law, and so they needed to stop pretending everything was okay. Therefore, if they want to save life, they need to cooperate with it. Ray's nerves gave way and he assumed his true form, saying that he refused. Now a powerful energy emanated from him. And judging by this energy, he can now be considered strong even by Chi standards. Without wasting a second, Ray went on the attack. In response, Seolwa began to chant a spell to summon the Demon King's feet. In the place where Ray had been, a huge inhuman leg appeared. Her opponent was simply crushed, and she said that with such primitive brute force, he would never have defeated her. After all, power lies not in the force itself, but in how you use it. Suddenly, Seolwa noticed a bird on her shoulder which said that she looked cool. The white-haired girl was interested in how long ago she had arrived here. Solmi transformed into human form and said that she had just arrived. However, Seolwa was worried about how bad her friend looked. She also explained that she had not slept since the previous night and had been running around the kingdoms of monsters and people. Raising a pitiful gaze to Seolwa, she asked for salvation. She said she had been gathering information, passing on messages and so on, but the work hadn't diminished. So she asked the white-haired girl to enchant a couple of people, and she asked what she meant. Suddenly, Solmi felt a vibration in her legs. She asked what was going on, and Seolhwa said, "Siwoo, he's probably fighting right now." Solmi was indignant because the monsters here were too strong for him. However, Seolhwa said that without such experience, he would not become stronger. Besides, he's a goblin, so his very nature wants a fight. If he doesn't fight every battle for them, then Solmi just wants to block his way. Moreover, there is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Ziwu was fighting with Wei Ran in full force. She couldn't understand why she couldn't defeat him. No matter how much she hit him, he still didn't fall, and each time he got back on his feet. Her attacks hit the mark dozens of times, but something changed in him at that very moment. The girl began to feel scared. Not everyone speaks Goblin Shittim. Unlike the club, this is a privilege only a few possess. Goblins are born with instinctive fighting skills. However, if it was simply a technique that relied on strength, it would not be called a magical ability. Therefore, they are known not only as monsters that fight well, but as monsters that cannot be defeated by fighting. And the guy realized it. He apologized for realizing something and getting carried away. Now he called on the girl to end it all. If the blow cannot be neutralized, there must be a movement that will soften it. The girl pounced on him, grabbing him by the head and neck. And taking advantage of the pause, she decides to return what she received earlier. After that, she suddenly hit the guy in the head with her forehead. However, her face distorted as the blow had no effect. The whole point of his tactic is to minimize damage by redirecting the enemy's power. However, that's not all. You can not only reduce the damage received, but also release it at the point of contact with the body to neutralize it. Goblins call it a root, just as it is difficult to break a tree with strong roots, so it is not easy to move a goblin who has understood the root, in case he stands firmly on both feet, minimizing the damage received. It increases the power of the goblin Assyrium and goes beyond its previous limits, and only then can he show his true strength. Sivu braced his feet on the floor and threw the girl over himself. Wei Ran slammed his body into the floor and fell down again. An unprecedented roar arose in the building. This time the impact was so strong that her body flew down several floors. Sivu followed her to finish what she had started. Finally, he landed on the first floor. The girl lay there, breathing heavily and saying that she wanted to ask him for a favor. She wanted him to finish her off in this state, because soon her strength would run out and she would turn into her original form. However, Sivu said that he would not let her die, because she needed to give a lot of testimony about other monsters. She felt sad that this was the only reason he wanted to keep her alive. Suddenly, the guy felt something and turned around sharply. He didn't even have time to put up a block, and someone's energy pierced his body. At that moment, Solmi explained that it had recently become clear that among those who had crossed the border, there were several monsters from the mainland. Solwa asked how strong they were, and her friend said that they had all the necessary skills, but there was a nuance. Out of pride, they sent an assistant with a particularly high reputation in the monster world. And apparently, this is a direct descendant of one of the great bloodlines. This was the monster that attacked Siwa, namely the granddaughter of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. The attack was not directed at him, which meant that this girl was not an enemy, and so he decided to introduce himself. However, she stopped his speech, saying that she didn't care. He recognized in her not a Korean monster, but she continued, saying that behind the guy there was a sinner who deserved to die. She might turn a blind eye to it once, but he won't get a second chance. And at that moment, she pulled out one of her hairs. She later added that if he didn't want to die with this creature, he should back off. After this, the girl blew on her hair and it flew forward. There was something about this action that made the boy afraid. There was a loud explosion that hit Siva directly. The girl thought that this would be enough. However, the guy covered himself with his hands and was able to protect Wei Ran from the explosion. He realized that if this had happened 30 minutes ago, he would already be dead. The shockwave was executed perfectly. However, for the young stem and roots of a tree named Choi Siwoo, the impact of such force proved to be very difficult to withstand. At that moment, he thought that he would no longer be able to block the same blow. Although the girl was surprised that he was still standing on his feet, she won't feel sorry for him next time. She pulled out one of her hairs again. And later, there was another loud explosion. However, something surprised the girl. A moment later, she saw a huge hand flying towards her in front of her. It might have seemed that the blow had hit its target. At that moment, Sivu was sitting, trying to come to his senses. A demonic hand saved him from that terrible explosion. And nearby, Seolva was already standing, dissatisfied with what she saw. She immediately asked who the girl standing in front of her was. She was sent from China, and instead of catching those she was ordered to, she decided to fight with some small fry. Solhwa, with an angry expression on her face, ordered the girl to explain herself. Unless, of course, he wants to die. The white-haired girl also asked if Siwa was okay. He said that he was not seriously injured, and in response, he heard a question about what was happening to that creature now. But he was interrupted, and Seolwa said that it didn't matter, and she suddenly turned to the Chinese woman. Apparently, there was some reason why she almost killed Siwa, and Seolhwa was very amused by the fact that the visiting girl was trying to do everything carelessly. She also said that she didn't want to go to the Korean peninsula, but everything turned out to be even worse than she thought. Nobody here understands the problem. Seolwa took this as a challenge and grabbed her nail. They decided to talk in their own language, in the language of power. There were only moments left before the battle between these two monsters began. But then Sol Mi appeared and stopped them. She said that the Chinese woman is a guest, and therefore if a conflict arises, it must be resolved and not fought. The girl scolded Seolwa, but she couldn't even come up with an excuse. Now Solmi turned to Xiaohuai, saying that she had been sent to help. She was the first to use magic, and therefore the blame initially lies with her. Even if Siwoo was rude, a fight between monsters without the intervention of a magistrate is a crime. And as a representative carrying the word and will of the magistrate, she cannot turn a blind eye to this. Solhwa turned to Siwoo, saying that this was amazing. Even if Sol-mi is an errand girl, not everyone can be the magistrate's errand girl. She's a candidate who wants to eat the sky, but other guys wouldn't last a day in her role. Among those to whom she must convey the magistrate's words are absolutely monstrous creatures. To convey unpleasant news to people like them, and not to be afraid, but to stand proudly. For those with weak will and spirit, this may seem too much, and conversely, even if she meets someone very strong, she should not be indifferent to injustice. Xiao Huai retreated, saying that she had indeed lost her composure a little. But she refused to prove anything to them. She came here to punish sinners, but with her own methods, so it's better for others not to get under her feet. This answer outraged Seolva. However, Sol-mi's whole demeanor showed that she had better shut up. Be that as it may, the destruction went according to plan. The girl thanked Siva for his help. However, he was worried that there were still many such places, but Sol-mi said that they were not the only ones hunting now. People like Goyu have now entered the human world and are fulfilling a mission. The girl hopes that today everyone will manage to catch at least most of the strangers. Sol-mi also explained to Seolhwa that both monsters and humans are doing this now. Grandfather said that direct cooperation did not work out, but they came to an agreement regarding the zones. In the south, monsters hunt. In the north, people. The action moved to Seoul, Cheonggu Namsan. The masked shaman sat and sighed heavily. Suddenly, someone asked him why he decided to do everything himself. It was Jisoo Yeon, the free shaman's assistant, who said she would follow him. However, he said that he could handle it himself, since there were already not enough people. Besides, it was more convenient for him alone, but the girl stood her ground. Yusin suddenly took off his mask and told the girl that he had never asked her for anything. That was why he was just now asking Soyeon not to interfere in his fight. Taking a break from the conversation, the girl said that the monster behind the guy was quite large. She guessed that it was a key-class monster and was the leader of the group in Namsan. However, Yusin said that this is not the case and it is a rather average monster. The girl thought that there were about 10 of these monsters in Namsan. A shiver ran across her skin and she realized how quickly Yusin was growing. He is truly the first genius in centuries to reach the level of Zen at such an age. The assistant finally got down to business and said that the guy needed to report to the police commissioner, but Yusin wanted to sleep, since nothing special had happened today. She objected, saying that he was talking nonsense because by civilian standards this matter was a disaster. Even if they control the media, it is not a 100% guarantee that the matter will be hushed up. Yusin said that she was winding herself up, but the girl stood her ground. The guy finally gave in and said that he understood everything and started talking about how the weekend had finally arrived, but the girl interrupted him. She said that Yusin needed to be at Incheon Airport at 7 in the morning, which made him very angry. The request came from the famous Onmoji family in Japan. The guy desperately asked why he had to go, and the girl explained that it was necessary for the levels to match. The head's children come here. They are his heirs. They arrived in the morning, and one of them said that even the air here was different. Apparently, this was their first overseas voyage. That's why the brother advised his sister to be simpler and hope that everything will be fine. A little later, Yusin arrived with his assistant. The girl was indignant that the guy started messing around with the translator too late. But Yusin was more concerned that this was the first precedent of shamans and Onmeiji working together. However, Soyeon said that this had happened before during the Japanese colonial period. Then 2 Onmeiji arrived from Japan, who later worked with Korean shamans. They were able to capture the supernatural creature that was causing all the commotion, but problems arose in the process. The atmosphere was far from friendly, especially between one couple. It got to the point where one was ready to kill the other, and the damage they received from the skirmish was greater than what they received during the exorcism. The thing is that their methods are very different from each other. Therefore, the girl warned Yusin to be careful, but the guy said that if he didn't like something, he would just leave. Suddenly, Soyeon saw the arrivals. Since they sent the photo, they probably know their faces too. The dyed-haired blonde suddenly noticed them. Yusin was about to start getting indignant, but the girl interrupted him, saying that she would immediately agree that they looked so-so. The blonde walked towards them. Their eyes met, and there was a sly smile on the Japanese man's face. Yusin was nervous, but decided to say hello. However, the Japanese interrupted him, bowing and greeting him in return. He thanked his colleagues for coming to meet them, and Yusin's face showed surprise. The guy was a little embarrassed and said that his name was Kira Yoshihiro and he was 16 years old. Yusin was pleasantly surprised by his Korean language skills, and he said that he had been studying it since middle school. After shaking hands with his colleague, Yoshihiro also asked his sister to say hello to them as well. But her reaction was a little different because she was very shy. After taking just one glance, she immediately looked away and greeted the Koreans. Yoshihiro didn't really like this reaction. He apologized to his colleagues, saying that his sister was not good at social interactions, and said for her that her name was Yuzuru and she was 2 years older than him. Yusin said that it was nothing to worry about, but he made a mental note not to judge by the cover. After all, our Japanese colleagues take more risks. Sometime later, they were already riding in the assistant's car. The Japanese had booked a hotel in central Seoul, so she said that if they didn't like the place or the hotel, they should let her know. Yoshihiro said that everything was fine and they were already grateful that they found something for them. Later, Soyeon looked at Yusin, clearly hinting at something. He immediately understood everything and asked the guys about the purpose of their visit. He heard that it was an exchange trip, but he didn't know the specific purpose. They need to know for sure so that there are no misunderstandings later. Yoshihiro sighed steadily. They came to investigate a monster may have escaped to Korea and they would like to expel it. Yuzuru was surprised at how easily he told about it. However, the brother said that everything was fine, because this was their land and it would be wrong to hide the information. Yushin had already started asking if it could be a dangerous spirit-class monster, but Yoshihiro said that it wasn't yet. Moreover, in Japan, monsters are divided into 4 categories. Demonic beasts, animals that have lived so long that they have gained sentience, vengeful spirits, human souls that have received magical powers due to resentment or attachment, tsukumogami, spirits of old objects which are also called monsters. And unlike the others, the 4th, energy monsters are called spirits, and there is one exception among them. They call him Tatarig, which means dark god in Korean. Soyeon became nervous and explained that it was a monster that didn't fit into any category. It was created from nothing. It is still unclear how they appear, but it is believed that they arise from the negative emotions of beings in both worlds. There is a division between them, but there are never 2 dark gods in one era. Form and abilities vary, but everyone has incredible potential for growth and a thirst for it. Records show that they are incredibly intelligent from birth and grow by eating. In the past, when a dark god appeared, great chaos ensued and monsters would unite with shamans. Yoshihiro added that it is still unknown what species this dark god belongs to. However, thanks to divine prophecy, they already know that he has been born and is heading west across the sea. Finally, they arrived at the hotel and said goodbye. Soyeon asked Yusin what he thought about it. He said that all measures must be taken, because if this is true, then there is no worse problem now. The girl meant something else, but the guy said that she should understand what it meant. While he was killing monsters last night, he wondered if there was someone behind them. Each of them is an ordinary monster and their destruction is only a matter of time. However, he suggests that they have some other purpose. Perhaps the goal is to fill the streets with weak monsters and distract attention. The girl agreed with this. And Yusin said that the dark gods might be involved in this. The reason for this is that it is not only their monsters that are here. Monsters are increasingly flocking to Korea from Japan and China, so there is a chance that a dark god has made its way here. However, they appear too rarely, and therefore perhaps they worry in vain. But we can't relax, because the dark gods from other regions could already have become stronger. They will be completely different from the monsters they encountered last night. Probably someone like the Yin and Yang masters came here to capture these gods. Yusin hopes that these are just his worries. The action moved to Mount Moya, Seoul. Sivu came here for training because there are few people here. Seolwa said that it didn't matter, because this wasn't a department store with a lot of onlookers. And if the number here is controlled, then everything is fine. Solva looked at him understandingly. She assumed that he couldn't sleep because of the people who died yesterday. The girl reassured him, saying that she thought it wasn't his fault. He agreed, but he still wondered if there was anything he could do. Actually, that's exactly why she invited him here. From now on, she will teach him as she should have before. His newly acquired skill might not be as strong as hers, but it still needs work. So she encouraged him to pull himself together, and he agreed and gained confidence. However, before that, something else was needed. Sylva moved sharply towards the guy. He reacted late and began to fall backwards. The girl managed to catch it with her hand. His gaze was confused, and Seolhwa told him that he should not get distracted. Having assumed an embarrassing pose, she began to use her magic. And after that, she ordered him to relax and let go of his power. Smiling slyly, she began to hypnotize him. The aroma of an unknown flower and the subtle scent of peach crept up unnoticed. A disorienting sensation and a heart that beats as if after an intense run. The guy closed his eyes, and when he finally opened them again, he recognized the landscape unfolding before him. Sylva stood behind and suddenly said that it was all an illusion. This place, the depths of his mind, and what he sees and hears are based on his memories. Sivu felt relieved and then asked if the girl in front of him was real. She said that now he is talking to the real her because she has a special trick for him. One of their unique spells is Violet Whisper. Through the senses, it introduces false stimuli into the brain, which creates hallucinations. However, that is not all. By opening the path of reason, they temporarily united their consciousnesses. To put it simply, she came to visit him temporarily. The results of their future tests are of interest even to her. So she decided to see how he would stand up to this guy. Suddenly, a copy of Sivu began to form from the shadows. The hero couldn't believe his eyes. But it wasn't just a copy. It was a copy of a guy when he lost control of himself. It cannot be said that he is now the same as before, but it is still a copy from his memory. And also the memories of the guy with whom Seolhwa herself fought. She asked Sivu if he was interested in the difference between his power and his copies, but he said he wasn't sure. Seolhwa also added that the copy's monster power is the same as it was then. The body is on the verge of destruction due to the depletion of the monster's power. There is one thing, however. Suddenly, the copy of Sivu disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the original. And he also immediately launched an attack of terrifying force. Seolhwa said that even without the monster's power, that guy was very strong. Sivu himself was surprised by the power that his copy produced. Suddenly, the shadow delivered a sharp kick to his side. Then only the sounds of blows could be heard as Sivu tried to block them. He couldn't get his head around the fact that he had been so strong back then. Strength, speed, everything surpasses the monster he fought in the store. Suddenly, Sivu was able to dodge the blow of the copy. However, the counterattack failed and a knee flew into his face. With a loud sound, his head fell over, as did his body. While drinking tea, Seolhwa noticed that he was not having an easy time. As she said, they have talent. Sivu came to his senses, but his body continued to shake from the pain. Previously, he had won only because of his inexplicable level of fighting instincts. However, this only works when the enemy's level is low. Now he couldn't understand how to overcome himself. Even when he put all his strength into the blows, there was no trace left on his copy. No matter how much he thought, everything seemed very strange, because if he didn't have the same monster strength that he had back then why was everything turning out this way? Suddenly, something caught Sylva's attention. The guy finally gathered his strength and stood up. His shadow immediately rushed to attack. All the techniques he used in fights before were formed under the influence of this guy. Even when he first took out the club, he was able to change its shape thanks to his memory. In other words, whatever the copy can do, it can do too. Immediately after this, Sivu caught a punch to the jaw without even dodging. But the copy's body suddenly froze. Sivu used Earth Control, an ability to reduce damage by transferring it into the ground. And if the difference in the monster's strength doesn't matter, then he will be able to use this to his advantage. Raising his hands up and releasing them, he sent the copy's body flying. And taking advantage of the moment, he decided to summon his club. After all, a copy can't apply Earth Control unless it's touching the Earth. Sivu swung his club sharply, increasing its length to attack the copy in the air. And immediately after that, he lowered it down, trying to pin the enemy to the ground. While Sylva was reading a book, something heavy fell in the background, right onto the stonework. She was smiling, and suddenly Sivu called her. He said with joy that the enemy was strong, but he coped with it. The girl closed the book and said with a sly smile that he had tried well. She also added that they both had to admit it, but Siwu didn't understand the meaning of her words. And so, with joy on her face, she pointed her finger behind the guy's back. The smile disappeared from his face as he finally turned around. His copy had already managed to get up from the floor and summon a huge club, and the monster's face was filled with rage. Solva noted that the copy had recognized him as an enemy worthy of her drawing her club. Sivu could only look desperately towards his enemy. He saw his reflection in front of him, holding a club the size of a wide column. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze to his club. It was the size of a small blade. This hurt his pride, and stingy male tears appeared under his eyes. A moment later, the weapon fell on Sivu's body with an unbearable roar. The force was such that the guy lost his entire lower body. Immediately after that, he woke up in the real world. He jumped up abruptly, and Seolwa praised him, saying that she thought he would be beaten much more severely. Victory wasn't even an option. The duel was planned to be unfair, since this creation would have taken 5 tails from the very beginning. Sivu understood what she meant because the more tails Seolwa uses, the stronger the enemy, but he was curious how many tails she needed for him. She honestly said that it would be difficult with 3, but if she needed to finish everything quickly, she would use 4. But it is worth considering that each of her tails increases her strength by 1.5 times. Suddenly, she angrily glanced somewhere into the bushes, saying that the mouse should come out. The girl who was standing at a distance nervously apologized because she was afraid that she would disturb. She swore that she had no intention of harming anyone, and Siwoo recognized her as Hongryun. Solva was surprised that they knew each other. The girl explained that last time she had made a contract with her leader, and as an advance payment for that contract, she had come to deliver some things. These were the best treasures of the monsters, clothes for Master Siwoo. The action moved back to the day before, when the head of the house was persuading Siva to accept his reward. He thought of it as an investment in the guy, because the man wants him to become a winner in the arena as quickly as possible. He also wants to provide Siva with very special things. In addition, he will be provided with various amenities, such as assistance with any information. Sivu noted that this sounds great, but since it is an investment, the man is counting on getting more than he invested. And once the guy becomes the king of the monsters, what will be required of him will be very significant. The man agreed with his guess. And then he said with a smile that for now he doesn't want absolutely anything in return. Of course, as Sivu said, this cannot be called an investment. And the man honestly said that the guy is not the only candidate they are investing in. And it's not just the two sides that are investing in the candidates. That's a given, since contact with the future Demon King needs to be established in advance. Those who are not strong enough for this title want to at least be its followers. They try to select the most promising candidates. Now Sivu understood what was being discussed, but he was interested in whether there were any monsters unhappy with this approach. The man nodded in agreement, saying that such individuals exist. There are no problems with them. Such dissatisfaction resolves itself. The youngest of the Hai Tai family was to receive their sponsorship. Another guest of theirs contacted them directly. He said he was not worthy of their resources and convinced them that it was better to give them to Civ. So if a guy wants more, he has to show his strength. It is also possible to take away investments from other candidates, and in the end, only one will remain. And when that moment comes, they will discuss the terms of the investment. Until then, it's worth thinking of it as a regular service. The action moved to the moment when Siwoo had already put on new clothes. He was surprised at how comfortable the clothes were. Solva said that this is common for elven silk, and it can also be summoned as if from a vault. The woman explained that there is a sign language for summoning clothes. Sivu folded his fingers and said the word, "take off." Suddenly, the clothes disappeared into thin air and tatters. After this, Siwu spent some time practicing taking off and putting on clothes. At that moment, the merchant thought about Seolva. Despite the attempts of her house and many other factions, she is a genius who refused to invest. Suddenly, the white-haired girl noticed the woman's gaze. The girl was irritated by the presence of the saleswoman, and so she hastened to drive her away. Sivu asked her to stay and asked what else the woman wanted to convey. She also said that last night there were those who survived the hunt, and they know the location of one of these groups. Her master wanted to convey this information to the guy and offer help in clearing them out. Solva didn't understand where they got this information from, but the woman hastened to explain that Siwu remembered Yusom from yesterday. Yusom took part in the hunt and settled in the outskirts of Seoul with 2 other creatures. Sivu assumed that Haitai had been informed of the location of the remains, but the woman continued speaking. Last night, they learned that Yusam's partners had been killed by those they were hunting. Mr. Yusam was able to escape alone. Solva said that this was the first time she had heard of such a thing, that they were unable to destroy someone. They only found out about it in the morning. Despite his wounds, Yusam was panicking, so they brought him inside to help. However, he never recovered from the injury, and everything continues to fragmentarily repeat the events of the previous night. The shock of 2 accidents in a row seems to have hit him hard. Seolwa said that these thoughts would haunt Yusung for the rest of his life. Sivu asked if the judge should know this. The white-haired one said that he either already knows or will find out soon. They couldn't finish the hunt, so maybe the plan will be to unite with other regions. But first, there are some things that need to be checked, and it seems that Sol Mi is suffering from the consequences. Seolwa suggested that Siwu check on how Sol Mi was feeling. Or he can go and catch that remaining monster, then there won't be any problems. Besides, if he catches even one, then at least several people will be saved. Solva would have gone in his place so she won't stop him. She also advised him to immediately identify the type of monster as soon as he saw it. If his thing is physical strength, then everything will be fine. But if it's magic, then Sivu needs to be prepared for the enemy to flee the battle. After this, Seolva left them, and Sivu decided to ask the merchant about what exactly Yusum had said. The action moves to the hotel where the Japanese exorcists are now staying. At this point, Yuzuru was arguing with Yoshihiro that they should go for a walk and see the sights. The guy said that he knew that the girl didn't care about the sights. They are guests, and this is not Japan. There are rules and customs here that they do not have. The girl guessed what he was thinking and said that she would not go hunting monsters, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, she said that if Yoshihiro was pretending to be the temporary leader, then he should act accordingly. He must understand who is causing their problems with the Sumida family. Yuzuru firmly said that she would return by the evening, and if he was worried, he could just call her. After that, the door slammed loudly. However, her brother understood that even if he called, she would not answer. A little later, Yuzuru was already going down in the elevator. She stood silently and thought about something. She didn't know how much longer they would have to hang around here, but she understood that they couldn't actively interfere. Turning to the spirit, she asked him for great luck. He also said that he could do it, considering how much she had collected by that point. There are 7 types of luck: wealth, health, love, business, study, family, and society. The shaman cannot choose which of them will smile at him, but the 7 lucky children automatically give the luck that they think is most suitable for the shaman at the moment. She felt very sorry to use such a lucky chance, but this way she would be able to capture the monster without any problems. However, she was lucky in love. When she opened the fortune scroll, it said that she would meet her betrothed today, and the color of luck was black. Passers-by turned around at her cries of indignation. She didn't understand how this would be useful to her, but her thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice. Someone arrived by taxi and was about to get out of the car. This caught Yuzuru's attention, and she was very surprised. The guy who got out of the car was a little unhappy. Looking at the map on his phone, he said that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have taken the bus. The action moved to Seoul's Han River Park. The weather was sunny, and residents were happily strolling through the park. And somewhere nearby sat a strange guy, looking at people with a predatory gaze. A girl approached him, calling him Bihyun, and said that she thought he hated people. It was Chen, who was also resting. She was intrigued by Bihyun's unexpected appearance. However, the guy brushed it off, saying that you don't have to like something to watch it. Most people don't like insects, but they are quite interesting to watch from the outside. He feels the same way. He is interested to watch them scurry about. Chen, however, did not understand this due to her youth. She didn't even celebrate her 2nd birthday. The girl sighed and said that some things could only be understood after they were over, and then asked if the 3 of them were dead. Bihyun said that Ray and Byran were definitely dead, and Weiran might be alive, but she could be considered dead. Once they've captured her, they'll do everything they can to get information out of her. Chen said she regretted what happened last night. Everything was going well until she turned Ray down. She spent the whole year with them and only now realized her attitude towards them. These 3, she had to eat them. She ate whatever she wanted all night, but her hunger was not satisfied. Bihyun asked how much she had eaten. She said she hadn't counted, but the building they were hunting in was now useless. She ate everyone, but she was worried about whether it was possible to do this. Bihyun said that there was no point in hiding anymore because any of their actions would have consequences. So he lets her go and tells her that she can have as much fun as she wants. Chen was interested in where the guy got this information from. He knows about the deaths and the survivors, which means he was there too. And the guy casually said that he was like that. He saw everything from beginning to end. It wasn't that he cared about them, it was more of an accident. That's why he kept an eye on what was happening since he was nearby. Chen assumed he had noticed something important, but Bihyun said in a serious tone that he hadn't seen anything, at least not yet. The action moved to the place where Siwa was located. He was going about his business and Yuzuru was on his tail. She looked at him suspiciously, thinking that everything was too suspicious. The aura from him is such that it seems like he's not even trying to hide. And even if he's not one of those monsters who broke the law, it's pretty stupid. So there are a couple of things to consider. Either it is controlled by magic or a supernatural entity, or he can't control his aura. At that moment, Sivu looked closely at his hand. He had an artifact on his hand, a sword with an engraving. This is Master Yusom's blade. If you infuse it with aura and throw it at a target, the blade will separate. This will allow the one holding the handle to track whoever he hits from a distance. Siva was interested in whether there were any restrictions. The woman explained that the effect works over a distance of about 1,000 kilometers, or until the target reaches the blade. However, there is a special condition. It can only be obtained with a stronger aura. When it is removed, the missing part will grow out of the handle. If that monster had such power, then even though he won, he still didn't get the blade. There is only one explanation. The enemy does not deliberately take the blade out of himself. Sivu came to some slums from where a strong aura could be felt. He walked towards the abandoned building from which voices were coming. One of the monsters named Zen was worried that his friend Tao was bleeding. He didn't understand why Tao kept this thing in his hand. However, the man said that everything was fine because the wound was small. Tao decided to leave the blade to let the prey come to him, and at that moment, another monster appeared. The third one didn't like that the muscular guy was deliberately attracting exorcists to himself. If the chase continues, they will be able to feed on people as before. But in response, Tao said that from now on he would not eat people. Of course they are delicious. The more you eat, the tastier they become. However, no matter how much he eats, he cannot satisfy his hunger. Last night it all became clear. The trio they were fighting was strong. The last one fought well in the end, however. Having defeated them, he felt it for the first time. He was absolutely full. So he wants to hunt those who deserve to be defeated, not just for the sake of it. The third monster said that he didn't understand this, and therefore didn't want to get into trouble because of Tao's whims. He also said that perhaps his greed and the third person's view of things were incompatible, so it's all over between them. At that moment, the big-eyed one realized that since Tao wouldn't eat people, he would switch to monsters. The brute extended his hand to him, and he jerked away sharply. But Tao unexpectedly wished me luck in a friendly manner. He turned to Hefen and Zen and thanked them for being with him. Tao thought it was a good time to separate. However, Hufen did not like this speech. He said angrily that the red-haired man should leave here quickly. Zen was thinking about something. He said hesitantly that he wanted to stay with Tao. They survived last night thanks to him, and that's why he doesn't want to leave. Besides, he wants to become as strong as he is so he won't fight with people. Huifen did not like this reaction and tried to dissuade his comrade. Tao agreed with this, saying that it would be too dangerous with him. However, immediately after this, he said that if Zen was with him, then he would clearly not die before Tao. Huifen had nothing to say. He turned around and started to walk away, saying that he couldn't stand it. He also said that if they don't eat people, then he will eat those below himself. Tao agreed understandingly. But suddenly he felt something strange. Like other creatures of the night, this monster existed for many years, countless eras. The ominous name he bears varies depending on the era and region. However, in any era, its essence remains the same, an uncontrollable thirst for conflict. The era in which he was most rampant, monsters and people alike called him by this name. Chi-Yu, the violence that devours the world. Sivu gathered his strength and began to enter the abandoned hangar. He was afraid to go in because of two different sensations from two different directions. There was someone's aura from above, and some bloody stench from below. In this dark dilemma of choosing a quantum superposition, the guy makes a decision. Yuzuru was still watching the guy and realized that there was some kind of canteen for monsters here. He couldn't help but feel it, but he went inside without delay. The girl understood that this was a trap with a 99% probability. However, the prediction of the 7 lucky children never lies. Even if it is a prediction about love, it is a guarantee that the day will be happy and her other half will be safe and sound. Suddenly, the girl began to wonder what Siva was all about. She didn't notice any special features. He wasn't ugly, but he wasn't handsome either. Whatever the case, she feels the energy from above, and at the same time he decides to send the summoned beast there. The beast jumped quickly and powerfully straight onto the 2nd floor, and he also took his mistress with him. But Yuzuru, seeing her opponent in front of her, thought that she had been too cautious, because Zen didn't look like a dangerous monster. He shook and calmed himself before the battle began. The girl was confident in her abilities, so she was already making a plan. At this moment, Sivu continued to go deeper, straight into the basement. And going down the stairs, he saw something unpleasant. Before his eyes was a monster devouring a man. Huifeng was even a little taken aback by this. He didn't expect to see Siva, and the guy, in turn, began to get very angry. He was interested in how many people were here. The man said that it was a pointless question. Seeing the rage in Siwoo's eyes, Huifeng thought that he needed to quickly kill him and get rid of him. And such a carefree reaction only fueled the fire in the guy's chest even more. He instantly closed in on the man and raised his hand for a powerful blow. Huifeng failed to read his movements and was hit straight in the stomach. The man couldn't believe his eyes because the guy was too fast. Immediately after this, Siwoo grabbed his clothes with his hand and pulled his leg back. There was an extremely loud bang as a full-body blow hit Huifeng's face. He tried to come to his senses, and the guy said he would ask again. The boy ordered the man to tell him how many of them were there and what the strength and abilities of each one were. However, Huifeng was not going to give up. Suddenly, the guy felt a sharp pain on his face. He underestimated the man, as he had already partially transformed into his true form. Huifeng, in turn, boasted of his strength. He thought that everything had gone much more smoothly than he thought. Immediately, dozens more similar blows were heard, directed at Siva. Huifeng hit with all his strength. He hacked and cut the guy's body. Bloody pieces of clothing and flesh flew off him. Even the ears did not survive and fell to the floor. But Huifeng simply couldn't believe his eyes. Sivu looked like a living dead man, but he was still standing on his feet and slowly walking towards the man. The guy called the man a weakling and said that he understood why he ate people. But even after eating so many people, his growth was simply worthless. With rage in his eyes, he said that he would never understand why monsters killed people for such a trifle. Huifeng was frightened by the guy's resilience. However, the man managed to cut off the fist flying at him. The guy's palm simply fell to the floor. However, even this did not stop Siwa, and Huifeng's face was crushed by his injured forearm. After this, the man explained that this is precisely why they eat people, because they can do it. He didn't see anything bad in this, since the strong devours the weak, and Sivu was exactly the same in his eyes. The guy couldn't stand it and suddenly hit the man in the chest. Using brute force, he pulled the core out of the monster. After that, he turned back with a sad look. There lay a man who had just been killed and devoured by the monster. Therefore, Sivu decided to devour the monster's core without hesitation. Meanwhile, thunder rumbled on the 2nd floor. Zen was lying on the floor trying to recover from Yuzuru's attack. She didn't understand what was going on here and where his allies were. The boy nervously said that he didn't know and that the girl should focus. She replied that this is what she does. A swift bolt of lightning immediately struck Zen. Yuzuru doubted the reality of what was happening because this monster was too weak. Killing someone like that would be a hassle, so she just wanted to grab him. Suddenly, Tao appeared and told Zen that he needed to gather his strength. Due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago, psychic abilities are used in this region much more often than in other regions. Kira Yuzuru is an exorcist who, starting at the age of 14, exorcised over 100 spirits over the course of 5 years. However, this experience took the girl by surprise. Of all the spirits she had banished, none could compare to the creature before her. She was greatly frightened by how huge and dark the Tao energy was. He was already at the poltergeist level. Tao told her that he apologized for deceiving her, as he just wanted to give his colleague a chance to fight. And before he could finish speaking, he felt something. Only by pure reflex did he manage to block it with his hand and Sivu's club wrapped around it. Using his strength and inertia, he pulled himself towards his opponent, and then he kicked with all his might. Tao, in turn, did not panic, but on the contrary became excited. A moment later, he received a powerful kick right to the head. This caused his body to fly a good 10 meters. Zen did not expect such power, and therefore became worried about his friend. Suddenly, Sivu turned to the girl. He glanced at her briefly and told her that she should leave. Yuzuru wanted to negotiate, saying that she was here for the same reason, but Tao interrupted her. He said that this kind of behavior is upsetting because Siwa doesn't tell the girl directly that she's in his way. Moreover, it is clear at first glance that Siwu and Tao are different. But the man perceives him more as if he were a friend with whom he would like to fight. Yuzuru got angry because she was told that she was in the way. Immediately after this, she took out a certain object. Her power flared into a wild flame, and later she advised Sivu to step back. She has no intention of controlling her power and doesn't want to hurt the guy. The girl picked up the artifact and lightning began to flow from it. Pointing it towards the enemy, she used her move called Furious Thunderclap. He flew in a swift line straight towards the enemies, and a moment later, a powerful explosion rang out, covering Zen and Tao. And since they are her enemies, she is not going to fight half-heartedly. She decided to give it her all and unleash all the power she could muster. That was why, a moment later, a dense aura surrounded her again. And the explosion thundered again, but 100 times louder. But something was wrong because she only made 2 hits but was exhausted. Suddenly, she realized that the energy of this country did not match Japan. Feeling someone approaching from behind, she wanted to hit the silhouette with the artifact, but Sivu's hand stopped her. He said that she needed to be more careful, because it hurts. Suddenly, something flew past them at great speed. The girl was surprised by this. Looking in the direction where the enemies were, there was no one there anymore. She thought they had run away, but Siwu denied it. Most likely, on the contrary, Tao could have freed himself long ago if he had wanted to. However, Siwu's club was still tied to his hand, and it was reaching somewhere. He said he felt like one of them was completely unaccustomed to fighting. Apparently, Tao wants Siwu to follow him. The hero said that it was time for him to go, and as he had already said, he did not need the girl's help. Yuzuru flared up again and said that he was talking nonsense. But Siwu suddenly released his power, showing how serious the situation was. He grabbed her by the throat and said that he had never killed a person. However, with just one touch, he can tell that if he applies just a little more force, her neck will break. Continuing to strangle her, he asked her if she would do something or just give up. Suddenly, Sivu felt something. For some reason, some kind of current ran through his leg. He looked down in surprise. It was Yuzuru's summoned beast that lightly touched Siwu's leg. He looked at him with displeasure, and a moment later, the guy let go of his hand. The hero apologized for his behavior, but he still thinks that he did not cross the line. Moreover, he explained that the attack was actually intended for him, not her. She wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he knew he would have to save her, so he staged this attack to delay her and buy some time. Considering all this, he doesn't think she has enough strength to defeat that Yukai right now, so it would be better if she just turns around and leaves. At least today, because he doesn't want to see more people die. As he left, he remembered something else. There are human remains in the basement of this building, and so he asks her to take care of them. He asks her for a favor because he can't leave them like this. After this, Sivu went on a search. He walked along his club, which led to the enemy. Suddenly, he heard a voice that said that he was glad that Sivu had come. Tao said that they could have fought there too, but this way he could keep the promise he made to his comrades. He also explained that Sivu doesn't need to worry about random people getting involved in all of this. This area is going to be demolished, so there are no people here. Sometimes some people would come here, and thanks to them, hunting was easier. The information about dead people began to anger Siva again. Tao also apologized for his long explanations, but he asked himself to be understood because he was very excited. Finally, they began to fight. Siwu attacked with his club, and Tao began to fight with his bare hands. However, the hero managed to launch an unexpected kick attack. She was successful and hit the guy right in the face. And continuing his combo, Sivu raised his club back. He hit Tao like a baseball bat, sending him flying back even further. The red-haired man's body flew loudly into the wall. A gap appeared in the concrete wall, and Tao flew into the building. Sivu jumped after him, again raising his club. At first glance, this battle appears to be extremely intense. In fact, they are approximately at the same level. However, as they compete in strength, the difference in technique becomes more and more obvious. Chiyu, a monster who is well aware of his own nature, and its power is truly stunning. Blood poured from Sivu's mouth. He flashed back to his memory when Siolwa said that he was just lucky when he accepted the preservation gem. But she hastened to warn him that it was not worth it a second time. He was just lucky. Too much energy is just as dangerous as too little. That's exactly what happened then with that Gulper. Sivu also lost his mind then due to a sharp increase in energy. If he continues to take it because of his thirst for power, there is no telling what might happen. Perhaps nothing will happen, or he will turn into a monster. After the blow, Tao said that Siwu was something, because even with the 3 he fought before, it wasn't that interesting. At that moment, Sivu threw something into his mouth. Tao suddenly asked what kind of elegant thing he was wearing, but Siwu couldn't answer that question. But if there was someone there who knew about the existence of goblins, they would be able to answer this, because it was a goblin cap, the third ability that the goblin race possesses. The action moved into the past, to a certain village, where a man said that he saw a goblin with his own eyes. His friend said that he even mistook a cat for a tiger, but the man stood his ground. That day, when he was crossing the mountains, a snake-like creature appeared, but then a goblin appeared and saved him. Another friend of his said it was strange and later asked what he looked like. The man said it was huge, stretching almost twice his height. But in other respects, oddly enough, he was little different from a human. The bearded man said that maybe it was a man, since goblins are supposed to have horns. The man began to prove that he did not have any horns, but the bearded man said that a certain blacksmith from another city also saw a goblin, and he had horns. Suddenly, the mustachioed man spoke up and said that he was not saying that the blacksmith was lying, but the goblin he saw didn't have horns either. His friends asked in surprise if it was true that he had seen goblins, and he agreed. Back then, he was still a boy, and he saw 2 goblins fighting. As the first man had said, apart from their height and dark skin, they looked exactly like humans. The bearded man couldn't believe his ears that they didn't have horns, but then he asked what happened next. However, the mustachioed man only said that they simply up and disappeared without a trace. It was dark, so he couldn't see clearly, but one of them had something sharp, like a horn sticking out of its head. And as soon as he noticed this, he stopped seeing them. As soon as the goblins disappeared, the ground beneath his feet began to split, and trees began to be uprooted. He can't say what exactly he saw, but he thinks it's beyond human comprehension, and therefore there's no point in arguing. Legends and folk tales about yokai were most often based on real life. However, this interpretation is based on human speculation, so the truth may be completely different. For example, goblins' horns are not an integral part of them. The Phantom Battle Mask, better known as the Goblin Mask, is a protective item created from goblin energy. And even more than that, the statement that a goblin in a mask cannot be seen is only partly true. They don't disappear when you put it on. It's just that their movements become so fast that most supernatural beings can't see them. After a sharp jerk, Sivu struck. Tao's face looked a little surprised. The fingers on his hand simply bent into an unnatural shape, and the second blow hit him right in the face. Although the blow was strong, Tao survived. A moment later, he was gripping the floor with his feet, and taking advantage of the pause, he counterattacked with his head straight at Sivu's head. He smiled, thinking that his attack had worked. However, Sivu looked rather irritated. He quickly brought his hand back and made a full body strike, hitting Tao straight in the solar plexus, and his other hand managed to grab the opponent's shoulder. Using the Goblin Asirium, he tossed Tao's body above himself, and with an extremely quick movement, he threw it aside. The impact made the entire building shake. His body was carried somewhere through the streets. More and more walls were broken, but in the end, he stopped at one of them. Tao was able to stop his momentum and get back on his feet. However, he looked extremely bad. Both his arms were torn off. Sivu began to leave the building to finish off his opponent. This guy instinctively understood how to use the mask on his face. Unlike others, he greatly lacks practical experience, and this is a kind of tool that expands his limits. As a result, he has significantly increased the level of power he can use, and for the first time since he became a goblin, he feels pain in his muscles. The rate at which energy is expended is 3 times greater than usual. Therefore, it will not last long. Tao suddenly started to go crazy. He loudly declared that his whole life could not compare to even a couple of minutes of their fight. He realized how strong and resilient he could be and what he was capable of. His body was covered with iron, his hands were restored, and he thanked Siwa. The guy was only angered by this. Swallowing another pill, he sent the monster back to where it came from. Tao just laughed and said that he couldn't agree with that. With a mad grin, he pounced on Siva. And a moment later, only the loud sounds of impacts could be heard. Fully focused on the battle, the guy tried to deflect all the blows. Their battle was at supersonic speed, and Sivu had a very hard time. He could barely stand on his feet. At this moment, their strength and speed were almost at the same level. But jumping above your head and quickly reaching your limit is the result of going beyond what is permitted. However, there was one thing. Siwu missed one of Tao's blows and was sent flying. His body flew back several meters and hit the wall with a loud slam. Sivu couldn't resist and tried to come to his senses. He didn't take into account that not only goblins can develop during battle. Expecting a new attack, Sivu grouped himself together. Tao immediately sent a wave of his new power at him. A blue tornado passed right past the hero, who managed to dodge it. Gathering mana in his hand, he released his club again, and a moment later he delivered a stinging blow. But surprise appeared on his face. Tao was able to easily dodge the blow and prepare for a counterattack. His hands exuded simply incredible strength, and one hit cost Siv his arm. To stop such an enemy, you need such a great power that it will be head and shoulders above the enemy's level, and they realized it at the same time. Using his new magic, Tao recreated the liquid metal and began to shape it. And a second later, a long metal spear appeared in his hands. Sivu used this time to gather his power into the sword. Tao struck the first blow with his new weapon, and thunder burst out over the street. The storm died down and the two guys froze in place. Spitting blood, Tao sadly stated that it was too predictable. A house fell in pieces behind him, and a long streak of blood appeared on his body, and he said that Siwu's weapon was much better than his. The hero used all his strength, and therefore tried to catch his breath. But his newfound calm was suddenly interrupted by someone's voice. The silhouette admired the ghostly battle mask. He was also surprised by the goblin fighting that Sivu used, and then he said that he was glad to meet the guy. His name is Bihyon, and he stated that he is the same as Siwu. An awkward silence fell between them. Bihyun said that the guy shouldn't be so tense. He doesn't plan to interfere in their fight. And Sivu thought about his words, like they are the same. And looking at Bihyun, he suddenly realized that he had disappeared from sight. In just an instant, he was behind him. Turning to Tao, he said that he looked pleased. This even disappointed Bihyun a little, because if the red-haired man had more time, the outcome could have been completely different. He said with a smile that he would definitely succeed next time. But in response to this, Sivu had already begun his attack from behind, saying that there would be no next time. Putting as much force as possible into the attack, he attacked the enemy from top to bottom. Bihyun was surprised that even with a perfect block, he still felt the impact from Siwu's horn. He could have lost his sight if he had made a mistake. What Sivu felt so clearly now is the same thing that his opponents already feel when they beat him. Blocking a full-force punch is simply a matter of pure strength. The ultimate form of the technique that Sivu had recently awakened, dispersing the blow using the earth. Bihyun said that he was glad that the guy understood everything. After that, he released the hero's weapon. He jumped back, and Bihyun said that he understood him because it might be a little shocking. After all, Siwu was told that he was the only goblin left in the entire world, and then out of nowhere, someone like Bihyun appears. However, the hero said that he was not surprised and did not care. He's just curious if Bihyun brought all these yokai from other countries to eat people. With a smile, he stated that everything was so. And later he asked if Siva was interested in why all this was being done. Without giving him a chance to answer, Bihyun continued, saying that he would tell him everything, since they were the same species. But he was not allowed to finish. Sivu was full of rage and immediately struck. In response to this, Bihyun only chuckled in displeasure. Moreover, he decided to give Siv some advice as a brother. Suddenly, he hit the guy right in the chest. The advice was that when facing an opponent who was much stronger than him, he should make sure that at least 1 foot touched the ground. Even though there are few of them, the horn is absurdly good at cheating magic, because as long as it stands firmly on its feet, it is not afraid of most attacks, and even blows from the other side. After that, he delivered the finishing blow to the head. After this, Sivu flew like a smooth pebble across the surface of the water. Bi-hyun said that it still amazes him that the guy can withstand a full power blow without even using his strength. It's really amazing. Without any training, he has mastered almost all the basic abilities of goblins. After this, Bi-hyun decided to return to the conversation by asking if the hero liked dogs. The guy didn't understand the question, but Bi-hyun continued saying that dogs are beautiful. However, if they are raised by a weak-willed owner, they may bare their teeth without even realizing the situation. In such situations, the fault usually lies with the owner, but sometimes these pathetic creatures become incredibly repulsive. Creatures that exist solely to satisfy the needs of a superior race and are only able to live if they receive care and attention. However, once they come to this realization, they stop being cute puppies. Siwoo called him a crazy bastard because he thought that was why he released the monsters, but Bi-hyun denied it. Although he doesn't like people, he despises not only those who don't understand anything. It was a long time ago when the Yukai King did not yet exist. Back then, force ruled, and the only thing that mattered was the food chain. Both humans and Yukai, if their strength was insufficient, were nothing more than prey. In his opinion, it sounded interesting. A lot of Yukai waiting for the gates to open to devour people. However, if you look at it from another perspective, these Yukai were just dogs that lived much longer in safety than people. Creatures of the same species as them, which are unpleasant to even look at. With people, it's exactly the same. Parasites who get more than their worth, protected by the law. They commit acts for which they are incapable of taking responsibility without any shame, as if it were their inalienable right. They live in the hope that they will be protected. Bi-hyun imagined a world where such baseless defenses did not exist. There is no right or law that would allow such parasites to exist, and those who cannot answer for their actions simply die or endure. Siwoo said it sounded like the sick fantasy of an 8th grader. Bi-hyun said understandingly that he didn't even expect the guy to understand, since their ages, experiences, and values were different. That's why he decided to make them similar. Ever since Siwoo defeated Tao, Bi-hyun has developed an interest beyond mere kinship. He offered the hero to join, on the condition that Bi-hyun would teach him everything he knew. Siwoo said that he didn't want to, but he understood that he couldn't ask him not to talk this nonsense. Bi-hyun nodded, saying that the guy really didn't have a choice, so he shouldn't worry so much. And although it was a little disappointing, he should have realized by now that resistance was futile. Suddenly, he felt someone appear behind him. To confirm his guess, he turned around, and he saw Yuzuru in front of him with a crazy look. Using her exorcist powers, she struck him with lightning. This attack was not aimed at causing damage, but at pinning the enemy. Siwoo caught this message, and his silhouette immediately blurred into the air. He had time to carry out the attack properly, so he hit his opponent with all his strength. Continuing his impromptu combo, he pulled out his baton. The previous blow caused Bi-hyun's body to fly. Siwoo's regeneration has slowed down due to his entire nervous system being focused solely on one thing, forming your own Goblin Club, and an incredible and limitless transformation. Almost nothing is known about what exactly triggered this change. In the past, the term used for a Goblin Club essentially meant a weapon that could become anything. More precisely, it can be described as a weapon that takes the desired shape. Using this ability, Siwoo could use a variety of forms. However, what he does now is not just a tool that will come in handy at this moment. Now, added to this is a fierce desire to achieve the set goal, a yokai that eats people and the people it eats. It is no longer possible to prevent this terrible catastrophe. But if that is the case, then at least he cannot miss the goal that is right before his eyes. For the first time, he puts all his determination and emotions that come from his heart into the club. Bi-hyun only chuckled nervously in response. Killing intent imbued with the will of the master is the true nature of the Goblin Club. He demonstrated a strength worthy of the spiritual level. Yuzuru could only watch in shock at that moment. Look at how much the guy has managed to transform in this short time. She couldn't get her head around the fact that Siwoo was so strong. Never in her life had she encountered such power. Suddenly, Siwoo attacked the girl. She tried to defend herself, but the guy suddenly told her to duck. Before she could even think about it, she was only able to move her body slightly to the side. Siwoo was hit by the creature that was behind her. But unfortunately, the blow didn't have much effect, and it was clear from the guy that he was on his last legs. Bi-hyun, however, stated with admiration that the guy had really surprised him. The hero was much weaker than him, and he said that this was a conscious desire to reveal his true nature. So Bi-hyun asked what it was like to finally get his killing urge under control. But the most amazing thing is that during the manifestation of his essence, he did not kill anyone. Bi-hyun raised his baton, beginning to move into action. Like an arrow, he pierced the guy's blade with his weapon. Although the hero tried to defend himself, Bi-hyun said that it wouldn't work. And a moment later, Sivu's club cracked and fell apart. That's why the other goblin's blow passed through and the hero's body flew back. Bi-hyun explained that the essence of the baton is that the shape it takes depends on the owner's desire. And now the Sivu club is a weapon created for killing, and there is no point in trying to protect them. And if Sivu had prepared for the blow from the very beginning, instead of trying to fight back, it would have been even better. Suddenly, Bi-hyun approached the girl and asked what country she was from. He wondered why she had come here. He had an idea, but they should still find out about this place first before interfering. Then he said that he would like to wring her neck, but first he asked Siwa whether he should let her go or not. But he will only let her go if the guy throws away what he is currently holding in his hands. It was a pill from the House of Humility, and for some reason Bi-hyun was surprised by the effect it had on the boy. But the thing is that medications have both positive and negative sides. A sudden surge of energy overloads his energy center, becoming 3 times greater than usual. Besides, even if Sivu takes this medicine, nothing will change. So he should just sit on the sidelines and do nothing. The girl urged the guy not to obey. She was prepared to die during the exorcism, as she had been training for it her entire life. Bi-hyun said that she upsets him, and a moment later he began to press even harder. As soon as he told her that she should remain silent, his eyes suddenly noticed that he was missing his left arm. Sivu was also surprised by this sight, and Yuzuru began to fall to the ground because her neck was suddenly released. Bi-hyun immediately reacted to this, and turning around he saw some man in a suit and glasses. He immediately began a barrage of attacks on the monster. Sivu was about to join in, but someone's hand stopped him. It was Goyu who said the guy needed a break. However, the hero was stunned that he appeared here, and therefore simply asked what he was doing here. Goya casually said that it was too late to ask something like that. Even though there were no people there, the destruction was too severe. Yuzuru also did not interfere and retreated. Sivu was delighted by this, but Goyu hastened to disappoint him. Looking at the battle, he said that it would not end there. At that moment, a certain man in glasses tried to suppress the goblin. His rapid onset continued. However, Bi-hyun managed to dodge the attacks, and he also managed to counterattack. He said that despite the bespectacled man's outstanding skills, his lack of strength was too noticeable. So no matter how hard he hits, there will be no effect. But suddenly, Bi-hyun's eyes started bleeding. Glasses said that nothing could be done about it because he was not born with a body blessed by the gods like his. Bi-hyun suddenly realized that something was happening to his blood. His face was completely covered in blood. Glasses said that when fighting such an opponent, he had no choice but to resort to this method. This was a unique magic of the Zieji clan, associated with changing the shape of the nature of the surrounding water. And the closer it is, the more effective the magic, which is especially noticeable in the example of pure water. And thus, most of the application methods involve attacks using groundwater and steam. Bi-hyun realized that hand-to-hand combat wouldn't work here, since the bespectacled man had already used his magic on his body. It was blood-heating, and given the history of the Zieji clan, very few people could pull it off. The bespectacled man assumed a certain stance and began to concentrate. Mana accumulated in his hand, and he prepared to make a move. Bi-hyun instantly understood what was about to happen, and so he managed to retreat when the bespectacled man clenched his fist. It was a shot of a drop of water. Although Bi-hyun was able to dodge, this was only the beginning, and a moment later, the water mage began a barrage of similar attacks. Nearby houses began to take extreme damage due to the destructive power of his attacks. Goyu told Siv that he had encountered something similar before. This is Zieji's magic. He himself experienced it the day before. The guy understood what Goyu was talking about because the hero had already fought with the offspring of this family. However, the effectiveness of a man's magic is on a completely different level. Even if it is the same attack where they shoot drops of water, it looks completely different. Goyu confirmed his thoughts, saying that among yokai of the same species, their abilities varied greatly, and in all respects this guy is the best in the Zieji family. But unfortunately, even such an attack did not have much effect. Glasses thought that Bi-hyun's exceptional regeneration was too strong. He, as if in response to his thoughts, said that he had just started to warm up. Suddenly, the bespectacled man turned to Goy, saying that he would have to give it his all. Everything around started shaking, and he added that the guy should take care of those two. Yuzuru also felt the strong earthquake. The man changed his stance, and his body began to exude much more energy. And suddenly a whole waterfall opened up behind him. Bihyun noticed that the area around him had become very dry, as the bespectacled man had collected all the water that was nearby. And from the emerging water an eyeless dragon was formed, and the man ordered the created dragon named Isimi to attack. Yuzuru still had her mouth open, watching what was happening in shock. Sivu was also surprised by the size of the created monster. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that this was the same magic he saw that time. However, back then it was barely 2 meters high, but it was capable of wiping out a house or several from the face of the earth. Isimi obeyed her master and flew straight at the enemy. And specifically for this, I took such an angle that it would be as difficult as possible for him to dodge. Bihyun couldn't be happier looking at this, but suddenly something clicked in his head. He dropped sharply to the ground for better traction, and he began to prepare for his opponent's attack. The dragon's attack after falling to the ground resembled a blossoming flower. As the water scattered around, Yuzuru tried to shield herself from it with her hands. But this was not necessary because Sivu covered her with his body. But even this was not necessary because Goya covered them both by conjuring ice from the water. They were encased in an ice dome, protecting them from external influences. And at the place where the dragon fell, a very deep and wide hole formed. Sieji and the black turtle, creatures whose essences lie in the water. But their synergy, when they are close, does not bring anything good. 2 spells, each manipulating water in completely different ways. Goyu thought that this was not the best time for such a combination. The synergy effect was not very successful. Cooperation was beneficial against such an adversary. Goyu asked if Yu Yon was okay. The bespectacled man said he was fine, but he needed to catch his breath. And he doesn't know whether the attack produced any significant results. Their protective dome was gone, and all of them now stood in a huge crater. Sivu looked at this, mesmerized, unable to move. Yu Yong said that there were 2 options. Either he overestimated his opponent, or he had no intention of continuing the fight. And the second is more likely, since they are unlikely to have inflicted critical damage on him. Goyu said that even after the blow, which did not cause damage, it was difficult for him to say whether they would have bothered with him. Suddenly, Yu Yon noticed something. Sivu noticed the man's intense gaze on him. Pointing his hand at the boy, he shot out a drop of water. And she hit him right in the head. Siva was thrown back a few meters, and Yuzuru exclaimed at such an unexpected action. She didn't understand what that even meant. They were on the same side, so the girl couldn't imagine what this could mean. Yu Yan told her not to worry about it because he had done what he had to. Now he will be back to normal. There are no longer any factors that pose a threat to them. And from now on, they will take care of this matter. People should not interfere with this. Some time passed. Gray and dreary weather arrived. Tao was sitting on the roof of a tall building. Chen, looking at him, said that he was also a dark god like her, but still different in some way. However, it will be even tastier this way. But she was stopped by Bihyun, who said that they didn't know what would happen in the future, and therefore they needed to take a more friendly approach. It's not a bad thing that he and Tao could absorb each other, but if that happens, he hopes that they both grow up before that happens. Chen said sullenly that she was unhappy that Bihyun was alive, and he said that it was not so easy to kill him. However, at some point it seemed to him that it was quite possible. That kid knew perfectly well about his strengths and weaknesses. His spell wouldn't work unless there was solid ground beneath his feet. Therefore, before extracting all the water from the ground, he changed the relief as much as possible. Chen took this into account. And Bihyun smiled madly, because he was ready to have fun with that bespectacled guy until he lost his pulse. Chen didn't understand this, and besides, the guy could really do that. Bihyun said that his wish was great, but the heavens seemed to be against it. The girl again did not understand his words. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it started raining. Bihyun noted that the forecast said there shouldn't be any rain today, but it did, and that was the reason for the escape. Black Tortoise and Zieji, even if he faced them separately in the rain, he was unlikely to win. And even if he manages to win, it will affect more than just him. Besides, there is also Tao. However, he was saddened that he could not take Siva with him, but there was still time. Finally, the hero opened his eyes. At first, he saw the lamps on the ceiling. But the fact that he was naked made him a little wary. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even move. Suddenly, he saw someone's silhouette. Yu stood in front of him, typing something on his phone. Later, he said out loud that he had received a call, and taking the phone, he began to speak. But the atmosphere around him changed dramatically because the boss called him, and the man began to happily report that everything was fine. He also explained out loud that he had asked for half a day off, and the boss was very worried. Yu began to pull out a chair and ask how Siwoo was feeling. He awakened this mask recently, and the hero explained that it was clearly not one of those spells that could be maintained for a long time, which is why he felt unwell. Glasses said he thought it was magic for short-term strengthening, which is why it was using so much energy. For this reason, he had to resort to forced activation. For this, he apologized. However, he decided to get to the point. He is not an evil being by nature, but he admits to the mistakes he has made. Siwoo said that the man had nothing to apologize for, and later asked what happened to that yokai. He looked like a hero, and his magic was the same, although they said that Siwoo was the only goblin. But the judge took the floor and said that he thought so too, but that this judgment was wrong. He explained that the goblin's name was Bihyon. He was the prince of the goblins who lived on this peninsula 1,000 years ago and was possibly the ancestor of Siwoo. The action moved somewhere in the city. Seolwa said that the rain in the human world is exactly the same. However, people are surprisingly resilient because she thought that in such weather everyone would stay at home. Solmi suddenly said that she was grateful to the girl for her help the day before, and if she hadn't helped, the situation could have gotten out of control. But Solva told her to save her gratitude for Siwoo. Solmi felt ashamed because she promised to help the main character, but she only caused trouble. Suddenly, a door opened nearby. 2 girls came out from there, and one was reassuring the other about some man. Solmi suddenly blushed from such conversations. Seolwa didn't understand her friend's reaction. And her friend, entering the same door, explained that girls often come here to look at a specific man, but what's ironic is that he doesn't understand it. Closing their umbrellas, they entered the building. They were greeted by a handsome man with earrings who said they were closing soon. It was Goyu. He finally realized who he was talking to. Solmi smiled and asked why he closed the cafe so early. He also said that they weren't originally supposed to work today, but he had to receive several guests, including them. Solmi placed her order, saying that she wanted it as usual, and Seolwa turned around somewhere. She saw someone familiar, very similar to her. The girl approached him, and he threw an irritated glance at her. Solmi turned to her, asking what she would like to order, but saw that her friend had gone somewhere. Solva was standing next to the guy, and he asked her why she was standing there. A moment later, Solmi tried to stop her friend. She explained that it was just a child, and Seolwa said that she understood that. She understands that they are not in the Yukai world, and this brat should not behave so impudently. Suddenly, the boy said that in the place where there is no tiger, the raccoon considers himself the boss. And they told him that where he had disappeared, there were homeless creatures, and in particular, one fox. Even among Yukai, there is a concept of natural enemies, and this applies to those who descended from the animal kingdom. Of course, after becoming Yukai, the balance of power between them may not be entirely consistent. However, the enmity did not disappear. Solmi was very worried, but Seolhwa calmed her down. Even if a boy makes the first move, she won't pounce on the first person she meets like an animal. However, she was already ready to call the judge. The boy put his hand in his pocket and said that he didn't mind. Although he is not very interested in fox meat, he does not think it will take much time. But suddenly their squabble was interrupted by some woman. She said that it was a mistake to leave the young gentleman alone because a fight would damage his reputation. The boy turned to Volyon and began to justify himself, saying that the judge himself had said that he could be called in if necessary. The girl said that in the business world, protocol alone is not enough. After all, this fox is currently the most influential member of her tribe on the Korean peninsula, and the boy is not even a member of the clan. Therefore, the responsibility will fall on him. And besides, the fox understands this. Silva said that she forgives the little one because it's even somehow awkward to kill a tiger cub that hasn't even tasted life. Solmi finally realized that this was originally a banal provocation. Seolwa also noted that it was quite old-fashioned. Not only the possible Suhoran, but also Changui, who raised the young tiger. So if they want this to continue, they better pull themselves together. Now she got down to business, asking why she and Sol Mi were called here. The girl also asked this question. Goyu said that the judge had issued a temporary license to everyone who had come to the human world in order to take part in the expulsion of the uninvited guests. However, all temporary license holders except Seolwa, Huanghui, and Wolyon were ordered to return to the Yukai world due to their lack of skills. The two friends immediately asked what Siwa would do. The man said he didn't know the details, but apparently things were different with him. Sol Mi was worried about being sent to the Yukai world alone. Seolhwa said she agreed because Siwoo wasn't ready for it yet. The point is that a person, no matter how skilled he is in combat, is simply large prey, and if the guy is left alone, he will be overwhelmed by numbers. After this, Seolhwa immediately turned around and said that she was leaving because she had made a promise to Siwoo. Goyu stopped her, saying that they needed to listen to the end because the hero was still here, and the decision to send him to the Yukai world has not yet been made. Moreover, it is closely related to their situation because now they have to protect Choi Siwa from people. The action moved to the house where the guy was now. He did not understand what was said because the judge called Bihyon the ancestor of Siwoo. Suddenly, he became interested in how old he was. The old man said that if that goblin was really Bihyon Liang, then he was about 1,500 years old. The guy confirmed that the monster's name was Bihyon. Yu Yong also added that in this case the story is slightly different, because although Yukai live longer than humans, it is on average 500 years. What allows one to live beyond this period is the power of the yokai itself, and in this case it can live up to 1,000 years. But Siwoo realized that something was not right here. The man confirmed his thoughts, saying that the 1,500-year-old Bihyon looked as if he had not lived even 100 years. Not only that, even though he was an experienced fighter and used all his power, Yu Yon was unable to inflict any significant damage on him. No matter how lacking in skills he is, this pathetic pretense needs to stop right now. The judge said that it was truly incredible, because Yu Yon was one of the strongest monsters in the world, and that Bihyon escaped from there so easily. In fact, he must already be a decrepit old man. Over 1,000 years ago, the goblins were divided into two opposing sides, and the Goblin King and his faction were defeated. They had to hide, and the number of goblins themselves became fewer and fewer until only one remained. Bacon. He was the last goblin and lived until the second half of his allotted life, but even he died from his wounds during the war. Goblins were thought to be extinct, so the judge thought that Siwoo was his secret admirer. Even though there is no direct evidence, there is a possibility that Bihyon is a descendant of Bacon. However, one of the infamous family members who died 1,000 years ago is Bihyon. It turns out that if Bihyon and the other goblins were alive then, they could be the ancestors of Siwoo. What's more important is that if that goblin really is Bihyon and he's been hiding all this time, it is unclear why people only learned about Siwoo and his family tree now. The judge tried to understand who the main character's mother was. The action moved into the past. Siwoo's mother apologized to someone for her son's behavior. However, the teacher said that it was not that serious. Siva, a third grader at the time, was bullied by fifth graders, as the teacher recounted. The girl said that apparently the elders took his classmate's ball away from him. So little Siwoo stepped in, deciding to return the ball to his friend. Fortunately, the children were not harmed, and since it was the fifth graders' fault, their parents have nothing to say in response. The teacher said she would let her know if there were any problems, and Siwoo's mother thanked her. And after that, they went home. Suddenly, she asked him if he was very angry with her. He was sad, but said he wasn't angry because it was his fault. However, his mother said that she didn't think so because he did everything right. And yet she wanted to tell him something about hurting someone, but suddenly she stopped herself. Now he understood what his mother had been talking about. This was not at all an educational conversation about the harm of violence, which is what parents usually teach. In response to the request for a promise, the son agreed. It all seemed more like some kind of peculiar request. Siwoo wondered why his mother asked him to do this. And although he didn't know the reason, he understood that it was very important to her. After this incident, he never resorted to violence until he became a monster. All he remembers about his father is that he was a professional athlete, and, as Siwa heard, he died of an incurable disease shortly after his son was born. And judging by how successful he was in sports, the guy thinks that he inherited his blood from him. And my mother works as an appraiser of ancient art objects. Sometimes she is even asked to act as an intermediary in transactions. She is most likely a very ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have found out much earlier that he is a monster. The judge said that she could have deliberately not talked about this, because if you compare the current Siwa with the previous one, his life has changed dramatically. Even when they first met, he was closer to a man than a monster. Sivu said that apparently he wasn't such a useless piece of trash. The old man confirmed his words, saying that his growth was beyond even the most talented goblins of the past. That's why he suspects his mother. Because Siwu may not be an ordinary half-monster, and he was originally a tool so that Bihyun would have the opportunity to participate in the festival. Sivu flared up, shouting that this was complete nonsense, but the judge stopped him, saying that the probability was extremely low. Even if the guy is related to Bihyun, Siwu is still innocent, and the problem is that they are the only ones who think this way. The shamanic people see Siwa as a threat. Just today, there have been several mass disappearances across the country. Just recently, police confirmed that people had gone missing from high-rise buildings in central Seoul. This has also happened in several other places, and public opinion is one step away from panic. As for the kidnappings last night, this is something they have been preparing for 2 weeks with the shamans. The shamans asked the government for assistance but were refused. So not even a day passed before problems arose. Interest in mass disappearances began to grow like wildfire. There were certain difficulties, but from the point of view of the shamanic people, there is still time to sort everything out. However, what Siwu did was reckless, as there were many witnesses to his fight. And now, the shamans want to punish the monster that went berserk right in the middle of the day. Sivu realized that it was his own fault because he had not received permission. However, while this is true, this matter only concerns monsters and the guy acted as he should. Even if the hero has to suffer some kind of punishment, the judge will determine it himself. So he shouldn't worry about it so much. After all, he and his mother will be under the personal protection of the judge. Suddenly, Sivu's face changed upon hearing about his mother. The shamans already know about Biyun and suspect that Siwu's mother and he himself may be connected to it. Suddenly, Yu-Yon and the judge suddenly realized something. This something was directed towards the window, and it was precisely through this window that Siva suddenly rushed. However, they managed to stop him. The old man used magic and said that he understood his feelings. But he can't let the guy go after her himself. He's already sent someone to protect him so he doesn't have to worry. Yu-Yon also put in his word, saying that the guy needed to listen, especially in such a physical state. The guy sat up and said it was all his fault. He created problems for himself, and he is fully aware of it. However, he did not consider that he would harm his family. Even though he is a troublemaker, he still cannot allow anything to happen to his mother because of him. And so he suddenly grabs the floor with his feet, and a tremor begins to run through the entire building, and his paths slowly but surely begin to break, and a second later he tears them apart completely. The old man was extremely surprised that the boy had torn the magic fabric with just physical force. And after that, Siwu said that after he saw for himself that his mother was okay, they could do whatever they wanted with him. After apologizing for his behavior, he jumped straight out of the window. Both the judge and Yu-Yon simply stood there, watching. Suddenly, the old man asked in a stern tone why the man was just standing and watching, and the bespectacled man just sighed resignedly. He said there was no water nearby, and that blowing up a fire hydrant would draw unnecessary attention. Suddenly, the old man asked what was wrong with the rain outside, but Yu-Yon had nothing to answer. The judge called him simple-minded, but the man also noticed that he was being too soft with Siwu, because the magic of the magical fabric does not dissipate just because it is torn. In response to this, the old man only chuckled. Sivu's actions won't change the shaman's attitude towards them, and besides, the judge himself is to blame for all of this. But above all, he is not so callous as to turn a blind eye to this, to the child's desire to protect his mother. After some time, evening came. Sivu's mother was worried that he wasn't responding to messages, but suddenly she heard something. Someone was making loud noises in their apartment. She was about to go there, but Seolva, who was behind her, ordered her to stand up and not move. The woman succumbed to the magic and stood up, and Seolva said out loud that Solmi was right, because she underestimated people too much. Who knew that they would irritate her so much that she would want to kill them? An exorcist appeared before her. He tried to object to the fox, but she ordered him to stop. And after that, the order came to bow down. The use of ki in the voice causes disorientation and clouds the listener's consciousness. Suddenly, something froze the guy, and he stood like a statue. Silva noticed that he didn't attack right away, apparently worried that Siwoo's mother might get hurt. After that, Solmi also came to see them. While the guy was sitting on his knees, a minor squabble broke out between the girls. In the end, they protected their mother, and therefore everything is fine. But some strange sensation confused them. The power of the exorcists could be felt literally throughout the entire area. Since they were born after the last competition, this is the first time they have experienced something like this. However, given the situation, both yokai intuitively understood what had happened. A huge barrier appeared, which was put up long in advance. But Silva didn't understand what the point was in sending someone ahead then. The young exorcist finally rose from his knees. He was able to get rid of the technique using his own chai. Seolhwa was already preparing for a fight, pulling out her nail. However, the exorcist's sword fell. And suddenly he said that he didn't want to fight because this person was his friend's mother. And if they have the same goal, then he will help them. Solva realized that this face was familiar to her because they had already seen each other. And Yusin explained that as long as the barrier was working around them, they would not be able to get out. He also knew about a way to get out, but Seolhwa was worried about how self-confident the guy was acting. Although he is a friend of Siwoo, he is still a shaman. And this was strange, because Yusin himself said that he would not turn away from his family for the sake of friendship. Solmi mentally agreed with these speculations. Suddenly, Yusin's expression changed. His arms dropped and tensed. The girl took this in her own way, thinking that a fight was about to start. However, the thought was wrong, and Yuxin quickly hit himself on all the key points. The girls couldn't understand why he did it, but the guy hastened to explain that he had stopped the QE in his body, and that is why he is now no different from an ordinary person. Such courage only worried Solva even more, because now she could make him her toy. However, Yusin did not back down from his words, saying that this was his way of showing his loyalty. He wants to protect Siva's mother, so he doesn't care. And the only reason for this is that he is a friend of the half-goblin. Solva only sighed resignedly. She said that he was either naive or Siwoo was too much of an influence on him. After this, she decides to listen to him. The action suddenly shifted to where Siwa is now. The pain that radiates throughout the body with every step fades into the background due to anxiety. However, Siwoo stopped because of a sharply howling intuition that even temporarily suppressed his concern for his mother. As he got closer to the house, he began to feel something. Suddenly, some silhouette said that he was waiting for Siva. It was an exorcist named Lim Yagwang. He was a third-rank officer in the Sungu department, which made Siwoo tense. The guy heard that this department was connected with Yusin's house. The shaman suggested that Siwoo surrender so as not to make a fuss. He also added that the house is surrounded by a barrier, and his colleagues have most likely already found the hero's mother. If Siwoo wants to run away, the woman will suffer, because shamans from all over the country have come here. The hero understood that a fight was inevitable, but something was bothering him. Suddenly, he felt someone's aura behind him. Turning around using only reflexes, he saw a girl. She kicked him right in the head, but the guy managed to defend himself. It was a shaman in a mask with 3 red dots. Without waiting for the enemy to come to his senses, the girl kicked Siva again. This time, the blow was much stronger and his body flew back. But Siwoo managed to group himself in order to land on his feet. However, he miscalculated because a second later he saw a huge barrier in front of him. He was pushed straight into it, and Yagwang explained that this was the point of the trap. Now Siwoo should have realized that he wouldn't run away. So the shaman gave him a choice, either surrender or run away. However, the hero chose the third option. The next moment, a slight tremor ran through his nerves, which were strained to the limit. He felt a familiar key, and so he immediately ran. It was definitely Seolva, and she was in his house. And if this is so, then he should not run towards them at full speed, but just the opposite. Because he didn't believe Yagwang's words that his mother had already been caught. And because Siwoo is the shaman's main target, he is the one who needs to run away. If he can run away from home, it will give his girlfriend some time. Although Siwoo ran quite fast, they were able to catch up with him. It was Yagwang who immediately attacked the guy. His shot missed the target, so he praised his opponent. And a second later, he landed on the ground. His furious onslaught continued, and Siwoo admitted that this Yagwang was strong. He was distracted from his thoughts by a strong, direct blow from the exorcist. But still, something here seemed strange to Siv. And seeing the girl behind Yagwang, he realized that he was not in an equal situation. Although he saw them for the first time, he understood that they had more energy. A second later, he said out loud that he didn't want to fight here, because the people living here might get hurt. Yagwang called him stupid because the barrier was erected precisely to fence off this area from ordinary people. And a moment later, he began his attack again. He hit, but the blow seemed to stop in mid-air. Sivu caught his fist and calmly recited that he shouldn't have caused trouble. The hero's second hand grabbed the shaman's clothes, and judging by the man's face, things were bad. Siwu's body was wrapped in his energy, and he used the goblin Cirium. And straining every muscle in his body, he slammed the shaman's body into the asphalt. The girl just looked at this spectacle with doom. Sivu said that he deliberately weakened the blow because he did not want to kill people. Yagwang looked at him as if he were crazy, and the hero warned them. Even though he will try his best to restrain himself, he may still lose control in the heat of battle. The shaman was angered by such an arrogant tone, so he rushed into the attack again. His kick hit Siwa again. However, he didn't even move. He simply ignored the shaman. His further blows seemed to hit a wall, but Sivu's blow was much more powerful. Yagwang's body simply flew back and he fell onto the asphalt. After this, the hero thought about the fact that the shaman girl was just standing in one place. He thought she would help him, but she didn't move an inch. And judging by the aura, the danger came from her, and that's why he didn't want to fight. The girl took this as a challenge and was about to attack. However, the shaman stopped her, saying that this pathetic concubine would not bring any benefit. She remained silent, and the man continued, saying that she only needed to cover his back. He was extremely angry that his servants dared to move without his permission. Siwu's opponents suddenly began to quarrel, and although the reason is unknown to him, but he knows exactly what needs to be done first. The one that remained unharmed and has a much more powerful aura. He doesn't know what she's going to do, but he needs to get rid of her as quickly as possible. The girl cast a spell. The papers with symbols burned in her hand, and her body was enveloped in mana, and chains appeared on Siva. The guy found himself in an extremely awkward situation, shackled and unable to move. And immediately after that, the girl used a banishment spell. However, his fist flew further, and the exorcist only chuckled. The guy's fist hit the target right on target. The girl calmly said out loud that she had used 3 amulets and several spells, but nothing had worked. However, Sivu's blow landed on the shield that the girl had managed to put up. Realizing that he couldn't hold back, the hero released his horn. A baton immediately appeared in his hands, and he hit the girl point blank. He wasn't sure he'd hit the target. And if what covers a girl's body is protection from blows, then it must have limitations. Then the exorcist began to read the spell, folding her hands. Meanwhile, Sivu was trying to figure out what the weakness of her defense was. Finally, the girl finished reading the mantra, and a blue flame appeared behind the guy. At the same time, Yusun told Seolhwa that 5 exorcists had been sent to them, 3 of whom were real professionals. In the case of the current operation, the capital's shamans themselves act as supports for the created barrier. Sulva thought that if she eliminated half of the shamans, the barrier would fall. Yusun said that everything is not so simple. No matter how strong Seolhwa is, she is unlikely to be able to stand up to the shamans. Their strength varies. Shamans specialize in capturing monsters. Fighting a shaman is like stepping on a trap that was created especially for you. Moreover, 3 high-level shamans are currently heading towards them who can fight on equal terms with a deity-level monster. And since a fight was inevitable, Yusun advised them to deal with at least one. Yusun will take on one, and the girls will defeat the second. Solva understood his plan, but there was one problem. He blocked his key channels. Suddenly, Yusun realized what he had done. Solmi said that it would be difficult to defeat 2 shamans at once here. Ordinary people are unconscious, but they can still accidentally harm them. Solva countered this by saying that the shamans themselves would be primarily protecting people, and therefore would not be able to fight to their full potential. Yusun said with resignation that they were obsessed with Siwu much more than the girls thought. Solmi asked him what he meant, and the guy explained that all this was not even being done entirely because of Siwu. This is done out of pride because shamans also wait for the coming of the Night of Monsters. Solmi didn't understand why they needed this. The guy continued, he said that thanks to life without monsters, civilization has developed greatly. This is the peak of human development, or the peak of development of the majority of humanity. Once the world became safe, shamans were no longer needed. They were just hiding in the shadows. Inferiority complex, righteousness. All this is inherent in today's martial arts masters. And when people face the onslaught of monsters, the shamans will finally come out into the light. Then they will start ruling the world again. Therefore, everything that happened today is completely irrelevant. Now he's just trying to catch the main culprit. The girls realized that they would be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, energy flared up near their house. Solva felt this and turned around in surprise. Yusin recognized the energy of Yagwang in it and became very worried that the White House was also participating in the battle. There are two main types of abilities among Korean masters. The first is reading and reciting sacred scriptures. With this, you can use energy amplification and various techniques. Most martial artists hone this ability. The second, the descent of the gods, is used by those who have white blood. They use it as a channel and the body as a vessel for beings from another world. In this way, you can let God into your body, a stunning force that Siwoo encounters for the first time in his life. However, something inside him reacted to this energy, confrontation with entities that go beyond the boundaries of ordinary reality. Especially if this is the first meeting, then panic is not surprising. The creature only looked at Siva haughtily. However, despite all this, Siwoo did not run away but decided to go on the offensive. He struck his opponent with a club, but it passed right through. And at that moment, Yagwang began to concentrate his mana, and a moment later he made the merger. His muscles suddenly began to bulge, and with a sharp movement he sent the ephemeral blades flying. Two magical blades were rapidly approaching Siwoo. During this moment, he only managed to move back a little, and the exorcist sent forward many more of his blades. The blue lines, as if cutting through reality, rushed straight to Siwa. He dodged them with difficulty, and deeper cuts began to appear on his body. The girl watched this. What bothered her was that given Siwoo's speed, he could easily dodge all the attacks. Suddenly, an idea came into her head. Siwoo continued to try to repel these ephemeral attacks. However, he noticed something. His opponent disappeared, and in his place there remained only a blue flame. A moment later, Siwoo had to hold his club out in front of him to block the exorcist's sudden attack. The force of the impact was so great that the asphalt beneath them began to crumble, and the club began to crack with a disgusting sound. The blade passed through her, and the flame in Yagwang's body intensified sharply, and soon the hero's weapon broke. Catching the right moment, the shaman launched a counterattack. His flaming blades cut off both of the monster's arms, and a moment later he hit Siva on the head with the hilt of his sword. Because of this, the guy had no choice but to fall. Suddenly, the creature asked the girl if he was now in Yagwang's body. He wondered why they were fighting this man. The girl explained that he was half monster, and his hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Suddenly, the creature shut her up. Turning around, it asked if this guy was really guilty or if they were distorting the truth. It understood that despite the fact that Siwoo had a chance to escape, he decided to attack. Perhaps he feared the consequences that would befall the local residents, and therefore the creature said that the shamans dared to deceive him. The girl bowed and apologized to him. Siwoo was literally on the verge of death. However, his critical condition was not caused only by injuries. He fought two opponents in a row at once, and those pills affected him much more than the wounds themselves. For ordinary monsters, the pill itself is akin to a supplement, and excessive consumption could be compared to wastefulness. However, Siwoo's body is extremely sensitive to these supplements, and so 2 doses drained all his energy. This was the reason for his current state. Under normal circumstances, he could have healed 2 or 3 times already, but now he could only restore his arm. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. An inventory scroll immediately appeared in front of him, and the creature was surprised that the guy still had strength. It was admirable, but it still didn't understand why Siwoo didn't run away. It also reminded the girl not to kill the guy. The creature really didn't want this guy's life to end. Siwoo pulled one of Yusin's bottles out of his inventory. To activate it, you need to clearly pronounce the trigger, otherwise it may shatter into pieces, releasing the technique hidden inside. Suddenly, for some reason, the guy clenched his hand and broke the bottle. Their power is nothing special. Out of 81 techniques, the one most suitable for the situation is activated. However, what the pumpkin released after analyzing Siwoo's current state, it was not a mystical technique at all, but simply an infusion of all the energy into it. The girl was surprised that Sivu had such a valuable thing, because considering the energy density, it took several years to create it. It simply shocked her that a yokai had such a thing. Sivu's body finally began to become clear among the blue flames. All his wounds were suddenly healed. The creature was also extremely surprised, but did not waste time on this and rushed to attack. Sivu had nothing to defend himself with except his hands. However, this turned out to be a much more effective solution, and the creature's blade flew off to the side. This was followed by several dozen more blows, and Sivu couldn't understand what was happening to him. It was as if a new energy center had appeared in the lower part of his abdomen. However, this is not so. There were originally 2 of them. They both became inactive, and one of them woke up not long ago, thanks to a stressful situation. The other one was restored by the collision with the demigod and filled to the brim with the help of the pumpkin. Sivu desperately defended himself against the onslaught of his opponent. He felt that his new power was no different from Ki, but it was much easier to block attacks. However, he couldn't summon the Goblin Club and felt like something was missing. The baton can only be used with Ki, so his current energy is not suitable. And if he continues in this spirit, then everything will happen again. Therefore, since he cannot use this energy, he must act differently. After that, the guy simply hit the air with his hand. Lightning thundered and struck the enemy, and Sivu froze in shock. The girl looked at this in surprise, and some kind of animal appeared near the guy. He also looked at the guy in surprise. At this point, the action moved to the hotel where the guests from China were staying. Yoshihiro complained to his sister that he was hungry, and she casually said that he could just order food to his room or go to a cafe. The guy said that it was too impudent to leave her here alone. They're keeping an eye on her now because of what Yuzuru did during the day, so they can only go out together. The girl understood these measures, because if not for them, she would immediately go looking for that man. Yoshihiro didn't understand, but Yuzuru explained that she was talking about the half-goblin. He saved her and also tracked down the creatures. The guy immediately realized that everything the locals were saying was true. The locals are trying to cover up everything the monsters did by saying they caught the culprits. Yoshihiro realized that their countries were not so different. However, they can't do anything else. They are only guests on this earth, and they work in the same field with these people, and in the near future they will become competitors. The fact that they rule Korea, and they and the rest of the Onmyoji are responsible for Japan, is just a consequence of the events of the past periods. For the former royal family of Joseon, these people are nothing more than ancient myths, and he doubts that they can trust them with the future and power. If they are found to be powerless, the government of this country will certainly turn to shamans from other countries. However, if they interfere, it will be seen as interference in something that is not their business. Even if they want to, they can't do anything. Yuzuru thought she was in bad shape, but it turned out that on this land her strength had become weaker. Yoshihiro said that a girl's power differs depending on the shikigami she uses. Maybe the problem was that boy. After releasing her power, Yuzuru realized that something was wrong. No one appeared on her hand, and she realized that her familiar was missing. How can he save this man? It wasn't just Sivu who was thinking about this. Then no one could do anything, neither the Shikigami Yuzuru nor Raiju. Shikigami is completely dependent on whoever controls it. Without receiving energy from the shaman, he is no different from an ordinary spirit. However, he may make efforts to prove his loyalty to the owner. The moment the familiar tried to save Yuzuru, the goblin glared at him, and the Shikigami had to retreat. However, at that moment, the bespectacled man arrived and saved everyone. Once the owner's safety was ensured, Raiju should have immediately returned to Yuzuru. However, the monster's frightening aura caused the spirit to panic, and at that moment the bespectacled man used his terrifying technique. It was already too late to run, and there was an explosion. Usually Raiju returns to its owner, but at that moment a new variable appeared, a human body with shamanic abilities that blocked the path to its owner, and swallowed him. However, trapped in Ziwu's body, which only contains ki energy, he was trapped. This has never happened before. However, this was a special situation. Sivu saw that his opponent had started moving again, and a moment later the blue slash flew at him again. The guy grabbed the Shikigami and protected him from the blow. This situation was something that both beings were unable to understand. However, both of them instinctively had the same thought. If it weren't for him, I would have died. The creature again launched a rapid attack. The shaman continued to try to defeat his opponent, but now everything was different. A hilt appeared in Sivu's hand, and obeying his intuition, he protected himself from the blow with it, and suddenly 2 magical blades began to flow from it. Now their battle was equal. Although it's different from fighting that goblin, it's enough for him to know that he can handle him. Now, in terms of strength and speed, he surpasses the shaman, but the latter is better than him in technique. Cuts began to appear on Sivu's body again, and judging by the guy's face, he was having a hard time. The creature suddenly showed interest. Sivu could not seize the initiative, and so it said it would not give him the opportunity to strike. The guy stood his ground because he had some kind of tactics. The creature only chuckled smilingly. It incarnated behind the shaman and said that it would dance its dance with swords, and Sivu would have to endure it. All the hero's attention was now directed at the shaman. With each passing second, the number of blows increased, and they simply obscured the protagonist's vision. From the outside, it looked like just a flash of light. It was literally a god performing a sword dance. Sivu was not yet ready for such an opponent. Even a good strategy will not be enough to surpass this opponent's martial art. Finally, the creature praised the guy and said that this was his end. With these words, Sivu felt that this was the end. But the only thing he believed in was personal experience, because the goblin's ability to instantly paralyze the body was the most hellish. There is one weakness to being possessed by a deity. No matter how powerful a god may be in a body, the powers he can exercise are limited by the vessel in which he is contained. The creature endured as the thunder energy passed through its body and through its sword. There was not a single living spot on Sivu's body. However, he stood firm and was able to counterattack. This was his plan, to disable the enemy's body due to the strong overload of the deity. The creature realized that Sivu was deliberately giving in because he could have finished him off with one blow if he had wanted to. But then the guy would have had problems. There is no point in killing the shaman's body because then it is not the deity that will die. The spirit came out of the body and said that the victory was the guy's. However, he would like to dance with him one more time, and after that, he left this world. The girl said that it seemed like it was all over. She doesn't have the strength to fight, so they were defeated. Sivu immediately realized that this was a lie. Even though they had one confrontation, the guy understood that she was much more capable than many men. He wanted to come up with a plan of action, but suddenly someone's call interrupted him. Sivu turned around and was surprised. It was Yusin, who was rushing here at full speed. The girl watched in surprise as the shaman and the monster communicated freely as friends. Yusin was furious at what Sivu had done here during the day. The guy admitted his mistake, and his friend couldn't even be upset with him. But it would be too simple if the situation could be resolved with a simple apology. Yusin began to look around and saw another shaman lying on the asphalt. He also looked at the girl and said that she shouldn't try to understand the situation, because everything is as it is. Siwu had been his best friend since middle school, and yesterday he found out he was a goblin. However, the girl said that the decision is not up to Yusin, but the guy countered this by saying that he was still the heir of the Songsu clan. Although it is truly absurd, he wants to officially support the goblin, and so from this moment on he vacates the position of guardian of the Songsu clan. Suddenly, the girl became nervous and said that he could not leave his place as heir and guard. Yusin, on the other hand, said that everyone would be happy because he had freed up such places. He has expressed his position, and now all that remains is to sort everything out. He has no intention of hurting anyone, so he only suggested removing the barrier. But if something goes wrong, he won't hold back. The girl silently began to take off her mask. Behind the mask was a beautiful woman's face with 2 scars under her eyes. She said that she could not resist the master. Sivu looked at her and was surprised that she was blind. The girl, in turn, recited the mantra, and one of the pillars of the barrier fell. Now all that remains is one small matter. If we destroy any of the 3 people present here, the barrier will fall. Yusin thanked her. However, he was worried about her, because if they found out that she had removed the barrier without a fight, things would be difficult for her. Obeying the guy, she took the man and began to leave. Siwu looked at Yusin with concern. He wanted to say something, but his friend interrupted him, saying that he had not come here for him, but because he had been called on a mission. Yusin had to deal with the monsters that had arrived before Siwu. In the process, he decided to cooperate with them, but he also added that the hero doesn't need to worry about him. While Yusin was speaking, Siwu suddenly felt someone's aura. Besides the shaman, there were 3 more guards left, and these 3 were stronger than the 2 with whom Sivu was now fighting. These brother and sister were equal in strength to one guardian, as their synergy increased their powers. But this is only in the case of their unification. In reality, the brother relies entirely on the abilities of his older sister. In any case, they need to defeat one of their guards, and then Yusin asked how many pumpkins Siwu had left. He said there were 2 more, and a moment later he handed over one of them. And after reading the spell, Yusin broke the pumpkin. Energy flowed around him. And then he told Siv that the fight had already begun. One of the guards had attacked the half-goblin's friends. His mother had already taken Sol Mi, so he had to join them. Yusin wants to take on 1 guard, and the 3 of them need to find a way to escape. And when he or the fox monster breaks the barrier, they will have to leave. Sivu wanted to object, but the words froze in his head, because it would have been irresponsible and presumptuous. A friend who is willing to sacrifice everything and give everything for you. Sivu simply cannot help but worry about such a friend. Suddenly, Yusin felt something and sharply pulled out his sword. He headed straight behind Sivu, and with a stinging blow, he repelled the attack on his friend's rear. The hero only had time to turn around in shock. After repelling the attack, Yusin jumped back, and the man who attacked them said that if the elder found out, he would be shocked. This is extremely unexpected because Yusin, the elder's only son, is having fun with a monster. The man asked him if he would regret it, but the guy asked him to forget about it. However, he insisted on his own. He advised against doing this and to kill Siva. This will be the best option for Yusin. However, the boy said that he never thought that his uncle had such an opinion of him. Unfortunately, before coming here, he met with Sim. Therefore, he no longer had any reason to stay in this family. The man agreed with this. And Yusin quietly informed Sivu that his mother would be on the roof and they would be able to fly away from there as soon as the barrier was removed. Covering for his friend, he asked the black-haired man to stay next to her. It was extremely difficult for the hero to contain his emotions. However, he only briefly agreed, and a moment later he soared upward. Yusin continued his conversation with the man. He, in turn, said that he could not be angry with his nephew because he was not risking himself for nothing. There are 7 guardians in the Songsu clan. They possess physical strength comparable to that of a military corps and are trained in the techniques of their clan. Kim Chaegon, nicknamed the Immortal Butcher, was the 3rd most powerful guardian of the clan, and Yusin was only 7th. The man prepared himself for battle and said that he would try to finish the boy off as quickly as possible. The action moved back a few minutes. Just then, a surge of some kind of aura occurred. Yusin immediately realized that someone had let a spirit into their body. Suddenly, Solmi started to get very nervous while looking at her phone. Seolhwa tried to understand what had worried her friend so much, and she said that she received a message from Sivu, who was now on his way to them. Yusin also became nervous because if they had spent a few days together, Siwu would not have allowed such a stupid thing to happen. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Someone's voice asked smilingly, "What kind of sight was this?" The arriving girl was interested in why their young master was leisurely chatting with the monsters. Or perhaps Yusin was worried that Siwu's mother might get hurt. Or perhaps he thought that these scum could be intimidated with simple words. All this greatly puzzled this shaman named Ha-un Shim, the 5th most powerful. This was very bad, because Yusin could not use his energy now. If only he had time to prepare. Suddenly he remembered the 3 colored bubbles that he had given to Siv. While Yusin was thinking, Seolhwa noticed that his reputation wasn't that good. His eyes reacted to the fact that the arriving shaman threw a knife at him. The mana-enhanced knife flew forward rapidly, and in the end I hit someone. But it was not Yusin because the shaman was surprised. She was surprised that the monster protected another shaman. She caught the knife in her hand, and blood began to flow from her fingers. Suddenly, the red-eyed girl took off her mask and asked Yusin if he had forgotten his duty. But he didn't have time to answer because Sol Mi grabbed hold of him. Taking Siva's mother by the arm, she said that they needed to leave. Solwa was unsure if they could use the woman as a hostage. However, they still need to leave, and Yusin needs to take care of Siwu. Later, she promised that she would definitely scold him. Besides, this battle shouldn't take long. Finally, everyone left the apartment. Red Eyes said that Seolhwa shouldn't worry, since they were ordered to leave the final target alive. And she can wait for quite a long time because no one can get out of the barrier. The shaman also wondered if the knife hurt Solva. She said she would be sick if her demon blade was better. And the red-eyed one was surprised that the girl knew about these blades. A demon is the degradation of a soul overwhelmed by strong emotions. Unlike ordinary evil spirits, a demon is a more thoughtful creature. Once they catch the person they want to use, they torture him until he dies. If you kill a person when they have reached their limit, you can create an item and contain the demonic power within it. All this indignation and strength will become the embodiment of a powerful weapon. The shamanka said with a smile that it took her a lot of time to create this blade. However, nothing can be done. She will have to ask her friends for help. At this time, Yusin was running after Solmi. They managed to get away as far as possible, and that's why the red-eyed one can't hold back. With a snap of her fingers, she sent 100 different knives flying. They all rushed towards the silhouette of Solva, who was in the apartment. And the blow was so strong that the blades easily pierced the walls. However, Sayolva managed to escape from there. After that, she raised her head. At that moment, the red-eyed one was hovering in the air and watching her enemy. Even though Solva was fast, the shaman only happily said that it was easier than she thought. And a moment later, all the flying blades suddenly appeared right in front of the white-haired girl. The fox realized that it was time to act and summoned the top of the Demon Slayer Emperor. For some reason, the shamanka was surprised by this reception. Shamans serve different types of gods, and one of the types is the one who was human. That is, the heroes who became gods after death not through their own efforts. The reason is rather in the wishes and prayers they made during life. It is they that raised the deceased to another level. Those who pray do not necessarily need innate strength. The only thing that matters is the sincerity of their desires. The repeated occurrence of these desires accumulates over a long period of time. From an empty, meaningless vessel, a god is created who occupies the vessel. The shamanka was surprised by the fact that, in essence, the monster was the vessel of God. But it doesn't look good. Suddenly, one of the blades pierced Solva's chest. Red Eyes said that the fox would have to reconsider his views on some things. And then there was an explosion. The shamanka said with displeasure that her nose was going numb from the animal smell. And as far as she knows, Solva has many small tricks, but only 2 unique spells. One of them is Fox Beads, and the other is a mind control spell. Already anticipating her victory, she again pointed the knives towards the fox. However, she sat quietly, not even paying attention to the red-eyed one's attacks. Suddenly, she said that the shaman should not count on winning, and a moment later, all the blades around the girl stopped. For some reason, the red-eyed one's blades simply stopped. Foxes have only 2 unique abilities, but one of them does not allow foxes to control other people's abilities. The shaman couldn't believe her eyes, and Solva only said that her demonic knives were predictable. During the battle, she cast a spell that allowed her to control the blades more effectively than the red-eyed one. If Solva were not of her kind, her situation would not have changed much, because she is a genius who can apply and modify knowledge. Although she herself does not fully understand the nature of her talent, she was still able to do it. The power of the yokai and righteous ki, these energies are based on nature. But passing through the monster and the person, these energies are processed into fuel with different properties. Each fuel is used differently and cannot be combined. Humans cannot use spells with their righteous ki, but monsters can. Essentially, Seolhwa created a new technique that performed the same function. However, the shaman thought that it was impossible to copy all the properties of her technique in such a short time. Solva distracted her from her thoughts. She asked how many people use this technology. After all, for people, most likely, any technique that causes harm to a fellow tribesman is taboo. However, the shaman said that she was mistaken because demonic blades were an easy way to gain strength. There is also the concept of understanding the essence of objects. There is perhaps no creature that understands the essence of objects better than man. But the problem is not in understanding, but in the fact that all people hate their own kind. People just bicker, hate, and compete with a stronger and more powerful person instead of submitting to him. Ethics, morals, and laws are a show to mislead such people. They begin to think that they have rights and potential. However, Seolwa thinks that there are people who think differently. It happens that people sincerely grieve and suffer because of the death of their fellow tribesmen. However, the shaman didn't care about this. Jumping up, she landed on her flying machine, and releasing her energy, she said that Seolwa was infinitely stupid for allowing herself to be distracted while standing in front of her opponent. And after that, she rushed upward. She increased the distance between them, so the blades shouldn't be able to reach her. Solva looked at her thoughtfully. Turning to her new weapon, the shaman asked it to hold on for a little longer. The spirit's resentment is undoubtedly the most terrible weapon she has. Solva was merely casually surprised. As she pulled out her nail, she said she thought there was an unspoken agreement between them not to make noise. The shamanka was already confident of her victory. However, her expression changed dramatically. The aura that arose around Seolwa made the girl worry. Something appeared behind the red-eyed girl and she had to turn around. Solva, having released her 5 tails at maximum power, summoned a certain entity that was now observing the man. Her black titanic hand descended towards the houses. Solva said out loud that 5 tails and 1 arm should be enough, and the shamanka only froze in primal horror. The giant hand continued to descend towards her. This situation only made Seolwa smile, and she said that it would be just right. And then she positioned her massive hand as if she was getting ready to give a flick, just the same as the one she gave to Siva. However, the hand was not hers, and therefore the shaman's body flew back many hundreds of meters. There was a roar that reverberated throughout the entire area, and Solva's hand began to tremble after that. In the past, the judge told the white-haired girl that allowing certain creatures to enter the human world meant limiting their power. This applies to yokai of the Ryan class and above. However, this angered Seolwa, because in essence, she was supposedly not experienced enough for the human world, but so strong that a restricting spell was necessary for her. The judge only calmly said that this was the will of the king of monsters. And if she has to use force there, then even under restrictions, her ingenuity will help her find a way out. That's why he was looking for her. Thanks to her ingenuity, she succeeded. However, even with 1 hand, summoning 5 tails is too much. In this state, she can't even call Siwa pathetic. Besides, the soul that the shaman released could cause her problems. Suddenly, Solva felt the barrier weaken. This was the second support. But because of her thoughts, she did not see the flask thrown away by the shaman. Solva came to her senses and thought that she needed to look for Siva. But this thing finally caught her attention. A white silhouette suddenly appeared behind her. He thanked her for letting him out so they could have fun forever. The action moved to the roof of the building. Solmi also felt the barrier weakening, and she was worried about Seolwa. Suddenly, she turned around. She noticed that the barrier was still standing, but she had enough strength to break through. But the human body is fragile, so they should wait a little longer. And looking behind the woman's back, she saw a guy. Sivu just managed to run to the roof of the building. She greeted him and told him not to be afraid, as Solva had bewitched his mother. He began to sincerely thank her and the others. It warmed his heart that they had risked their lives for his family. He also said that along the way, he felt as if it became easier to breathe. The barrier is starting to fall, which means they will be able to fly away soon. However, Siwu suddenly said that she should only take his mother with her. He didn't make this decision thoughtlessly. On the way there, he thought that the shamans were behaving strangely because they could have united and destroyed them all at once. But instead, for some reason, they come out one by one. So he has 2 explanations. The first is that perhaps there is a restriction that prohibits shamans from being close to each other. And the second thing is that they just don't get along. Either way, Sivu thinks they have a plan in case the barrier is lifted. But more importantly, there was still 1 shaman left. And if the guy were in his place, he would be waiting for those who tried to escape from the barrier. Solmi agreed with this, but nevertheless, if the barrier weakens, then Seolwa has won. Sivu didn't know what state she was in, but without joining forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the last shaman. He also urged Solmi not to worry, as he was confident that this was the right choice. Suddenly, Bihyon appeared behind him and said that he was proud of his descendant for such selfless words. Solmi was simply stunned by such a surprise. Sivu and his Shikigami also did not remain on the sidelines, and Bihyon, as if nothing had happened, joyfully greeted them. However, Siwa did not share his joy. He immediately greeted his ancestor with a kick in the face. Bihyon ignored him, saying that he came for a specific reason. But he wasn't allowed to finish speaking, because a certain purple bullet was already flying towards him. It was Salmi's feather, which had been infused with her mana and had become as durable as an anti-tank rifle projectile. The destructive power of such a feather is enough for monsters of the Su and Gui class, but for others it poses no danger. But this technique has one more peculiarity. Masters of this technique can accumulate wind energy in feathers, after which they release her. Suddenly, Bihyun's hand burst into flames. Sivu thought that even if they used all their strength, he would simply brush off their magic. In this case, you should act differently. Bihyun's eyes widened as he was surprised by Siwoo's new abilities. He, in turn, decided to focus not on the force of the blow, but on its sharpness. Sol-mi suddenly broke into a run. To protect Siva's mother, she jerked her away from the attack. And the hero, in turn, strained all his muscles to throw the improvised spear as hard as possible. And his throw was similar to a shot from a plasma weapon. Bihyun praised him for his intelligence, as this was how one should fight the goblin's roots. Poisons, curses, and piercing and fire-type attacks are very good at this, as long as they hit the enemy. In response to the attack, Bihyun twisted Siwa's arm, and Sol-mi at that moment was sitting next to his mother and trying to protect her. Bihyun also praised him for the way Siwoo manages righteous energy. In this matter, pedigree plays a huge role. He looked at Sol-mi, who in turn held out 2 feathers in front of her. She warned him not to come any closer because he wouldn't be able to get away with the next charge with one hand. Bihyun agreed with her words. But her friend's sad state will not allow her to use her power. And if she decides, she will blow up everything around and Sivu will not survive. But while she's carrying such a burden, using feathers isn't the best solution. Suddenly, Bihyun smiled and said that he actually came to help them. Besides, this fight only happened because of Siwoo, and a couple of blows from Bihyun calmed him down. The goblin didn't know they would meet so early, but the boys crossed all boundaries. He thought he would be the final target, but in the end, they decided to capture Siwa. So he apologized to the guy, but the guy didn't care much and asked why Bihyun came here. The goblin said he came to help them. Sivu's guess turned out to be correct, and they were unlikely to be able to get out. Most likely, reinforcements are already on the way. They dedicated their strength to deal with even Bihyun. And in the end, something strange happened. 4 guardians and 2 shamans whose combined strength reaches the level of a guardian. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these forces would be sufficient to protect all of Seoul. But while there might be trouble in the city, capturing Siwa was more important. Therefore, it is natural that his companions did not have enough strength, and all that remains for them is to follow this mission to the end. Reinforcements are not here yet, but they are already on the way, and given the time it takes for the barrier to disappear, we will have to act quickly. But Bihyun can help them in exchange for one favor. Sivu began to doubt his words, but he said that he would really lead them all out, even Seolwa. Now the guy asked what Bihyun wanted from him. He came closer to him and began to whisper. What he heard shocked Siva. After this, Bihyun jumped away from him and said that there was nothing difficult in this request, and Sivu decided to agree. After that, Bihyun said that they could go down and leave. The hero didn't understand anything at first. However, the goblin explained that they did not need to fly away. They could come down and go wherever they wanted. Maybe he should have said this earlier, but he had already killed the last guard. And making a stupid face, he apologized for not having said anything about it earlier. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He answered the call casually. Bihyun asked who was calling him, and later said that he was the one who killed the owner of this phone. And then he suggested to his interlocutor to get straight to the point, since insults would be unnecessary. At the same time, he informed Siv that it was time for them to leave. Sol-mi couldn't believe her ears. They took one last look at Bihyun, who waved at them, and they decided to leave silently. After some time, they went out through the main entrance onto the street. But something caught their attention. They saw Seolva sitting on the asphalt. But she said not to worry about her because she just stepped on something annoying. At this moment, the 4th guard was talking on the phone. He said that he understood everything and would try to quickly clean everything up and leave. He thought it was stupid that they had all been brought here and then ordered to retreat. Although he doesn't know much, it seems that Sivu is no longer in any danger. The real criminal appeared, he came and surrendered. And as far as the man understood, he also killed Pakon. Finishing the conversation, he decided to sum up the results of the battle. And immediately after these words, he cut off his own hand. Yusen, shocked, began to ask why he did this. The man explained that this was all he could do to avoid being accused of letting them go when he returned. It will also be easier for Yusen to return, because rumors will spread that he defeated Kim Chae-gun. The boy himself understands that force decides everything, and his uncle thus leaves him the right to return home. Yusin wanted to say something, but his uncle interrupted him, saying that he had a request. He would like the guy to live his life in such a way that it would be worth his hand. And that's all. A week has passed since those events. It can be said that the world has not changed at all. However, this is not the case. Sol-mi, who was in the store, suddenly looked at something in surprise. In front of her stood a child sucking his thumb, and she greeted him kindly. However, the child's mother immediately picked him up and hurried to carry him away. Despite the immutability of the world, the same could not be said about the people who inhabited it. They can be understood, because for us those events were clear, but for people they are still not entirely clear. The appearance of the Goblin Bihyon is a disaster called by the dark gods. So far, there have been no disasters like those that happened a week ago, but their actions are still active. That's why fear has taken root in people. It is a feeling of anxiety that makes you alert. The judge spoke to Sol-mi about how she currently had no work and that it was better for her to be near Si-woo. There is nothing important planned for now, so she can consider this a vacation. On any other day, she would have been happy. However, in this situation, being in the dark doesn't help at all. While she was walking, someone called out to her. Only one thing calms her down a little and allows her to control herself. It is the fact of the necessity of being here, which is no less important than the duties of an ambassador. She greeted Si-woo's mother, who suggested they go shopping that evening. The girl asked where the woman was going to go, and she replied that she had a meeting with a friend from her hometown. Si-woo has been living here for a week now. His house was destroyed, but fortunately, none of the residents were injured. The incident was publicly attributed to a gas leak, and as compensation, the construction company temporarily relocated the Siva family to a suburban complex. But in fact, someone contributed to this, and according to legend, Sol-mi is just Si-woo's classmate. The girl said goodbye to the woman, but a moment later she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around because they looked familiar. It was Yu-yeon who unexpectedly bumped into the girl. She told him about Siwa's mother and her plans, and later asked if the boy was tired of work. He said that it was his duty and that Guo-yu was also helping him. Everyone is trying very hard to protect Mother Siva from any danger. Later, Sol-mi was taking the elevator home. She wrote to Siva and asked if he was awake. He agreed, and the girl suggested that he come to her place, saying that she would cook something tasty. Her everyday life continued. She began to cook food. Siva was very tired last week. He didn't leave the house for the next few days, and today they saw each other for the first time since that incident. That's why the girl wanted to cheer him up, and he just walked up to her back and said that she shouldn't cut each layer separately. It is more convenient to put them together and then cut them. Also, you could use soy sauce for seasoning. He decided to take matters into his own hands and bring everything necessary. He went on to explain that the currant needed to be soaked in water before the park. Fish pie and vegetables don't need to be cut perfectly. And then he started asking Sol-mi how she liked to eat. She said, surprised, that she loved Pocky, but she didn't eat them often. And when asked which ones she liked best, she said the ones that were in Kaval. After some time, the dish was ready. Si-woo prepared food for them and began to serve them portions. Sol-mi became a little sad in response to this. She was upset that she couldn't please Siva. However, as soon as she put the food in her mouth, her face changed. She really liked the dish the guy cooked, and she was very surprised that he cooked so well, and he said that he simply loved to cook because his mother taught him how to do it as a child. Suddenly, he smiled kindly. He realized that she wanted to cheer him up, but the girl herself forgot about it for a moment. The guy said that all week he thought about what happened and about the rightness of his going alone to save people. According to him, in the end, nothing worked out for him and everything only got worse. However, Sol-mi tried to refute this because he was not guilty of anything. The shamans are entirely to blame for what happened. Si-woo said that there was no need to worry about him because although he blamed himself for what happened, he would not allow anyone to break him. Besides, this situation helped him understand a lot. For example, how difficult it is to bear responsibility for one's actions. He behaved selfishly and could not even guarantee his own safety. Solhwa should have returned by now, so he wants to learn everything he can from her. Sol-mi thought she was still in the Yukai world, but Si-woo explained that her room was right above them. This morning he heard footsteps there. Sol-mi thought that their soundproofing was undoubtedly weak, but something was still wrong. After the battle, Solhwa returned to their world to rest. Moreover, she didn't tell her friend about her return. so she decided to visit the white-haired girl herself. However, when she opened the door to her apartment, she saw her friend lying on the floor. She was breathing heavily and looked downright ill. After that, she called Go Yu, and he asked when Sol Mi last saw her healthy. She may have been in this state all week. She pretended to return home, thinking that she would get better there, but it only got worse. They should have sent Seolhwa to the Yukai world, since there's no one to even examine her here. But even if she manages to be healed, she will no longer be a representative of the clan. Ghost foxes, her clan is distinguished from other yokai by its view of the world. Relatives squabble among themselves, and the weak are to blame for their own helplessness. But Seolhwa is far superior to her competitors. Now, if they find out about her condition, rumors will spread instantly. And then her relatives can do something? There is one way, but there is little guarantee that it will work. Goyu said that if there are no visible wounds, then the cause is not an injury or illness. Most likely, it is Dongti, that is. She is tormented by an evil spirit. If that's the case, then Goyu can ask an expert who lives nearby. Sol Mi asked again, and the guy said that everything was exactly like that. They lived next to them. He had already called them, so the girl had to meet them. And at that moment, someone was already standing near her door. The girl with a mole under her lips thought it was interesting. She wondered why such a noble fox needed a spirit like her. At that moment, Solva was lying unconscious, and the ghost girl stood there smiling and looking at her.